Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Sailing. Time-stopping Nami and Robin. 1ts. Chapter 1. Born Observation Haki. Slowness Fruit. See Circle Calendar 1510. East Blue. In the Kingdom of Oiko. Al walked in the town with a short sword on his waist and a hood on. As a time traveler, Al has been in this world for 12 years. Although his parents are no longer alive, they have left him with the ability to survive in this world. His father is a retired Marine colonel from the headquarters, and his mother is a mermaid from the Dragon Palace. Al inherited his mother's beauty, without any of the appearance characteristics of the fishmen, and has a very strong physique of the fishmen. Fortunately, my father left a lot of savings, enough for me to buy a not very complete devil fruit illustration. I hope I can use the illustration to determine the ability of this fruit. Otherwise, it's better not to bet on the ability of the fruit rashly. After staying in the hotel, Al took out the weird-shaped devil fruit collected by his father, and placed the devil fruit illustration that Al bought in the Kingdom of Oiko next to it for comparison. The fruit is brown-red, with wavy patterns all over the body. Found it. Al stared at the fruit, carefully comparing it with the pattern on the illustration. It can't be wrong. I didn't expect it to be the Paramecia slow fruit. This devil fruit is not one of those random fruits. To a certain extent, it's not an exaggeration to call it one of the most buggy fruits. The fruit itself is not very aggressive. The user must have strong physical skills to show its terribleness. Although the devil fruit left by his father is not a Logia or a mythical beast, Al is already very satisfied. I inherited my mother's fishman ability. Even if I eat the devil fruit, I won't drown if I fall into the sea. Without hesitation, Al quickly took a bite of the slow fruit. He swallowed it while resisting the nausea. After the flesh entered his stomach, Al felt the power of the slow fruit. He casually threw the remaining fruit into the air and shot a slow light wave. The fruit that was falling freely to the ground was hit by the light wave, and it seemed to be suspended in the air, falling at a very slow speed. After 5 seconds, the ability expired, and the fruit resumed its normal falling speed. Very strong. The slow fruit is indeed one of the top rule-based fruits. In a life-and-death fight, no one can withstand the sudden attack of the slow fruit. No matter how strong you are, if your speed is slowed down to ultimate, you can only be slaughtered by me. And the development prospects of this fruit are also extremely broad. After awakening, 80% of it can reach the terrifying level of time stop. Suddenly, Al thought of the side effects of the Silver Fox Foxy using the slow fruit in the original book. Silver Fox Foxy, as the user of the slow fruit, was affected by the slow light wave. It was outrageous. Al could not accept this defect. He stretched out his hand and fired a slow light wave at himself. Enshrouded in the slow light wave, Al moved freely. Fortunately, it has no effect on me. Maybe it's because I'm a time traveler. Al didn't dwell on this issue anymore, and reached out to take out the Marine 6 Styles notebook left by his father to practice. He knew too well how dangerous this world was. Since his parents died a month ago, Al sold his house and left the place of sorrow. Relying on his natural observation haki, he has avoided several crises in the past month. Natural observation haki is even rarer than Conqueror's haki, which only appears in 1 million people. As the name suggests, it is the chosen one who is born with observation haki. And there are only a few such abilities in the entire One Piece world. It is truly a top-level ability that is 1 in 1 billion. Al's natural observation haki is somewhat similar to Fujitori's. Although the range is not as good as Fujitori's, it can sense the emotions of people around him and can also see through people's hearts to a certain extent. It is with this ability that Al can avoid various crises. When Al's parents were still alive, he had already discovered that his talent was extraordinary. He could crawl when he was born, walk when he was 2 months old, jump and hop when he was 5 months old, his appetite increased dramatically when he was less than 1 year old, and his height reached 1.2 meters when he was 2 years old. Now, at the age of 12, Al has already reached a height of more than 1.8 meters, and his strength is far beyond that of ordinary humans. For Al, being able to lift a tripod is as simple as eating and drinking. If his parents did not love him very much, Al would have a hard time eating enough. In order to cultivate Al's strong physique, his parents never overtrained him when he was a child. It was not until his parents died that they gave him the Marine 6 Styles training method that they had prepared. In just 1 month, Al has completely mastered the shaving, iron body and paper arts martial arts, and has already started Tempest Kick and Moonwalk. As for Finger Pistol, Al did not practice it. Because Al does not need to learn all the Marine 6 styles to master Life Return. He is born with the ability of Life Return. In less than half a month, Tempest Kick and Moonwalk will be completely mastered. I just don't know how this body's talent for developing Devil Fruit will be. The talent for swordsmanship has not been tested, so I have to find an opportunity to test it. With such a talent, fruit ability, Conqueror's Haki, and swordsmanship, it is not impossible to practice at the same time. When Al was doing 2 things at the same time, practicing Marine 6 styles while thinking about developing the ability of the slow fruit. There was a movement outside the door, and Al opened his eyes and smiled. Interesting. Chapter 2 Nico Robin. In the room, Al closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. With his observation haki fully activated, he could detect almost any movement in the entire small hotel. However, his attention was all on the woman at the door. The woman was tall, wearing a slim black dress, a cloak, and a pair of black framed glasses for camouflage. She opened the window, crossed her hands in front of her chest, connected several arms together, gently turned the door open, and tiptoed in. Al clearly saw that Robin, who came in, was injured. Although he was wearing black clothes, he could clearly see the bloodline oozing from his body. After Nico Robin came in, he first glanced at Al, who was in a sleeping state, then breathed a sigh of relief and hid in the bathroom. Not long after Robin came in, a burst of hurried footsteps and knocks from the next door rang out. Open the door, open the door. After searching the next door, several bounty hunters knocked on Al's door. Although Robin in the bathroom was not panicking at this time, after all, she had long been accustomed to such a life, but she was indeed in a very difficult situation at this time. She had not eaten much for 3 or 4 days while fleeing. Hearing the sound outside the door, she was ready to fight to the death. Al noticed Robin's thoughts and thought with some emotion. I have been in this world for 12 years, and this is the first time I have seen a character in the original book. And it is my favorite intellectual queen Nico Robin in my previous life. But I didn't expect her to be so miserable at this time. Al was annoyed by the knocking on the door, sat up from the bed, and pushed open the bathroom door directly. Robin was about to use up her remaining strength to break the neck of the person who came, but found that it was the silver-haired boy who had just fallen asleep. You. Robin wiped the bloodline on his hands and whispered. Hide quickly, those outside the door are not good people. No, hide behind me quickly, this time I hurt you. Even at this moment, Robin couldn't help but look at Al a few more times after seeing his appearance clearly. After 11 years of fleeing and meeting so many people, it was the first time she saw such a handsome and beautiful man, and he had extremely rare silver hair. Al looked at the 18-year-old Robin with interest and smiled. It's not the way a man should be protected by a wounded woman. There is food on the table next to my bed. Eat something first. Don't go to the bathroom, it smells bad. After saying that, Al turned and left. He was planning to find some partners he liked to go out to sea as pirates together recently. I didn't expect to meet Nico Robin while staying in a hotel. In Al's heart, Robin was already his crew member. Although he has been very cautious for the past month, it is not because he is not strong enough, but because it is his first time to go out far away, so it is better to be cautious. In the weakest sea like East Blue, where the average bounty is less than 3 million. With his current strength, those little Karami can basically be killed as many as they come. They are very strong. Robin stood up, a few centimeters taller than Al at this time. Al helped Robin, who was almost exhausted, to sit on the bed and handed him food. I am also very strong. Robin took the food in silence, hesitated for a moment, and ate it in big mouthfuls. In all these years, except for her mother, it was the first time that she was taken care of by someone, and she was a little boy in her teens. At this moment, the door of the room was kicked open by several bounty hunters. Damn it, can't you hear Lousy's words? The leader was a giant man who was 2 meters and 3 meters tall, carrying a huge axe on his shoulders. Behind him followed a dozen grinning brothers. Not only that, under Al's observation, there are many gangsters from the kingdom of Oiko rushing here. Tisk, what did Robin do? If it's just for the 79 million bounty, it shouldn't be like this, right? Al looked up at the giant, his eyes slightly cold. It's very rude to disturb others' sleep, do you understand? The younger brothers laughed. Ha ha ha. Boss Leoka, is this kid scared silly by us? In front of you, this silver-haired kid hasn't been scared to tears. Leoka first glanced at Robin, who was sitting on the bed eating, and after confirming Robin's identity, he looked at Al and grinned. Little kid, you are the first one who dares to be arrogant in front of Lousy. But don't worry, Lousy won't kill you. You have a face that the nobles love very much. Selling you to those nobles may be more valuable than Nico Robin. And the silver hair Lousy has never seen. Leoka put the giant axe on the ground with a ferocious face. Al scratched his ears nonchalantly. I was just worried about where to test my current strength, and you guys rushed to send me here. You're really looking for death. Robin, who had finished his meal in a flash, stood beside Al, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and subconsciously protected Al behind him. Be careful, this man is a zone demon fruit user. Very powerful, his defense is also very strong. It's hard for me to pierce him with a knife. Al pushed Robin back, looked at Leoka and the others as if he was looking at a dead man, and smiled. Zone demon fruit power, that's even better. Feeling Al's actions, Robin's heart, which had long been frozen, warmed up, and his expression was complicated. You silver-haired kid really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Leoka suddenly stepped forward, stretched out his big hand like a palm leaf fan, and grabbed Al. Chapter 3 Time Stop Robin. Leoka was extremely powerful. He stepped on the floor of the hotel room and made a deep pit. Leoka, who was 2 meters and 3 meters tall, had a strong sense of oppression, and his big hand like a palm leaf fan was about to grab Al. Be careful. Robin's face changed, and just as he was about to make a move, he saw Al's figure had disappeared from the spot. Al had completely mastered the Marine 6 style's shaving and was able to do it with ease. Where are you attacking, you idiot? Al appeared beside Leoka and said jokingly. Damn kid, just like a loach, but since you are not an ordinary person, Lousy will not be polite. Leoka was not slow, and quickly turned around and punched Al in the face. Too slow. Did you not eat? Al put his left hand in his pocket and easily blocked Leoka's fist with his right hand. With this little strength, you dare to learn to be a bounty hunter. With a twist and pull of his right hand, the terrifying force directly threw Leoka to the ground like a whip, and the whole person hit the ground hard. After getting up, Leoka grabbed the huge axe next to him, swung the axe, and quickly turned around and rushed out of the door, wanting to escape. He is not a fool to be arrogant and domineering in the East Blue Oiko Kingdom for so long. Leoka, who once ventured into the Grand Line, knows that there are countless strong people in this sea. Compared to the Bailey that may be earned, one's own life is the most important. Brother Leoka, the younger brothers behind him were also unambiguous and turned around to escape. Want to escape? Slow ray. Al raised his hand and shot a slow ray, covering Leoka and others. Some of the people who had rushed out of the door even had their feet still in the air and could not land for several seconds. Al had almost had enough fun and flashed in front of Leoka, whose movements were greatly slowed down. I'll use you as a sacrifice for my next trip to the sea. In the 12 years in this world, Al has never killed anyone. But he knows very well that in the chaotic world of One Piece, it is impossible not to kill people. He has no resistance to this, and even looks forward to it. The slowed down Leoka, the look of begging for mercy and fear in his eyes, was also slowed down, and the axe in his hand was as slow as a turtle. Tempest kick. Without any hesitation, Al adjusted his position at the last second before the slow-down light failed, and kicked out a 3-meter-high crescent-shaped silver-white slash wave. Although he has not mastered Tempest kick completely, it does not hinder its normal use. The silver-white slash wave is so sharp that it cuts through the bodies of Leoka and others almost instantly. Even Leoka, who has the ability of the zone fruit, has no ability to resist the slash of Tempest kick. At the last second before the slow ray failed, more than a dozen people, including Leoka, were split in half by Al's Tempest kick and died on the spot. Slow ray. In order to prevent being splashed by the smelly blood, Al shot the slow ray again to slow down the speed of the blood splashing from the corpse. Robin suppressed the shock in his heart, quickly came to Al's side, and followed Al out of the door. It was not until the two went downstairs that the more than 10 bodies that were delayed fell to the ground. It was already late at night, and Al and Robin were walking on the street. "Let me introduce myself again, my name is Al. You are Nico, Robin, right?" Robin was about to speak, and her expression became nervous. She didn't tell Al her name, and Leoka's group didn't mention her name. Seeing Robin's nervous look, Al smiled. "When you secretly opened the door of my room, I recognized you. The son of the devil with a bounty of 79 million Baileys, Nico Robin." Robin's expression was full of vigilance, and she was already looking for an escape route. Before Al could continue to speak, Robin ran away into the alley. While running, he used the ability of flower fruit to restrict Al's movements. Alas, what kind of life is Robin living at this time? Either escaping or on the way to escape. Slow ray. Al easily broke free from Robin's arm restraints and slowly shot the slow ray at Robin. "You are a crew member I have identified, it is impossible for you to run away." Robin, who was trying her best to escape in the alley, was very panicked. When Leoka and others chased her, she was not very panicked. But the strength shown by Al gave her a creepy shock. She knew that she had no ability to resist Al, so she could only try her best to escape. While running away, Robin heard the voice behind him, and his eyes were filled with despair, watching the slow ray shining on him. Al walked slowly to Robin and looked at Robin with a panicked face. In this situation, Al had a sinister thought for no reason. After all, the ability of the slow fruit is too similar to the Time Stop series, so he had to think wrongly. He shook his head and drove those distracting thoughts out of his mind. He took out the tissue he carried and wiped off the blood on Robin's face. "Robin, I have no ill will towards you. If you run away once, I will stop you once. I'm not a good man, I can't guarantee that I will." After the time stop ended, Robin knew that Al had no hostility towards him, rolled his eyes at Al, and gently poked Al, who was shorter than him. "Little brat, how old are you? Even if I don't resist, what can you do to me? Wait until you grow up, then what you said just now will be threatening." Al was unhappy to hear this. "Just because I'm young doesn't mean I can't do anything. If you don't believe me, try to run away again. I can't control you." Chapter 4 Help Robin heal his injuries. "If you don't believe me, try to escape again. Is it still impossible to control you?" Although Al is only 12 years old, he has excellent physical talent. He has developed very well. In addition, he traveled back to his mother's womb and has a soul of a traveler, so he can do a lot. Robin did not run away again, and looked at Al with her beautiful eyes. "You don't want to catch me to collect the bounty. 79 million Baileys. In front of your strange ability, I really have no chance of escaping. Since I can't escape, I can only let you do whatever you want." Robin herself didn't know, she just knew Al's name, but she always had the urge to tease him. This urge was something she had never had in the past 18 years. After 11 years of fleeing, Robin had seen too much dirtiness. If she hadn't been smart enough, she didn't know how many times she would have been in danger. But facing Al, who had just saved her, she even had the idea of relying on this little man from now on. But it was just a momentary thought, and she would not really trust Al so easily. But now he couldn't escape, so he could only follow Al temporarily. "Little Al, you asked me to follow you, so where are we going now?" As soon as the voice fell, Robin frowned suddenly and reached out to press the injured position in front of him. Al frowned. He didn't expect Robin to be so seriously injured. "Your injury can't be delayed any longer. There is no hospital open now. Let's find a hotel first." Soon, Al found a hotel that was still open not far away and booked the only twin-bed room. As soon as he entered the room, Robin's face began to turn extremely pale. The injury could not be delayed. "How did you get hurt? Who hurt you?" Robin sat on the bed with difficulty, supporting the edge of the bed, and said in a slightly hoarse voice. "It was the Leoka you killed. He kicked me in this position by accident. Robin was injured in the lungs below the heart. Ahem. I'm fine. I'll go for treatment tomorrow morning. I've been used to it for so many years. Robin's voice was full of helplessness. No, I'll help you stabilize your injury temporarily. My mom was a doctor before, and my dad also knows a lot about emergency treatment of external injuries. They all taught me. I'll help you deal with it, otherwise there will be hidden dangers. I don't want the crew I'm interested in to drag around with injured bodies in the future. Al always carries medical supplies in his bag. How can you help me? The position where I'm injured. Robin's face suddenly turned red, and his voice was a little dull. Although he has been on the run for 11 years and has seen a lot of filth, Robin has never had his body seen by anyone. If it was any other location, she wouldn't say anything, nor would she resist, but the location below the chest. Give me the medicine, I'll take care of it myself. No, the medicine I brought is all the medicine from the Fishman Island left by my mother, which is different from the medicine on land. Or do you know how to use the medicine from the Fishman Island? Robin was stunned for a moment and shook her head. She had never been to the Fishman Island, so how could she use it? Don't worry, didn't you say that I can't do anything? What else do you have to worry about? And you will only be my crew member in the future, don't even think about escaping in this life. You're not a doctor yourself, so let me do it. I can close my eyes. Robin looked at Al's handsome silver-haired face and spent more than 10 minutes to do a lot of psychological preparation. Al is a child, it's okay. It's definitely okay. After all, women are all about appearance. If Al wasn't so handsome, Robin would never agree to Al. Then close your eyes, and never open them. Otherwise I'd rather wait until tomorrow to treat him. Al nodded. He really just wanted to treat Robin's injuries, and he didn't have any dirty thoughts. Although his body functions were intact, he was still 12 years old. Okay, I'll close my eyes now. Show me the injured part, I'll take a look at the specific situation, and then close my eyes again. Robin blushed and made a mosquito-like sound. The black tights on her body had long been wet by the blood seeping out. Robin looked at Al with his eyes closed, and gently took off his coat and underwear. When taking off the clothes, he moved to the injured part, and Robin couldn't help but groan from his clenched teeth. Then he covered the key parts with his hands. Okay, you can only take a look. Robin frowned, bit his lips, and endured the pain. Al didn't think much, and didn't look at anything he shouldn't look at, staring at the injured part. Less than 2 inches below Robin's chest, there was a fist-sized black-red patch, which was very eye-catching against the jade-white body. Al had no obscene thoughts, and after observing the wound, he closed his eyes. This is an injury to the internal organs, and the bones are almost broken. It must be treated immediately. As he said, Al turned around, took out the medicine for this kind of external injury from his bag, and applied it to his hands. Robin, please be patient. I need to apply this medicine to the wound and use special massage techniques to disperse the blood stasis. Well, you come. Robin agreed in a low voice. Chapter 5. A small horse pulling a big cart. Robin, with your alertness, how could you be injured like this? This is a frontal kick from Leoka. Al closed his eyes and placed his hand on the position of Robin's hand below his heart. Feeling the blood clots and stiffness at the wound, Robin pondered for a moment and said, I was betrayed. Because East Blue is the weakest, I have been fleeing around East Blue for the past few years. Occasionally I would disguise myself and join some underground organizations to earn the living expenses I need. Before today, I was a member of a gang in the kingdom of Oiko. But I was unlucky. I disguised myself well, but was recognized by the gang leader. I was not vigilant enough and was assigned a seemingly simple task, but in fact I was surrounded. I escaped from the encirclement of many gang members and bounty hunters. Originally, there should be many gang members looking for me, but they should have been scared away by the miserable situation of Leoka and others. Robin gritted his teeth and endured Al's massage technique on his wound, while speaking to divert his attention. Well, don't talk for the time being, I have to use some strength. Al used the ability of life return to control every muscle on his palm and fingers, and moved around Robin's wound. He did not lie to Robin. When his mother was still alive, she did teach him how to massage to remove blood stasis, and she used his father as a demonstration. With Al's extraordinary talent and natural observation haki ability, he quickly mastered it all. Al's technique was very delicate and gentle, and the blood stasis dissipated at a speed visible to Robin's naked eyes, accompanied by a very comfortable moan. This comfortable feeling made Robin want Al to press for a while longer. After the ointment on the palm was used up, Al turned around and opened his eyes to continue applying the medicine on the palm. Out of a more gentlemanly idea, he did not use observation haki to spy on Robin at this time. That is not what a man should do. After applying the ointment, Al closed his eyes and turned around, groping to continue the final finishing work. Although Robin was still very shy at this time, there were a lot of confusions in her mind, and her blushing thoughts made her attention not so focused. Therefore, she did not notice that Al, who closed his eyes, did not press the injured part accurately. Al controlled the muscles on his palm and was about to continue massaging, but as soon as he exerted force, he found something wrong. It was soft and smooth, as if he was holding a piece of soft warm jade. And one hand couldn't even control it at all. Don't. The strange feeling made Robin suddenly sober up, and quickly grabbed Al's hand that was grasping the wrong place without vision. Al also felt like he was electrocuted, knowing what he grasped, and quickly let go. With his memory, he moved his right hand horizontally downward and finally found the injured position accurately. What just happened and the residual warmth of the palm made the two feel that the atmosphere was very wrong, and they didn't speak. Robin, who will be 18 years old in a few days, has red cheeks and stares at Al's handsome face that has not lost his childishness. He feels a strange feeling in his heart in a physical sense. Al's palm is close to the position below Robin's heart and he has applied the ointment thoroughly. Okay, this kind of blunt force injury will be fine after this treatment. It will take at most 3 days to recover. Robin hummed softly, put on his clothes with a red face, and lay half lying on the bed blankly. What happened just now made Robin, who was only a few days away from turning 18 and was at the age of just beginning to fall in love, feel complicated. Ah, Robin, what are you thinking about? He's only 12 years old. It's so embarrassing. Robin quickly sorted out his chaotic thoughts and returned to his usual calm and composed appearance. After treating Robin, Al had already turned on observation haki. After all, he had just held the fullness that he shouldn't have held, and he really wanted to know what Robin was thinking at this moment. As a crew member he had already identified, he didn't want Robin to think that he was a wretched man because of his unintentional mistake just now. After noticing Robin's thoughts, Al was silent. He couldn't help but think. Robin, your thoughts just now are very dangerous. I was trying to control what I didn't think about, but you thought about it first. You are 6 years older than me, what do you want to do? It's exciting to have a small horse pull a big cart, but it's not fun to do. Al was stunned by what he perceived in Robin's thoughts. He wanted to see if Robin hated him, but he didn't expect to see a big scene of a small horse pulling a big cart in Robin's mind. Although Robin cleared it out of his mind in just a few seconds, Al's natural observation haki was so powerful that he captured it directly. Ahem. Robin, you need to rest for a few days, so you should rest quickly. What observation haki had just detected was a little exciting. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and spoke. Well, thank you little Al. Robin smiled and said. She didn't know that Al had detected the picture that just flashed in her mind. In the 11 years of fleeing, it was the first time that she felt dependent and at ease in a man. Robin, who had been nervous for many years, let go of her long-standing guard under Al's care and felt a long-lost sense of relief. Then, Robin yawned, stretched, and lazily leaned sideways, resting her head on her forearm, looking at Al who had washed his hands and was lying on the bed. I didn't expect that the one who gave me enough sense of security for so many years was actually a little man. Maybe, before the CP agency finds me, it's not impossible to stay with this little man for a while. 11 years of escape and omnipresent crises made Robin like a drowning person. The sense of security brought to her by knowing Al for a few hours was like the sweet air that a drowning person wanted to breathe. This made Robin grasp a trace of dependence and security, and she was unwilling to let go. Captain Al, good night. Al blinked, said good night, and continued to lie on the bed thinking about the development of the slow fruit and the next step. Every February and March is the time for allied countries to collect heavenly gold. I hope the high-ranking officials of the Kingdom of Oiko will not have any bad ideas about Robin. Al has lived in this world for more than 10 years. Although he is a time traveler, he is no different from the natives. He has only been out for a month, and he has heard a lot about Robin in several kingdoms. Due to the special nature of Robin O'Hara's orphan, there is a saying in many kingdoms that need to pay heavenly gold. As long as Robin is caught and handed over to the world government, at least 1 year of heavenly gold can be exempted. Al has not contacted the high-ranking officials of those kingdoms, so he does not know whether this rumor is true or not. But he has to be mentally prepared in advance. Chapter 6, Bug Level Slowness Fruit. The sea breeze was blowing gently, and the sun was rising. Al spent the whole night thinking about the development of the ability of the slow fruit. He figured out a lot of directions that could be focused on in the future. Silver Fox Foxy, that waste, really wasted a powerful fruit. Although it was less than 24 hours after eating the slow fruit, Al had already started to develop it in a completely different direction from the original. During his thinking last night, the first thing he thought of was the speed and method of the slow light emission. The ability of the slow fruit, like the Paramecia barrier fruit, requires a specific gesture to be activated. In Al's opinion, this is a complete stupid behavior. It is too easy to be identified and guarded in advance. And if both hands are controlled, wouldn't it be impossible to use the fruit ability at all? This is something Al can't accept anyway. In response to this, Al finally found a way to avoid it after hundreds of experiments last night. The method is very simple. If you want to get rid of the disadvantage of special gestures to activate the fruit ability, you need a lot of practice and use. During Al's experiment, he has discovered that he has a talent for developing devil fruit, which also has an extraordinary talent. It will take at most a month to completely get rid of the defect of requiring special gestures to activate abilities. You can do the same as Marine Admiral Kizaru, and fire the slow beam as you want. 1 month is not too long or too short. It's a pity that my father doesn't have the training method of armament haki. Tempest Kick and Moonwalk in Marine 6 styles, I will be able to fully master them in at most half a month. After that, I have to find a way to practice armament haki. Otherwise my strength will stagnate. This is absolutely unacceptable. Al glanced at Robin, who was still sleeping, and made a decision in his heart. Now, let's try the development direction of another slow fruit that I imagined last night. This development direction is a bit similar to the field in the novel I read in my previous life. In Al's imagination, he wants to spread the ability of the slow fruit around himself. As the ability is developed, the slow ability spread around his body will form a slow field that covers his body from all directions. He can freely control the size and scope of this slow field, as long as it is successfully developed and becomes one of the permanent abilities. Then this slow field will become his most powerful means of defense, and it can even be called the most powerful defense in this sea. All attacks approaching his body will be affected by the slow field and become completely ineffective. And the enemies fighting him in the slow field will be affected by the slow ability that is as ubiquitous as the air. Any enemy whose haki is not strong enough will be slaughtered by him without any resistance. Al closed his eyes and mobilized all the slow abilities around him, trying to form a slow field that covers his body. But unfortunately, he had just eaten the slow fruit, and the slow light reserves in his body were far from enough to form a permanent field around him. Now he can only shoot slow light in a fan-shaped range towards specific places and positions. And the delay time is only 5 seconds, not even as long as the 30 seconds that Silver Fox can do. However, the development direction I envisioned is correct. I can't use the slow field because I haven't developed it enough. The future is promising. As for the development direction of other slow fruits, there will be plenty of time to experiment one by one in the future. As a time traveler, Al is very familiar with the characteristics of the slow fruit. The function of the slow fruit itself is very simple, which is to slow down the reaction speed of all objects affected by light. But this ability has another characteristic. That is, if you receive an attack within the slow effect, the attack will accumulate and burst out in an instant when the photon fails. With Al's own talent, he can foresee how many super powerful attacks he can hit after his strength reaches the top and the time when the slow fruit takes effect. Then remove the slow ability and let the super powerful attack hit in advance burst out on the enemy in an instant. Before crossing, Al had a lot of dirty ideas about this special ability of the slow fruit. Even after his fruit ability was developed to a high level, he could store the attack in the light ball formed by the slow light in advance and store it as a weapon. But this idea cannot be achieved in a short time. In addition, the slow beam can be stored in the weapon and fired by an outsider holding the weapon. This is also very practical. When there are more crew members in the future, everyone can be equipped with a slow beam gun. However, the most important thing is to develop more unimaginable usage methods. After all, the slow fruit is one of the few abilities in the world that can affect time. For example, analyzing and utilizing the characteristics of the slow ability, since it can make objects slow, it can be used in the opposite direction to accelerate the time of the object itself, so that it can play an incredible role. For example, the slow ability can be applied to my own cells to slow down the cell division rate and greatly extend my life. And it can be applied to other people's cells to extend their life. Combined with the pure gold in the world of One Piece, I dare not imagine how long life can be achieved. However, all the development directions I envision can only be achieved after the slow fruit is awakened. There is a long way to go. Regarding the slow fruit, Al has too many ideas to put into practice. Compared with the development direction he had envisioned, the time stop he had originally envisioned was no longer a difficult thing to do in his opinion. Now it seems that compared to those rare Logia and Zone mythical beast fruits, Paramecia fruits like mine with rule abilities are truly unsolvable. After Al sighed, he looked at Robin, who was gradually waking up, and a smile appeared on his face. Robin, who hadn't slept so soundly for a long time, rubbed his sleepy eyes and smiled brightly at Al. "Captain Al, good morning. It is said that a truly beautiful woman is the most attractive when she just wakes up." Al didn't believe this before, but now looking at the sleepy Robin bathing in the morning sun, Al believes it. Just waking up in the morning, you can see the extremely pleasing Robin, and Al feels that his whole body and mind are comfortable. "Get up and wash up. I have to go out to get information today. It's not safe to leave you alone in the room. It's better for you to follow me." "Yes, my captain." Robin stretched, showing off her beautiful figure. After she made the decision to temporarily follow Al last night, her mental state improved a lot. The little man in front of her gave her a sense of security she had never had before. Robin was nostalgic for this hard-won warmth. Chapter 7, Short of Money. Here comes the money delivery. After Al and Robin finished washing up, they left the hotel. The Kingdom of Oiko is a small, unknown member of East Blue. Al only has a little memory of this country. Nami is a war orphan rescued and adopted by Belmere from this country. Other than that, there is no special place in this country that Al can remember. "Robin, this place is not far from the Kingdom of Goa and the more famous Orange Town in East Blue, right?" As a person who has fled on the sea for 11 years, although Robin is not a navigator, he is still familiar with the various island countries around. At least much better than Al, who has just been at sea for a month. Robin came to East Blue a few years ago, and she does know about Al's problem. The Kingdom of Goa is quite far from here, hundreds of nautical miles away. That Orange Town, you are talking about the place that was occupied by the fishman Arlong a few years ago and has now become a dragon paradise, right? When I first came to East Blue, I passed by there once, and the oranges are really good. But unfortunately it is now the territory of pirates. As for the distance, it is not very far. It is only about 80 nautical miles away from here to the southeast. Robin asked curiously. "What's wrong, my captain? Are we going to the Kingdom of Goa and Orange Town?" Al shook his head. He asked this question because he wanted to confirm his location and how far it was from the main geographical location in the original book. In this way, after going out to sea, he can roughly follow a similar route to reach the Grand Line. "Captain, speaking of which, although I call you captain, do we really have a ship?" Al shook his head a little embarrassedly. After selling his property, he went to sea by merchant ship or simply swam by himself. After all, he has the blood of the fishman tribe, and the speed of traveling underwater is much faster than walking on land. There wasn't much money from selling the property. In this world, houses are not worth much, and Al only sold the house and furniture for about 100,000 Baileys. It was enough for normal expenses for the time being, but it was far from enough to buy a boat. Well, as for a small sampan, the money I have is barely enough to buy one. Robin looked at Al's slightly embarrassed look and smiled. I still have more than 300,000 Baileys here. There are boats for sale not far from here. More than 300,000 Baileys can probably buy a slightly better sampan. Robin took out a bearer certificate of a bank deposit from his position and handed it to Al. There are banks in the world of One Piece. Al didn't take it, but turned his head to look not far away. It seems that your money is not needed. The money is coming. Looking at the more than 20 gang members in black clothes not far away, Robin frowned slightly. Captain Al, these people are members of the gang I was in before. They are indeed quite rich, and the boss Odrin has a lot of gray income. However, Odrin has 2 people under his command who are more difficult to deal with. One is August, a swordsman with the ability to cut through iron, and the other is Morant, a sniper who has the ability of the stare fruit. August is said to have learned swordsmanship in the East Blue Shimotzki village, and is Odrin's younger brother. Morant was hired by Odrin at a high price. Odrin himself has certain strength. When I was hiding my identity in this gang to make a living, I basically found out all the information. I also know where their money is. It's basically bearer certificates of bank deposits, as well as some gold and silver treasures. How about it, Captain? Robin's face was filled with smiles. I am very useful, right? Robin talked about the information of the Odrin family like the back of his hand. Seeing Robin's smile that seemed to be asking for credit, Al couldn't help but say, Robin is really worthy of it. This information is too crucial. Robin was very happy to receive Al's praise. While the two were talking, more than 20 brothers of the Odrin family surrounded them. Nico, Robin, we finally found you. Follow us, or you will suffer. Don't try to escape this time. Robin glanced at Al, who was ready to get money to buy a boat, and said, I'll go with you. Take me to see Odrin. It just so happens that I have something important to ask him. Several arrogant gang members choked. They obviously didn't expect Robin to not resist. But they didn't say much. It would be great if they could complete the boss's task without injury and receive the reward. Al and Robin stood side by side, grinning. Those gang members who were scared away yesterday obviously didn't see who the person was. They were just scared away by the miserable situation of Leoka and others. At the same time, in the Odrin family, the eldest brother Odrin was chatting with several Marines from the Marine branch. Odrin, you didn't lie to me. Nico, Robin, the son of the devil with a bounty of 79 million. She is a vicious person with a bounty from the world government. If you catch her and hand her over to the world government, you can deduct 1/3 of the heavenly gold. Why is she in East Blue? The mouse major of the branch said in disbelief. It must be Nico, Robin. I have sent people to catch Nico, Robin, and I will hand her over to your branch. In return, you have to help me control at least 20 towns. Deduct 1/3 of the heavenly gold. This is an astronomical amount of money. The mouse major was extremely tempted. In addition to money, he wanted to take the credit for capturing Nico, Robin alone. Such a credit is enough to make him rise to the top in one step, and it is possible to go directly from a branch major to a colonel in the department. Don't worry, as long as you really catch Nico, Robin, it's only 20 towns, no problem. But for safety reasons, I won't show up, and the 20 Marines I brought will fight with you. After catching him, you hand Nico, Robin over to me in person. Odrin nodded in agreement. Boss, we brought Nico, Robin back. Al unfolded the Observation Haki, covering the Odrin family, grinning. Chapter 8 Double Yolk Egg Robin. The magical uses of flower fruit. Did you catch Nico, Robin? So fast. Odrin walked out of the room in disbelief. Major Mouse gave orders to 20 Marines, and left quickly because he was worried that the colonel would find out. As long as this thing is done, what does the colonel mean? What a bullshit colonel. If you can't make money as a Marine, what kind of Marine is it? Do you really think you are a righteous man? You dare to attack the fishman Arlong, you really don't know how to live or die. Major Mouse complained as he left the kingdom of Oiko on a boat. He became a Marine just to make money. Justice. What bullshit. Al's observation Haki sensed the mouse leaving, but didn't care. That Marine who left is a little familiar. I just saw him, and I wanted to crush him to death. It's a pity that this is 1510, 10 years before the start of the original plot, and some characters are a little hard to recognize in this period. After Al muttered to himself, he looked up at Odorin who came out. This man was about 2 meters tall, not strong, but very thin, with a strange brown skin. Odorin saw Robin with his arms folded, ready to watch the fun. Ha ha ha, you guys are quite capable. You caught Nico Robin without any harm. And a handsome little boy with silver hair is also given as a gift, which is probably worth a lot of money. Each person will be rewarded with 100,000 Baileys, go out and have fun. Odorin was very happy, and he waved his hand and generously spent 2 million Baileys. After all, in his opinion, he would soon be able to control the collection of protection fees for 20 towns, so what was 2 million Baileys? I think you should stay. Dare to play with my money. You are very brave. How could Al, who was in need of money, watch these people take away his money? Your money. Odorin was stunned and said angrily. Little brat, don't be so arrogant just because you are worth a little money. You guys, go give him 2 big mouths and teach him a lesson. Several gang members walked up to Al with a grin. This is the first time I've seen such an arrogant brat like you. Al's observation Haki had already sensed the location of August, the slightly stronger swordsman, and Morant, the user of the staring fruit ability. The two were making love in a room not far away, not realizing that they were about to die. After getting the information, Al would not indulge these scums. Catch the thief first. Shave. Al disappeared from the spot in an instant, and appeared in front of Odorin at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. His observation Haki warned him not to rashly touch Odorin's body with his physical body. Al adjusted his body shape, smiled, and wrapped his sleeves around his fists without fear. The next moment, he took a deep breath, his strong chest bulged slightly, the muscles on his right arm bulged, and then he stepped, bent over, and punched out. Bang! There was a heavy muffled sound when the iron fist collided with Odorin's chest. Under Al's pure violence, Odorin, who had no reaction at all, was punched in the left chest, causing a collapse of more than 10 centimeters. A large amount of blood spurted out of Odorin's mouth. Odorin's chest was twisted and deformed under this punch, and his sternum was completely shattered. The whole person flew backwards and hit the wall, obviously dead. You are worthy of being the captain. This kind of power is really strong. While Robin was amazed, she didn't really stand there to watch the excitement. 2 arms grew on the necks of those small members, and they twisted the necks of 7 or 8 people in an instant, just like twisting celery. She has killed so many people over the years that she can't count them. In the anime, Robin's moves seem to have no lethality, but in fact, in terms of lethality, Robin is the well-deserved life harvester of the Straw Hat Pirates. I don't know how many people have had their necks twisted by Robin. After more than 10 years of escape, killing in self-defense is almost as easy as drinking water for Robin. Al and Robin killed so quickly that the 20 Marines in the room had just rushed out when there was no one alive outside the door. After seeing the horrific scene outside the door, the Marines did not care about leaving Robin alive and shouted in fear. Shoot! These Marines were almost all scum like Major Mouse. Under Al's observation Haki, these people all exuded a disgusting smell, and they were all killed without any injustice. Slow Ray. Al dodged in front of Robin and used the ability of the slow fruit. The bullets in the barrels of the 20 Marines were just out of the barrels, as if they were stuck in a quagmire and became a snail. These Marines were also slowed down. Hook Claw. Robin acted quickly and grew several pairs of arms on the Marines. After Al removed the slow ability, Robin directly broke the upper body of these Marines in the opposite direction, turning them into an inverted N shape. The teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking was endless. 20 Marines only had time to fire 1 shot before Robin broke their spines. Robin, your ability to attack is really creepy. Robin smiled at Al. Captain, my ability is not only for attack. You will know later. Al is very clear about the ability of flower fruit. It can grow different parts of its body in various positions and generate clones. If this ability is used in bed, it will be extremely useful and exciting. With observation Haki turned on, Al sensed the exciting picture that flashed through Robin's mind. That picture made Al stand up. There is a saying, women are eggs, hard on the surface, pure when peeled off, but yellow inside. Some are even double yolk eggs. Al didn't believe this before, but now he really believes it. Although Robin is only 18 years old at this time, the aura of an intellectual queen has been fully formed. This appearance and temperament, combined with the double yolk egg idea in his heart, really made Al cry out that he couldn't stand it. It wasn't until the two of them killed the gang members outside, the swordsman August, and the sniper Morant, that they realized it belatedly. The two of them pulled up their pants and rushed out of the door, only to see Al and Robin standing among dozens of corpses. The two who had just finished several times saw this scene again, and their legs were weak and their thighs were shaking. Robin, you go collect all their treasures. Leave these two to me. Finally, there are some decent strong men. Yes, Captain. Chapter 9 The Breath of All Things. The talent of the top swordsman. Under the cover of Al's observation Haki, the distribution of the power of the gangster Odoran family has long been figured out. They have many more subordinates than Al and Robin have killed. Otherwise, Odoran would not dare to ask for the right to collect protection fees from 20 towns. If the gang members are given time to gather their strength, even Al now would find it difficult. After all, killing and killing will make you tired. Machines will wear out, not to mention people. But unfortunately, Al first captured the leader and killed Odoran, the user of the rust fruit of Paramecia, in seconds. The second and third in command of the Odoran family were not in their gang headquarters. Once Odoran died, the group of insects was leaderless and could only scatter. Robin strolled leisurely, avoiding all the bloodlines on the ground very elegantly, and easily found the place where the Odoran family stored their treasures that she had already found out. Outside, Al looked with interest at the swordsman Augustus, who was carrying a long sword, and the sniper Morant, who was the least threatening to him. How dare you kill my big brother? Today, it's either you or I. As Odoran's younger brother, Augustus attached great importance to the friendship between the two brothers. After all, he was raised by Odoran, and the elder brother is like a father. Morant, on the other hand, had already backed out. He was a gun player and was not suitable for close combat. In addition, Al and Robin killed so many Marines and gang members in less than half an hour. He didn't think that he and Augustus could win. Stop talking nonsense, you two come together. Before Al finished speaking, he kicked out a silver-white tempest kick wave in an instant. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed around. As a swordsman in the iron-slashing realm, Augustus was not in good physical condition, but he would not be killed so easily. At the same time when Al kicked out the tempest kick, he drew out the long knife from his waist and tried his best to resist the tempest kick. Although Al's tempest kick has not yet been fully developed, he is gifted after all. With his mermaid blood, his strength is 10 times that of ordinary humans. Augustus tried his best to resist the tempest kick/wave. His feet were squeezed by the terrifying power of the tempest kick and plowed 2 nearly 10-meter gullies on the ground. Your knife is very good, I want it. After yesterday's battle, Al knew the power of his tempest kick very well. It can cut the hardest skull of the human body, but it can't cut off the knife in Augustus's hand. Augustus was panting heavily, and the knuckles of his hands were cracked, oozing scarlet blood. The muscles on his 2 arms were also shaking violently because they couldn't resist Al's terrifying power. The power of the previous blow was far beyond his imagination. Who the hell are you? How could East Blue have a strong man like you? And he's just a kid in his teens at most. Augustus didn't think about running away. Facing a strong man like Al, he knew he couldn't run away at all. Al stared at Augustus and said dissatisfiedly, "It seems that you don't exercise often. As a swordsman who is at the second step of the swordsman's road, you are so unbearable. What a waste." Augustus tightly grasped the long sword in his hand, took a deep breath, shouted, stepped on his feet suddenly, and chopped straight at Al. Too slow. You who only know how to waste energy on women's bellies are no longer qualified to be called a swordsman. I've had enough fun. Al stood there without moving. Iron body steel. Al took Augustus's slash and was unscathed without blinking. Advanced version of Marine 6 styles. Who are you? Al was too lazy to answer, and simply smashed Augustus' head with a punch. What an insult to the name of a swordsman. He reached out and took the knife from Augustus' hand and held it in his hand. Although it was his first time holding a knife, Al felt that he was a natural swordsman at that moment. Holding this unknown famous sword, Al had an intuition that he could swing it at will. And, with his natural observation haki, Al seemed to be able to sense the breath of everything around him, or the breathing. The breath of all things. The first time I held a knife, I actually had such a feeling. The breath of all things is the ability that the swordsman in the world of One Piece must practice on the road to becoming a swordsman. Al suddenly remembered what Shimotzki Koshiro said to Zoro in the original work. There are two kinds of swordsmen in the world. One can cut anything but cannot cut iron. The other can cut nothing but can cut iron. This is obviously a realm of a swordsman. It is an understanding of the breath of all things. It materializes life and all objects. It means that no matter whether it is a real living being or not, it can sense the existence of chi, that is, breathing. In this way, you are naked in front of me, so I can cut it off. It seems that I not only have the talent of natural observation haki. I also have the top talent of a natural swordsman. Even Al himself was amazed by his own talent. With my talent, even Charlotte Linlin, who is the most talented in the world of One Piece, may not be able to compare with me. Big Mom is born with a strong physique, a steel balloon, and has become a top powerhouse on the sea almost solely by relying on her own talent. And I not only have natural observation haki, but now I have the talent of a natural swordsman. And I am not the kind of person who relies on talent and neglects training. Coupled with my slow fruit. Defeat the 4 emperors and kill the admiral, it's just around the corner. Al bent down to pick up the scabbard, sighing with some regret. It's a pity that I didn't have any contact with swordsmen or swordsmanship when I was a child. Otherwise, with the talent I just sensed, I can definitely become a swordsman who can swing flying slashes in a short time. But it's not too late now. Since you know your top swordsman talent, you can't waste it. Find a chance to go to Shimotzki village and spend some time learning swordsmanship. Then, Al looked at the high-quality famous sword in his hand. The blade is black lacquer tachi, the blade is a small T-shaped blade, and the scabbard is more exquisite and gorgeous. After a careful inspection, he was a little surprised. It's actually one of the 50 good swords, and it will become one of Roronoa Zoro's swords in the future. Now this sword has not fallen into the hands of the boss in Logue Town. What a surprise. Then, Al ignored Morant who ran away. It won't be long before Morant dies, and Violet will eat the staring fruit. Run if you want, you won't live long anyway. At this moment, Robin, who was collecting the treasure, exclaimed. Robin. Al's face changed, and he rushed over quickly. Chapter 10 A Rich Harvest. Paramecia Devil Fruit. Robin. What happened? Robin was still injured, and Al was still a little worried. Question mark. After following the sound and entering the door, the scene in front of him made Al frown. In the house of the Odoran family, there were many cages for imprisoning humans. There were still many people with desperate faces in the cages. There were men, women, and even children. The cages were labeled with different prices and sources. Al glanced over and found that most of them were captured by the Odoran family to deduct protection fees. There were also some who could not survive at all and voluntarily sold themselves to the gangs. At least they could have a meal and would not starve to death. The world ruled by the world government is really disgusting. A small East Blue gang can actually do this kind of human trafficking business. Al shook his head and temporarily ignored the people in the cages, and walked straight to the place where Robin exclaimed. He didn't want to be a savior, nor was he a saintly person. At most, after looting the property of the Odoran family, these people will be released. However, Al also knew that even if these poor people were saved this time, they might not live for too long. With observation haki fully activated, Al quickly rushed to Robin. Robin, what happened? Captain Al, what do you see? Robin was holding a strange-shaped fruit in his hand. Devil fruit. A small gang actually kept devil fruit. Al was really surprised. He originally thought that it was unexpected that he got a good knife from Augustus, but he could get an unexpected harvest. Let me see if there is a comparison in the devil fruit encyclopedia. Taking the devil fruit, Al opened the devil fruit encyclopedia and compared it. After comparing it for a while, he was quite satisfied and said, If nothing unexpected happens, this devil fruit should be the Paramecia fast-cutting fruit. It's not strong, but it's not weak either. Al still knows the Paramecia fast-cutting fruit. This fruit is the ability of Mr1, Dasbonus, under Shichibukai Crocodile. In the battle with Zoro, he suppressed Zoro for a long time, but was finally defeated by Zoro, who comprehended the iron cutting. Robin, you should know someone in the underground world, right? Although this devil fruit is good, I don't think much of it. When you have free time, sell this devil fruit, at least you can get hundreds of millions of Baileys. Even if my future crew members have to eat devil fruit, they must eat strong devil fruit. Paramecia's quick cutting fruit is not good enough. Robin nodded, raised his eyebrows and said, "Of course, no problem. I will definitely listen to the orders of the captain. The property of the Odoran family has almost been collected. Robin is worthy of being a scholar. She has already counted the collected treasures. Anonymous bank deposit certificates, totaling only 50 million Baileys. Gold, silver, and treasures, I roughly estimated that they can be sold for about 50 million Baileys. So poor." Al was a little surprised. Has the Odoran family lived like dogs for so many years? "Captain, do you think too highly of these gangs? This is East Blue, not West Blue. Ordinary people are poor. After paying the heavy heavenly gold, how much surplus food will be squeezed by the gangs? Besides, this Paramecia quick-cut fruit was bought by Odoran at a high price. There is a record here. It was bought from the North Blue Don Quixote family for more than 150 million Baileys. Most of the savings were spent. It was originally supposed to be bought for his brother Augustus, but Augustus hasn't eaten it yet. After all, not everyone has the devil fruit encyclopedia. Odoran only knows that this is a Paramecia fruit, but doesn't know what its specific ability is." Al raised his eyebrows slightly. "It seems that we picked up a bargain. This time the harvest is good. With the devil fruit, we can get 200 million Baileys. It's true that a horse can't get fat without night grass, and a man can't get rich without windfall. Find time to sell all those gold and silver treasures. We should leave." Robin handed Al the 50 million bearer certificate. "Let me handle this. Over the years, I have sold so many valuable gold and silver treasures. I will definitely not suffer a loss." Al smiled and said, "No problem. After the sale, you can buy whatever you want, and spend money when you need to. I will go to purchase supplies, and when you come back, we will go to buy a boat and go out to sea together." The two went their separate ways. Al was not worried that Robin would run away with the gold and silver treasures. Robin was not a greedy person. Moreover, with Robin's ability, if he really wanted to make money, even the well-protected royal treasury, Robin could empty it. More than an hour after the two left, Major Mouse returned. At this time, his face was full of a villain's sly smile. "God is really blessing me. The damn colonel went to fight the fishman Arlong and was killed by Arlong directly. The position of the branch colonel is vacant." Although Mouse was very shocked by the miserable situation of the Odoran family and did not catch Nico Robin, he was still very happy. Although Nico Robin was not captured, the Odoran family was destroyed. 20 of my Marines died in the battle. With this contribution, the position of colonel will definitely be mine. When I become the colonel of the branch, I can find an opportunity to communicate with Arlong. Arlong is ruthless and powerful, and much richer than Odoran. The mouse pretended to smear bloodline on his face and body. After finishing the job, he directly called the headquarters, Den Den Mushi, and began to take credit for himself. On the other side, Robin had sold all his gold and silver treasures for Bailey. Sold a full 55 million Baileys, and selected a ship with Al at the port of the Kingdom of Oiko. "Captain, where are we going next?" Al was looking at a newly purchased map in his hand. "Let's go to Shimotzki village first. It would be best if we can buy sword skills from Shimotzki Koshiro. There is also the crucial armament Haki training method. The only place in East Blue where you can get armament Haki is Shimotzki Koshiro, besides the old road Garp." While the two were chatting, a little ghost with purple hair quietly emerged from an inconspicuous place in the noisy port. The little ghost with purple hair and blue eyes was staring at Robin, who had just sold gold and silver treasures and reunited with Al. His face was full of eagerness to try. Al and Robin looked at each other and pretended not to notice. Chapter 11 Karina and Nami. In order to make his natural observation haki stronger, Al basically keeps it turned on most of the time. He can detect people who have bad intentions towards him at the first time. His observation haki is similar to Fujitora. People who have bad intentions towards him will show red in the observation haki field. Depending on the degree of hostility, the color will also change from light to dark. When he and Robin came to the port to buy a boat to go out to sea, they found that the little devil with purple hair and blue eyes was following them. Robin, did you notice it too? Captain, are you looking down on me? Robin rolled his eyes at Al. I've been wanted for so many years, and I've been able to live well because of my intelligence ability. That kid has been hanging behind me since I sold my treasure. It's hard not to notice it. Her tricks are far inferior to the CP agents of the world government. What are the captain's plans? Kill her. Al was stunned for a moment and said speechlessly. It's just a kid, most likely just want to steal our things. There's no need to kill him directly. Besides, it's very boring during the voyage, and it's nice to have some fun. Robin glanced at Al, thinking, aren't you just a 12-year-old kid? Al has actually recognized who this purple-haired kid is. She looks so cute and quirky, and can still wander around the sea at such a young age. Although he didn't use his observation haki to sense her thoughts directly, he recognized Karina, the future thief who could steal the Golden City, at the first sight of her. Karina is only a few months older than Nami, and should be 8 years old now. At only 8 years old, she can travel the sea alone. And she doesn't have much combat power, all thanks to her smart brain. Al sighed in his heart and stopped paying attention to Karina. Based on his understanding of the eccentric thief Karina, this little girl is probably thinking about sneaking on his ship. The two quickly chose a ship that cost more than 2.7 million Baileys. This ship is a circle larger than the Mary, with 5 rooms on it, and it is a foreign ship with a considerable sailing speed. Al is actually not satisfied with this price, but he has no choice. In a place like East Blue, if you want to buy a ship that suits your taste, you must build it yourself. When there is a chance in the future, we will go to Water City. It would be best if we can use the materials of the treasure tree atom to build a ship that truly belongs to our pirate group. This ship is enough for the time being. Robin hired a few people to move all the purchased materials into the cabin, and bought a few recording pointers by the way. Captain, can you sail a boat? Of course not. Al said as a matter of course, don't tell me you can't either. Robin said helplessly. I can sail a boat, but I'm not an expert. Captain, since you have decided to go out to sea as a pirate, you still have to find a suitable navigator and helmsman. Of course, there is also a ship doctor, which is indispensable. Al watched Karina hidden in the box being moved into the cabin, and smiled. Forget about the ship doctor, I can do it myself. Navigator, I already have a candidate, and it won't be long before I have one. As for the helmsman, I can also do it temporarily, after all, I have mermaid blood. The understanding of ocean currents is not comparable to that of ordinary humans. And, I already have a candidate for the helmsman in mind. Robin was very surprised. Captain Al, are you of merman descent? You can't tell from your appearance. My mother is a mermaid, and my father is a retired marine. Children born from humans and mermaids don't have obvious merman characteristics. During the conversation, all the supplies were loaded into the cabin. Captain Al, your father is a marine, so why don't you think about becoming a marine? With your talent and strength, you will get better training in the marine, right? Al sneered, marine, just a lackey of celestial dragons. Even the top marines are a bunch of scum. I think, as an orphan of O'Hara, you should know better than me. Robin nodded silently. The cruelty of Buster Call on O'Hara has always been Robin's nightmare. My father retired because of injury because he accepted the order of his superior to protect the celestial dragons, which led to the incurable injury. Besides, I don't like anyone to control me. Be the freest and most unrestrained strong man on the sea. Besides, you are here, what will you do if first become a marine? You are the crew member I have identified, Robin. Don't even think about it, just express your attitude, but Robin was touched by Al's last sentence and nodded slightly. Since we are going to sea as pirates, we should have a name for the pirate group. How about naming it after you, Captain? Al Pirates. Robin and Al stood on the deck of the new ship, looking at the endless deep blue sea, and decided on the name of the pirate group. Let's call it Al Pirates. Set sail. Robin sat on the bench on the deck, using the ability of flower fruit to control the rudder to set sail. In the cabin, Karina ate meat in big mouthfuls, and beside her were several bank deposit certificates that Robin deliberately placed in the box. After eating and drinking, Karina poked her head out and observed Al and Robin on the deck through the window on the cabin door. Seeing that the two did not notice her, she took out the Den Mushi and called her partner. Nami, where are you now? Didn't we agree to come to the kingdom of Oiko together? Why did you suddenly leave without a word? In the village of Kokosia, the face of 8-year-old Nami was full of despair. Not far in front of her, the body of the righteous Colonel Maris of the Marine branch was hung high up by Arlong. When Maris brought Marine to attack Arlong, Nami thought her village was saved. But she watched Colonel Maris being hacked to death by Arlong's sawtooth sword. Now, I can only work harder to make money and buy the village from Arlong. Nami, who was only 8 years old, held back her tears and made a very strong decision. She adjusted her mentality, smiled, and answered the call from Karina. Karina, where are you? I'll come find you now. I'm on a newly bought ship. The direction this ship is sailing should pass by Gosa village, which is more than 10 nautical miles away from your hometown. Wait for me there. Nami, we're rich this time. There are only 2 people on this ship, a man and a woman. The man looks only a few years older than us. But he's very rich. I was squatting in the gold shop in the kingdom of Oiko. I saw with my own eyes that the beautiful sister sold treasures worth more than 50 million Baileys. Nami's eyes lit up. More than 50 million. Neither of us has ever seen so much money in our lives. Wait for me, Karina. I'll be waiting in Gosa village soon. Chapter 12 Little Lowly Karina. The Oiko kingdom is much smaller than the Goa kingdom. Like most kingdoms in this sea, it is a city and a country. Although the world has experienced sea level rise and the continent has become scattered islands. But since Roger opened the Great Pirate Era, most countries have lost control of the surrounding seas. Even the weakest sea like East Blue, where the average bounty is less than 3 million, is not immune. Al and Robin had just left the port of the Oiko kingdom for less than 2 hours. They encountered several ships flying pirate flags on the sea. Most of the pirates in East Blue were just playing house, and no battle broke out. Captain, what about the little girl in the cabin? Don't care about her. The little girl is pretending to sleep. Robin couldn't help laughing. She didn't know that Al could use observation haki all the time. So since Karina sneaked on board, she left an ear and an eye in the cabin. Always observing Karina's movements. Looking at her, she's probably less than 10 years old. She's about the same age as me when I started to flee. Such a young child is so bold to go on the ship alone to steal things. This little girl is not ordinary smart. Robin used the ability of flower fruit to observe Karina, who was full and asleep, and thought of himself who escaped from Ohara. Al laughed. It seems that this little girl thinks we are big fat sheep. Robin, wake her up. In the cabin, the tiny Karina hid in the box, trying not to make any sound. She didn't notice that there was an eye watching her above her head. Karina started her career of stealing when her parents died when she was 6 years old. Because of her young age, plus she was quirky and smart, she didn't encounter any major danger in 2 years. She actually had a hunch that she might be in danger this time. But since she came to the kingdom of Oiko, she hasn't done much business, and she was blackmailed and robbed by the Odoran gangsters once, so she has no money on her body. In this sea, being smart is not enough, you must have strength. If she hadn't found Robin selling treasures, she would have planned to steal food. That's why she decided to go all out and set her sights on Robin and Al, 2 fat sheep. Money can make people's hearts move. All the stolen property she has stolen in the past 2 years is less than 5 million. After finally finding Robin with more than 50 million Baileys, Karina was unwilling to give up. In the box in the cabin, Karina blinked her smart blue eyes and calculated in her mind how to spend the money after this success. No, suddenly, Karina reacted. How come there are 2 anonymous bank receipts in this cabin for no reason? I saw with my own eyes that pretty big sister carrying a suitcase full of 50 million Baileys. And the 2 pieces of sea beast meat I just ate, they were even still warm. It's over. I'm dying. Dying. Karina's delicate eyebrows wrinkled instantly. Her face was panicked. She opened her mouth and stuck out her tongue to spit out the meat she just ate. Is it poisonous? Foo. Outside the cabin, Robin was amused by Karina's cute actions. She crossed her hands, activated the ability of flower fruit, and grew an arm on the box where Karina was hiding, and gently touched Karina. What are you doing? Don't touch me, can't you see I'm poisoned? Karina suddenly reacted, her face changed drastically, and she turned her head away nervously. I'm not so unlucky, am I? Aren't there only 2 people on this ship? Those 2 people are still on the deck outside, and there's no one in the cabin. Karina looked up at Robin and Al on the deck, wiped the non-existent cold sweat. I really scared myself. Robin poked the cute Karina again, and stretched out his hand to pinch her cute face. What is that? Karina finally saw clearly this time that it was an arm growing on the box that was poking her. However, although she was panicked, she immediately covered her mouth with her hand to avoid making another sound. How is it possible? How can there be an arm on a wooden box? Karina stared at the arm as white as mud and fat jade, shaking her head constantly, trying to test whether the arm had thoughts. Al and Robin looked at Karina, who was fighting wits and courage with the arm, and felt very happy. Robin directly conjured a row of arms on the floor of the cabin and opened the cabin door. Karina was terrified, but she didn't freeze. Instead, she closed her mouth and struggled frantically, trying to escape from the devil's hand. But unfortunately, the 8-year-old Karina was no match for Robin in strength. Several arms grabbed Karina and brought her directly to the deck like a conveyor belt. Karina saw that she was discovered by Robin and Al, and she pretended to be about to cry in a panic, and shed 2 lines of tears. Hello, beautiful sister. Hello, handsome Oni-chan. Can you take me home? I got lost accidentally. You take me back, my family is very rich. Al looked at Karina, who was like a doll, and was too lazy to pretend. He put on a bad guy look and said, Isn't this the famous thief Karina in East Blue? Why didn't I hear that your family is very rich? You are so brave, you dare to steal on my ship. Karina's face changed. She didn't know when she got the name of a thief, and she didn't expect that she would be recognized. She immediately stood up. Her little brain started working, racking her brains to think of a way to survive. At the same time, she pitifully took out 2 deposit certificates from her pocket and said, I will return the money to you, and I know a place where there is a lot of money hidden. Can you let me go? If it doesn't work, I can help you clean the boat. Oh, by the way, I can steer the boat, and I always steer the boat myself when I go out to sea. For 2 years, Karina has been stealing on land, and rarely stealing from ships on the sea, because it is difficult to escape. At the age of 8, jumping into the sea is almost equivalent to suicide. She really can't figure out how she was discovered. Since you can steer the boat, go now. The destination is Shimotzki village. If you lie to me, I will be angry. Karina trotted all the way, stood in front of the rudder, and mastered the rudder and sailed with ease. After Karina mastered the rudder, it was indeed much more stable than Robin's rudder. Captain, do you want to keep her? Robin asked with interest. Why not? Karina is not only smart, but also a natural helmsman. We just need a helmsman on our ship. Al knew that in the future, Karina could drive the entire Golden City away by herself. After all, there are only 2 of us in the Al Pirates. We must recruit more crew members. At the same time, Nami has arrived at Goza village to wait for Karina's arrival. Chapter 13 Why do you have to seek death? Karina steered the boat and sailed on the sea. Shimotzki village is only 1 day's journey from where we are now. We can arrive there tomorrow at noon. Have you been to Shimotzki village? Al asked after hearing Karina's words. Of course I have been there. There are many rich people there. But I have never succeeded. The uncle in the kendo hall is very powerful. He can always find me. He also gave me money and food. The sister named Kuina is also very good. She secretly gave me a lot of money. Al wanted to laugh. Shimotzki Koshiro is at least a great swordsman. It's outrageous that Karina could steal from him. Don't look at my young age, but I have been to many countries in East Blue. But I am too weak, so I can only make ends meet. Speaking of this, Karina asked curiously. Even if I have never seen the famous strong men in East Blue, I know their names. Why have I never seen you? Some time ago, the powerful bounty hunter Leoka from the kingdom of Oiko was killed by a passing strong man. I was worried for a long time, fearing that the unknown powerful man had stolen it. Al felt a little strange. How old are you, and you dare to say that you know many famous strong men in East Blue? You are not lying, are you? Karina rolled her eyes at Al and took out a newspaper from the East Blue World Economic News Agency branch from her arms. The news department of East Blue publishes news about local strongmen every once in a while. The ones reported above are all the powerful people in East Blue recently. You also know that I am a thief. In our line of work, the most fearful thing is to steal from people I can't afford to offend. I must always pay attention to those I can't afford to offend. Although Karina is only 8 years old, she is as meticulous as a little adult. By the way, how did you find me? I have been very careful. From the performance of Al and Robin, Karina knew that these two people had no ill will towards her, so she became bolder. The unknown strong man who killed Leoka in your mouth is our captain. Robin likes Karina very much and explained. Ah, Karina had no doubts, and her delicate little face was full of shock. No wonder you found me. Al was more and more satisfied with Karina. Not only did she have a beautiful voice, she had the potential to become a big singer in Golden City in the future, and her brain was also very useful. Being able to survive at the age of 6 by relying on his own wisdom, his ability is quite impressive. Al's requirement for his future crew members is that they must not be just a vase. Although Karina's ability is very poor, her intelligence makes Al like her more and more. However, he did not rashly recruit her. After all, they just met. What is that? Karina exclaimed. Warship. Is it coming for us? Al's observation haki is not so wide, so he did not notice it at the first time. He looked up at the two warships several miles away. The direction the warship was sailing was exactly where he was. Karina, go back to your room first. Robin, prepare for battle. Al didn't think much about the marine coming towards him. After all, it was natural for marines to catch pirates. But in fact, this group of marines came specifically for him. The bad-tempered mouse got his wish and became the colonel of the branch. After taking the credit for destroying the Odoran family for himself, Mouse was rewarded by the headquarters and successfully became a colonel. But he was not satisfied with the status quo, especially knowing clearly how much credit he would get after catching Nico Robin. In addition, he didn't want to expose what he did, so for the sake of safety, he wanted to kill Al who knew about it. But he was afraid of Al and Robin's strength, so he waited until the two went out to sea before taking action. Morant, the user of the demon fruit who escaped from the Odoran family, is now a marine under Mouse. After learning that Al and Robin were both demon fruit powers, Mouse instantly had an idea. Morant, as long as you accomplish this task, I can go to the headquarters to be a colonel. The position of colonel in this branch is yours. Those two people are demon fruit power, and the ship they are on is a merchant ship without weapons. As long as we can shoot them down into the sea, no matter how strong they are, they can only be slaughtered. I gave you half of the branch's troops, don't let me down. The mouse was staying in the colonel's office at this time, enjoying the pleasure brought by power, holding a den mushi and giving orders to Morant. Colonel, don't worry, at sea, the two of them are almost like targets. Wait for my good news. After hanging up the phone, Morant commanded two warships to surround Al. It's you. I didn't kill you last time, and you dare to come to me for trouble. Al saw Morant standing on the deck with a telescope. Robin, stay where you are. This is out of the range of the cannon. That guy has the ability of the staring fruit, so he can shoot very accurately. I'll go take care of them. Robin nodded. She knew very well that the newly bought ship would definitely not be able to withstand the bombardment of the marine cannon. Captain Al, be careful. Al stepped on the moonwalk, took off into the air, and quickly flew towards the location of the two warships. Al can fly. That's amazing. Karina, who hadn't had time to return to the room, exclaimed when she saw Al flying towards the warship on the moonwalk. It was the first time she saw someone who could fly. Of course, he's our captain. He's a very powerful man. After this, Karina, you'll be able to see Captain Al's name in the East Blue newspaper. Karina widened her sky blue eyes, staring at Al's back in the sky, her face full of amazement. But Captain Al doesn't look very old. Although he is very tall, he is definitely not an adult. Robin also watched Al's back as he walked away, and said with a smile, Captain Al is only 4 years older than you. Don't look at his young age, but he is a very reliable young man. In the sky, Al stepped on the moonwalk and flew over 2 warships. Why do you Marines want to die? Chapter 14. Fusion of fruit power and physical skills. Destroy all Marines. Why do you Marines want to die? Especially you. Morant was shocked and desperate. You can actually fly. Shoot, he ordered with a trembling voice. Al was floating in the sky on moonwalk. Hundreds of Marines were terrified and quickly pulled the trigger. Dense bullets splashed at him like raised sand. Slow down. Al raised his hand and used the power of the slow down fruit. All the bullets in front of him were suspended in the air, and their speed was slowed down by dozens of times. On the other side, Karina watched the battle between Al and the Marines through the telescope. Oni-chan is too strong. You can actually stop the bullets in the air. Although Robin knew that Al was strong, he was also worried and watched Al's battle intently. Tempest kick. While Al continued to shoot slow-down optical fibers, he also kicked silver-white slashing waves at the 2 warships over 50 meters long across the slow-down range. In a few blinks of an eye, Al had kicked out 10 crescent-shaped tempest kicks over 5 meters long within the range of the slow light. 10 silver-white slashing waves, like curtains hanging in the sky, stayed within the slow range. This was the first time Al combined the superhuman technique with the power of the devil fruit. In an instant, he had an idea and manipulated the devil fruit ability to change the time flow rate of the slow light at different positions. After Al changed the slowness of the position, the 10 connected silver-white tempest kicks merged together and turned into a complete slashing wave that was more than 10 meters long and more than 5 meters thick, with a power increase of at least 5 times. And all this happened in less than 3 seconds. Because the slow light is diffuse, when Al slowed down the speed of the bullet, a large number of Marines on the warship below were also slowed down. Tempest Kick Moon Blade. After Al named this new move he developed, he withdrew the slow ability. The slashing wave hovering in the slow field lost its restraint and burst out with its original speed. The huge moon blade slashed from top to bottom, directly cutting off the bow of the warship. Many Marines on the deck were directly cut off diagonally from head to toe. And the momentum did not decrease, cutting a gully dozens of meters deep on the sea surface. The sea beast swimming below was also completely cut off by this tempest kick. The blood of the Marines and the blood of the sea beasts mixed together, and the entire sea surface turned scarlet. On the deck of another warship, Morant was terrified, trembling all over, and couldn't hold the gun in his hand steadily. Colonel Mouse asked us to come. Don't kill me. I can take you to find Colonel Mouse. He is the mastermind behind the scenes. Al didn't even look at Morant, and did the same. Tempest Kick Moon Blade. With an easy kick, the warship where Morant was kicked off. And Morant himself was kicked by Al in the face, and he couldn't die anymore. Al did not kill the Marines who fell into the sea without much injury. With no foothold on the sea and a strong smell of blood, these Marines could only die in the mouths of sea beasts. After easily dealing with 2 warships, Al turned around and flew back to his own pirate ship on moonwalk. Karina, who had watched the whole process, looked at Al flying back with admiration. Al, you are so strong. I have been in East Blue for so long, but this is the first time I have seen someone as strong as Oni-chan. No wonder he can kill the damn bounty hunter Leoka. The little lowly Karina's eyes lit up. If she was not familiar with Al, she almost wanted to hug Al. She knew too well how important strong strength is in this sea. Karina originally planned to escape after arriving at Shimotzki village. After seeing Al's strong strength, she had a strong desire to stay with Al and hug Al's thigh tightly. Al, you were so handsome just now. Can I become your crew member? I'm very obedient. I can not only steer the ship, but also cook. I can also recruit a very powerful navigator for you. Can you teach me that trick just now? Karina's eyes were full of stars of admiration, and she tugged at Al's clothes eagerly. Al didn't expect that he just made a casual move, and Karina became his little fangirl. He reached out and rubbed Karina's purple hair, and smiled. Karina, it's not that easy to become my crew member. However, you are so smart, I allow you to be a trainee member of Al's pirate group for a while. Great, I will definitely work hard. Karina was very excited. After all, Karina was only 8 years old at this time, and what she wanted most was to find a suitable support. Unlike her who had grown up in the original book, she liked to be alone. Karina, who went to sea at the age of 6, suffered a lot in 2 years. Not only will I teach you the Marine 6 styles, Al turned to look at Robin. Robin, you also need to strengthen your strength training. Robin nodded expectantly. Then I'll trouble Captain Al. I will work hard to train. Robin knew very well that her flower fruit had good auxiliary capabilities, but as a main means of combat, it was okay to deal with miscellaneous soldiers but not enough to deal with strong ones. She didn't want to be a burden to Al. After agreeing to Al, for the first time, she had the idea of working hard to become stronger. Then she would personally deal with the CP agents who had been chasing her for all these years. Let's go on. Robin, take the helm. Karina, cook, let us taste your cooking skills. Al said, when the 3 of them sat on the deck and ate the delicious food made by Karina. In the Marine branch, Mouse was panicked after failing to contact Morant for the 5th time. He called the Marine headquarters and reported that Al had killed many Marine soldiers. We have to go to the fishman Arlong. That kid named Al is really strong. Al and his friends did not encounter any obstacles on the road. In the evening, they arrived at Gosa village where Nami was. Chapter 15 Navigator Nami. Gosa village is ahead. We'll rest there and then continue on our way. When Al passed by Kokosia village, he scanned the observation Haki. Mullet Man Arlong. That's not right. He felt something was wrong. In Al's memory, the mullet Arlong should still be in prison in Impel Down in 1510. It would be 2 years before he would bring a bunch of mullet people to East Blue to bully others. But under Al's observation Haki, he saw Arlong clearly. But it doesn't have much impact, as long as there are no mistakes in the big events. It's just a pity that Nami has to bear the unbearable pain in advance. Al shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. It's just an Arlong. With his current strength, he can kill him whenever he wants. In the seaside location of Gosa village, 8-year-old Nami is waiting for Karina's call. Is Karina going to get into trouble? Why is there still no news? Nami was still worried about the safety of her only friend. On the boat, Karina controlled the rudder and stopped the boat at the shore of Gosa village. Al, the navigator I said I would recommend to you is here. She is my best friend, you can't bully her. Al knew that Karina was talking about Nami, and he originally planned to recruit Nami to his ship. How could he let go of the best navigator in the world? As for what the Straw Hat Pirates will do without a navigator in the future, what does that have to do with him? 10 years later, when Luffy goes to sea, with Al's talent, how can he have the combat power of the Admiral 4 Emperors? He remembered clearly that Nami's talent as a navigator was shown from a very young age. Now he will train Nami in advance to make better use of her talent. Don't worry, Karina, go get your friend on board. Karina took out the Den Mushi and called Nami. After a quarrel, Karina got off the boat and took little Nami on board. Nami, let me introduce you. This is my Captain Al, and this beautiful big sister is Robin. I am now a trainee member of Al's pirate group, responsible for steering the ship. Nami, Al is very powerful, but it's a pity that you didn't see that 2 marine warships were destroyed in an instant. This is the most powerful person I have ever seen in my life. Although she only stayed on Al's ship for less than 2 days. But Karina, who has been drifting for 2 years, likes this kind of stable life with people to rely on. And Captain Al also promised to teach me some powerful tricks, so I can become very strong in the future. Nami, we are best friends, of course we have to stay together. It just so happens that Al is still short of a navigator here. Little Nami tied 2 ponytails and wore a white dress. Her big orange eyes matched her cute little face, which was extremely cute. She listened to Karina's words, blinked her cute eyes, and observed Al and Robin curiously. Al was also looking at little Nami. He didn't expect that Nami at this time was exactly the same as the little Nami in the movie Z, who was reduced to 12 years old by the ability user of the retrograde fruit, Ein. Little Nami hesitated for a while, and said crisply, "But I still have to save my village. The fishman Arlong is too powerful. If I want to save the village, I must save 100 million berries." Although she knew that Al was very powerful, Nami didn't think of asking others for help. In her cognition, the fishman Arlong was the most powerful person on the sea. She witnessed Marine Colonel Maris being beaten to death by Arlong, and didn't want to harm Al. "Oh, Nami, you are usually very smart, why are you so stupid now? As long as you join, Captain Al will definitely teach you to become stronger. No matter how powerful that fishman Arlong is, I don't believe he can be as strong as Captain Al. If you want to save the village, you don't have to save up 100 million Baileys. You can become stronger by yourself and kill Arlong with your own strength. And Nami, I'm not saying anything bad about you, even if you really save up 100 million Baileys, that Arlong will definitely find a way to steal your money. On this sea, strength is the foundation." Little Nami raised her head suddenly, and a desire rose in her heart, but she still said in disbelief, "Can I really do it? If I can kill Arlong myself, then I am willing to join." Al promised Nami very solemnly, "Don't worry, Nami, if you become my crew, I will not only teach you to become stronger, but also find a way to let you eat powerful devil fruit. As long as you and Karina really want to become a member of Al's pirate group. Becoming stronger is not difficult." Al remembered clearly that there were still a few good devil fruits in East Blue. Logia Mera Mera fruit, Paramecia barrier fruit, Paramecia munch munch fruit. These 3 devil fruits have very powerful abilities. And the Logia thunder fruit, which is said to be the strongest, has not been eaten by Enel at this time. It is placed somewhere in Burka on Sky Island. Nami did not hesitate anymore and stretched out her little hand to hold Karina's. "Captain, please take care of me in the future." Al was in a good mood after accepting Nami, the world's #1 navigator, as a crew member. Now, we, the Al Pirates, have 4 members. There will be more and more partners in the future. Now, let's set sail. After visiting Shimotzki village, we will go directly to the Grand Line. Chapter 16. Zephyr was shocked. 12 years old Grandmaster Marine 6 Styles. The 4 of them took the boat and headed for Shimotzki village. As they were on their way, Branu from the Marine headquarters called Colonel Mouse to inquire. "You called before and said that a powerful pirate appeared in East Blue." Mouse nodded like a pound of garlic. "Lord Branu, I was not 100% sure at first. But half an hour ago, only one of the more than 100 Marines I sent out survived, and he died of his injuries not long after escaping back. I got more details from him. It was the pirate named Al who destroyed the 2 fully staffed warships I sent out by himself. A full 120 people, all dead." Mouse lied without hesitation. The actual situation was that the Marine who escaped back was injured, but not dead, and he killed the poor Marine. The people at the Marine headquarters naturally did not know this. Branu asked, "Is his name Al? Is he a very tricky person with special abilities, from Logia?" The Mouse quickly replied, "The Marine only said that Al could fly in the air with his feet, and could also use his legs and feet to kick out silver-white slashes. Both warships were chopped into pieces by that silver-white slash. I don't understand these either," the Marine told me. As for the rest, the Marine died before he could finish his words. Branu frowned, thinking that something was a bit strange. This is obviously the moonwalk and tempest kick of Marine 6 Styles. But how could there be an unknown strong man of Grandmaster Marine 6 Styles in East Blue? How old is that pirate named Al? Branu searched for retired Marines from East Blue, looking for possible people. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, that Al is still childish, about 11 or 12 years old." Branu was stunned, and his hand stopped searching for retired Marines from East Blue. "No, how old is that Al? Master Branu, I've seen him, and he's only 11 or 12. Branu was extremely shocked and felt unbelievable. He has been in Marine for 5 or 6 years, and now he is 25 years old, but he still can't Grandmaster all the Marine 6 Styles. Moonwalk and Tempest Kick, he is still practicing with former Admiral Zephyr. Now tell him that East Blue has a person who is only 11 or 12 years old and can at least Grandmaster Moonwalk and Tempest Kick. He felt that the matter was a bit serious, so he told Mouse not to make it public for the time being, and he immediately set out to see his teacher Zephyr. In the Marine Training Hall, Smoker, who is already in his 20s, is being scolded by Zephyr. Smoker, if you continue to immerse yourself in the power of the Logia fruit and do not strengthen your physical skills and hockey training, your future ceiling will not be very high. How many times have I told you about this problem? You still haven't mastered hockey. Marine 6 Styles hasn't even mastered it. I'm really disappointed. Seeing Zephyr scolding Smoker, Branu quickly stepped forward and told him the information he had just obtained about Al. You said that there is a person in East Blue who is only 11 or 12 years old and has mastered Moonwalk and Tempest Kick. And he can easily kick off the branch's warships with Tempest Kick. Branu, if you have nothing to do, go run around the Marine headquarters and don't come to tease me. No, teacher, I'm telling the truth. The rat colonel of that branch even went to the scene to take pictures of the scene after the battle. Those 2 warships were indeed kicked off by Tempest Kick. Seeing Branu's confident look, Zephyr suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Are you telling the truth? This is beyond my knowledge. Even if it's Garp, Sengoku, Sakazuki, and me, it's impossible for them to be able to Grandmaster Tempest Kick and Moonwalk at the age of 11 or 12. Even Garp, who is the strongest in hockey and taijutsu and the best at using Marine 6 styles, was just a fool when he was 11 or 12 years old. At the age of 11 or 12, it's already very good to be able to persist in training, let alone Grandmaster Tempest Kick and Moonwalk. Moreover, Grandmaster Tempest Kick and Moonwalk means that Al is 100% Grandmaster. Look at this kid Smoker, he's already 24 years old and can't even use Tempest Kick. If the rat colonel of that branch didn't lie to you, that Al, as long as he grows up normally, can at least have admiral combat power. Hearing Zephyr's evaluation, Branu was shocked. At this time, Zephyr had an irrepressible love for talent. Al is only 11 or 12 years old, how can he become a pirate? At such a young age, his outlook on life has not yet been formed. You can't just give a genius boy the name of a pirate. Don't make this public for now. Young people are bound to make mistakes. Such a natural admiral seedling can't be allowed to become a pirate. I will arrange for someone to go to East Blue to meet the Al you mentioned. Zephyr has been a marine instructor for so long, and what he likes and wants most is to personally teach an admiral like him and Garp, who relies purely on physical skills and hockey. But Zephyr has never seen such a talented seedling in all these years. Only Virgo, who joined the Marine a few years ago, had a physical skill talent that Zephyr looked at a few more times, but in the end he didn't teach him personally. Since the teacher has said so, I will not offer a reward to Al for the time being. Maybe he will not become a colleague of Marine in the future. Branu turned back to the office and warned Mouse a few words, asking him not to make a fuss. Ain, in a while, you will follow Vice Admiral Garp on the ship back to his hometown for vacation and go to East Blue. Meet that Al for me. If what Branu just said is true, then find a way to bring Al back to the Marine headquarters. I will teach him personally. Ain, who is already a user of the Devil Fruit, was Zephyr's student when he was still an admiral. Now Ain is just 14 years old. In addition to the Devil Fruit ability, he is also a swordsman who can perform flying slashes. He is one of Zephyr's favorite students. No problem, Mr. Zephyr. I will definitely bring Al back to the Marine headquarters. Al, who is far away in East Blue, does not know that he has been inexplicably favored by Zephyr. Even if he knew, he would not care. He is not interested in being a lackey of celestial dragons. Captain, we are in Shimotzki village. Karina's Oriole-like voice rang out. Let's go to the Kendo Hall together. Maybe our pirate group will have one more fighter. Al thought of Kuina, who has excellent swordsmanship talent and is even stronger than Zoro. If he doesn't come, Kuina will die accidentally in a few months. Chapter 17 Koshiro is shocked. A natural swordsman that only appears once in a century. 55 years ago, Shimotzki Kozaburo, Koshiro's father and Kuina's grandfather, went out to sea with a group of Wanokuni warriors and eventually came to the land of East Blue. They fought against bandits and taught the villagers swordsmanship. Later, Shimotzki Koshiro fell in love with a woman and decided to settle here and established Shimotzki village. Koshiro has been learning swordsmanship from his father since he was a child. After so many years, he has long been the most hidden swordsman in the world. Al and others docked in Shimotzki village. Koshiro's kendo dojo is located in the center of the village. Karina has been here before, and she led Al and others to the dojo. "Who are you? Are you a pirate?" Not long after walking, they heard the voice of a young boy. The young green algae-haired Zoro, with 3 bamboo swords on his waist, stopped in front of them and asked, "We are here to find the swordsman Koshiro. My name is Al. My name is Zoro, and I will become the world's greatest swordsman in the future." Although Zoro is young, he has great ambitions. At the age of 8 or 9, he has already set the goal of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. Looking at Al and the others, he felt a little regretful. "What? You are not here to cause trouble. If you are looking for teacher Koshiro, he is in the dojo. I will lead the way for you." Al was stunned. Zoro, this kid, has no clear understanding of his own directionlessness since he was a child. "Forget it, Karina knows the way, so you don't need to bother." Al didn't dare to think about how much time they would waste if they followed Zoro. After all, they were not familiar with each other, so Zoro didn't say anything more and found a place to continue practicing swordsmanship. Shimotzki village is not big. After walking for 10 minutes, they arrived at Koshiro's dojo, Isshin Dojo. As soon as Al approached the entrance of Isshin Dojo, he sensed an extremely powerful aura through his observation haki, which had been turned on. Sure enough, it's very powerful. Koshiro is stronger than I thought. In Al's observation haki, the powerful figure in Isshin Dojo exuded an extremely powerful and sharp life wave. This terrifying life wave was as bright as fire among the ordinary people who learned swordsmanship. Al had been in this world for more than 10 years, but it was the first time he sensed such a powerful aura. The life waves of those large sea kings he sensed in the sea could not be compared to the aura Koshiro accidentally emitted. Although Al was extremely talented and the best in the sea, at this moment, he was far inferior to the life wave emitted by Koshiro. In Isshin Dojo, Koshiro, who was resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes, adjusted his glasses, and looked at Al outside the door with his observation haki. "Kuina, there are guests, go and serve tea." Koshiro stood up and admired in his heart. Such a young and powerful aura. Really extraordinary. Al outside the door, born with observation haki, although the range is not as good as Koshiro's at this stage, but its quality is not comparable to Koshiro. He tried it and knew that as long as he wanted, and Koshiro was not on guard, he could use his natural observation haki to sense what Koshiro was thinking. But it was very rude. Al would not do such a thing. Moreover, sensing the thoughts of a strong person with observation haki is likely to be discovered. After pushing open the door, the crisp sound of bamboo swords colliding in the gym was endless. What came into view was Shimotzki Koshiro, who was wearing a gray robe, glasses, a kind face, and a famous sword and a road ikimonji on his waist. Koshiro looked at Al and the other 4, and his eyes stayed on Al and Robin for a few seconds. "Young man, are you here to learn swordsmanship? Or is there something else?" After seeing Al clearly, Koshiro couldn't help but admire him. He had big arms and a thin waist, and his aura was strong but sharp, and his body was strong but flexible. With just one glance, Koshiro, who had taught swordsmanship for many years, saw that Al was a top swordsmanship genius he had never seen in his life. After so many years of swordsmanship teaching, this was the first time Koshiro saw the talent he had imagined when he was a child. Even Koshiro, who was indifferent, had a great love for talent at this time. "I'm here to ask for advice on swordsmanship." Robin next to him took out a suitcase with 10 million Baileys in it. Al didn't plan to become Koshiro's apprentice. He didn't have much time to stay in Isshin Dojo. At this time, there were too many opportunities waiting for him on the sea. "I can't become your disciple, but I can pay you 10 million Baileys." Koshiro didn't even look at the box of money, but said, "I open a swordsmanship dojo to teach swordsmanship, and I rarely charge money. As long as you are willing to learn swordsmanship and have good intentions, I am willing to teach. But I need to know your swordsmanship foundation first." Koshiro saw the good sword shizu hanging on Al's waist and thought that Al had learned swordsmanship before. I don't have a swordsmanship foundation, and I have never learned swordsmanship before. But every time I hold the hilt of the sword, I feel that everything has a breath and a breath of life. I think this should be the breath of all things in the realm of swordsmanship, right? Kuina, who had just walked out of the room with tea, was shocked when she heard Al's words. Koshiro's calm face was also shocked by Al's words. It seems that your swordsmanship talent is far beyond my understanding. He thought that the external talent of Al he saw was the only one he had ever seen in his life. He never expected that Al's swordsmanship talent was even more exaggerated than he imagined. He had never learned swordsmanship, but when he held the hilt of the sword, he could naturally feel the breath of all things. Such a terrifying talent, Koshiro had only heard of it from his father Kozaburo. Even the dragon-slaying swordsman Ryoma back then did not have such a talent as Al. Koshiro took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and said, "Since you have such a talent, you can't treat it with common sense. You can't learn it according to the normal swordsmanship training process. If I teach you with such a top talent rashly, it may hinder your future. Al, you are a natural swordsman. You are right not to worship me as your teacher. With a talent like yours, as long as you are willing to spend time immersing yourself in the way of swordsmanship, your future achievements will far exceed mine." Al's talent shocked Koshiro beyond measure, and he put away the idea of accepting disciples that he had just born. He felt that he was not qualified to teach such a natural swordsman. It was a blessing to be Al's guide. "Kuina, go and give Al the swordplay booklet I wrote before. For 3 days, don't do anything else and concentrate on learning swordplay. After 3 days, I will let Kuina fight you. Before you leave, I will also fight you in pure swordplay." Chapter 18 Master the Breath of All Things. 3 days. Al himself was surprised by his swordsmanship talent. He didn't expect that the great swordsman Koshiro would give him such a high evaluation. But after thinking about it carefully, he could understand it. In this world, the great swordsmen with names and surnames are rarer than the mythical beasts. There are not many strong people who are famous for swordsmanship alone. All swordsmen have achieved their success through hard training in life and death battles. And now, Koshiro suddenly found that the swordsmanship path that countless people have walked for a natural swordsman like Al does not work for Al. It can't be said that it doesn't work, but it's unnecessary. Geniuses have genius ways to become stronger, and they can't be treated according to common sense. Since Uncle Koshiro believes in me, I will definitely not let you down. Al reached out and took the swordsmanship experience handed over by Kuina. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me at any time, or ask my father. Al, I am looking forward to fighting with you in 3 days. Al looked at Kuina, who was 1 year younger than him and full of heroic spirit, and smiled and nodded. Kuina, I'll have to trouble you to answer my questions for the next 3 days. No problem. My father said that you have such a strong talent for swordsmanship, and you are a man, you will definitely be able to do it. I will do my best to help you. Al looked up at the Supreme Grand Staircase in Ishin Dojo that caused Kuina's death. He only knew that Kuina fell down the stairs accidentally in 1510 when she was 11 years old and died. Al didn't know exactly when. Although they only met once, Kuina, who was heroic and tenacious, had been recognized by Al. When he left, he would definitely find a way to take her away. Al really couldn't bear to see such a future female swordsman die so carelessly on the stairs. It can save Kuina's life and add one more crew member, so why not? Al, you have to be careful, I'm very strong. Don't lose to me in 3 days. Al thought about it, and said to Kuina in a joking but serious tone. Kuina, if I win in 3 days, you have to agree to one condition of mine. If I lose, I will also agree to one condition of yours, how about it? Koshiro looked at Kuina and Al, with a warm smile on his face. He is very open-minded, not the kind of father who is a daughter's slave. That's good. Kuina was full of energy. Al, although my father said you are very talented, you have just started swordsmanship after all. I will definitely not lose to you. That's settled. Al did this to pave the way for taking Kuina away at that time. 11-year-old Kuina is now the strongest person in Ishin Dojo besides Koshiro. Under Koshiro's careful teaching, she is about to enter the realm of cutting iron. If Koshiro hadn't failed to change Kuina's obsession that girls can't become the strongest swordsman, Kuina would have probably become a swordsman who cuts iron at this time. Kuina, who is very sensible, was greatly hindered in her swordsmanship training by the inexplicable obsession that girls cannot become the strongest swordsman. After making an agreement with Kuina, Al took the essence of swordsmanship and moved into the Isshin dojo under the guidance of Kuina. As soon as she arrived at the room, Karina spoke excitedly. Oni-chan is so powerful. Uncle Koshiro is the most powerful person I have ever seen. Such a powerful uncle actually thinks he is not qualified to teach Oni-chan swordsmanship. Karina looked at Al with admiration in her sky-blue eyes. Although Nami did not understand swordsmanship, she was also very happy to see that her captain was so powerful. Robin sat on the chair and looked at Al with a smile. Al thought about it, but still felt uneasy, so he looked at the three girls and said, Robin, Karina, Nami, you three don't need to continue the Marine 6 Styles training for the next few days. Before we leave, you help me keep an eye on Kuina. I'm a little uneasy. I have a bad feeling that she will get into an accident. Keep an eye on her all the time. Al was still a little worried, so he specifically told the three girls. Although he felt a little strange, Robin didn't ask much. Don't worry, Captain, I'll use the ability of the flower fruit to keep an eye on her. Oni-chan, don't worry, I'll take Nami with me now, pester sister Kuina, and live with her. That's the arrangement. Time is running out. I have to start practicing swordsmanship formally. After making the arrangements, Al sat cross-legged on the bed, carefully flipping through Koshiro's swordsmanship essentials. The realm of swordsmanship is roughly divided into several levels. Beginners, swordsmen who can use swords to fight enemies, after a lot of training, can make their swords as easy as arms. Zoro, who just went out to sea, is at this level. After that, you will officially enter the path of swordsmanship. When you have a preliminary understanding of the breadth of all things, you can be called a swordsman. Then there are iron-cutting swordsmen, swordsmen who swing flying slashes, and then great swordsmen. After the great swordsmanship, there is no detailed division. And after reaching the great swordsmanship, due to the different strengths of Conqueror's Haki, the combat power will also be very different. After figuring out the levels of swordsmen in this world, Al continued to look through the essence of swordsmanship. The second page of the booklet is Koshiro's understanding of the breadth of all things. The breadth of all things is a special ability. I think it has some close connection with Observation Haki. But it doesn't mean that those who master Observation Haki can definitely master the breadth of all things. There is a certain connection between the two, but I haven't figured it out yet and am still studying it. Seeing this, Al suddenly realized, I have the innate Observation Haki, which can naturally sense the existence of all things and the breadth of all things. For me, mastering the breadth of all things is a natural thing. Al continued to flip through the pages. Specifically, the breadth of all things means being able to sense the breadth of all living things. Whether the opponent is really alive or not, you can feel its existence. This ability allows the swordsman to see through the opponent's moves in advance, thereby gaining an advantage in battle. The breadth of all things is an ability that a swordsman must master. There are far fewer people who master this ability than those who master Observation Haki. After roughly understanding the principle of the breadth of all things, Al quickly read through the entire book of swordsmanship essentials. After only reading it once, he memorized it in his mind. Then, he drew out the sharp sword Shizu and officially embarked on the path of a swordsman according to the method in the swordsmanship essence. At the moment of holding the hilt of the sword, Al closed his eyes and quietly felt the breadth of everything. This is a different ability from Observation Haki. At this time, Al can sense that the wooden tables, walls, bedding, etc. in the room are all emitting breath, and can sense the defects or weaknesses of these objects. As long as the weak parts are attacked, they can be destroyed with very little force. If everything breathes, there must be death, and everything must end and disappear. Using this ability, you can accelerate its end and extinction. Al immersed in this feeling. He suddenly understood the difference between the breadth of all things and Observation Haki. Under the perception of Observation Haki, you can only feel the existence of objects, and feel the breadth of attack and danger. But the breadth of all things is not the same. It directly hits the essence of all things, similar to the insight in some games, and can directly sense the weaknesses of all things. At this moment, Al completely mastered the breath of all things. Chapter 19. Understanding the art of cutting steel. The youngest swordsman. The function of the breath of all things is far more than this. I am still a demon fruit power. Can this ability be used to develop devil fruit? Al's hand flashed with a slow light, thinking. For the next 3 days, I will not consider the compatibility between the breath of all things and the devil fruit for the time being. I can focus on improving my swordsmanship. I can use the power of the devil fruit to assist in swordsmanship training. Slow light. Al activated the power of the slow fruit and let the slow light surround him. He had discovered this when he was developing the power of the devil fruit on the way to Shimotzki village. Whether the power of the slow fruit is effective for him depends on his own will. Al took the Ryukai 2 Shizu in his hand, and the slow light covered his body. He instantly fell into a state of stagnation, but as the controller of the slow fruit, he could adjust the degree of slowness to make himself reach the best training state. The normal slow light wave can slow down the speed of all objects by as much as 20 times. Al adjusted the slow ability acting on himself to 10 times. Then he began to train according to Koshiro's swordsmanship. This training method suddenly reminded Al of some people in some movies and TV shows in his previous life, who relied on the resistance of water to hone their strength underwater. He could also do this with the ability of the slow fruit. Swordsmanship is a skill of using swords for offensive and defensive fighting, including a variety of basic movements and techniques. The main techniques of swordsmanship can be divided into the following categories. Thrust. This is the most basic swordsmanship action, including flat thrust, upper thrust, lower thrust, low thrust, back thrust and probing. Chopping. Chopping actions include left swing chopping, right swing chopping and back swing chopping. Hanging sword. Hanging sword actions include upper hanging sword, point, lift, pick, collapse, intercept, cut, wipe, cut, cloud, frame, press and other techniques. Al practiced one by one. He found that every sword technique in it, he only needed to practice 100 times under the influence of the slow fruit to achieve complete mastery that ordinary swordsmen could only achieve after practicing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of times. In addition to his natural talent as a swordsman, the ability of the slow fruit also contributed greatly. Under the tenfold delay of the slow fruit, Al needs to use every bit of strength in his body every time he swings his sword. Moreover, he is born with the ability to return life. This ability allows Al to infuse his consciousness into controlling every muscle in his body and achieve perfect control. In Koshiro's Swordsmanship Essentials, how to perform each move in swordsmanship is written in great detail. Al uses consciousness to control the muscles and forces the muscles to exert force exactly as Koshiro recorded. And in the tenfold delay of the slow fruit, he uses every effort to form muscle memory. His own super talent, natural life return, and the tenfold delay of the slow fruit, the three together, make Al's swordsmanship training speed reach an extremely terrifying level. In just 40 hours, he can fully control the snow walker in his hand, and attack any position at will and with extreme precision. After 48 hours of continuous training, Al's swordsmanship has reached the level of Zoro's swordsmanship when he first went to sea. Next, I will formally use the breath of all things to reach the level of cutting iron and become a true swordsman. However, this step is not that simple. The 48 hours I spent were actually to train the basic skills of a swordsman. Next, it's time to advance. But with my ability, it only takes 1 day at most to do it. Continuous training, coupled with the ability to use the slow fruit, completely exhausted Al's tremendous physical strength. In this process, not only did his swordsmanship strength increase, but his mastery of the slow fruit also became more handy. And because he also used life return to control his muscles, he also fully mastered the Marine 6 styles except finger pistol. In the original work, Zoro gradually realized the iron cutting in the battle with Dasbanus, the user of the fast cutting fruit of Baroque works. According to Uncle Koshiro's records, if you want to become a swordsman who can easily cut through steel, you need to refine your basic swordsmanship to ultimate, and then merge it with the breath of all things. Use the breath of all things to feel the breath of steel, and then cut off its weaknesses. You can officially become a swordsman who cuts through steel. Al ate the large amount of food prepared by Karina for him in big mouthfuls, digesting it quickly with life return. His physical strength has reached the bottom, and he must replenish it. He actually wanted to become a swordsman who could cut iron with his strong will and continuous training. But he thought about it and realized that he was only 12 years old and there was no need to overexploit his body's potential, so as not to affect his physical growth. He spent an hour eating up the large amount of food prepared by Karina. After recovering his strength, Al did not rest and began to practice his swordsmanship on the steel that had been prepared in the room. He continued to train for more than 10 hours. At noon on the third day, accompanied by the continuous and crisp sound of metal clashing, he cut a whole piece of iron body weighing hundreds of pounds into strands of noodles. I can finally master the art of cutting iron. Now I can be called a swordsman with some strength. Al wiped the sweat from his forehead and fell asleep without paying attention to the muscles that were trembling due to excessive training. At the same time, Kuina was curiously asking Koshiro, "Father, in your opinion, can I win the battle with Al tomorrow?" Koshiro smiled slightly. "It's hard to say, his potential is far more than what we see. Kuina, just do your best. You are a girl after all, there is no need to over-demand yourself." Hearing this from her father again, Kuina bit her lip, her face full of unwillingness. "I won't give up. I will definitely become the strongest female swordsman in the world." Kuina resisted the grievance in her heart and turned away. Al slept for more than 10 hours in one breath. He woke up refreshed the next morning. "Just right, 3 days have just passed. It's time to test my swordsmanship." Chapter 20 Battle of Swordsmen. "Damn it, Kuina, I won't give up. Next time, I will definitely beat you." The 3 bamboo swords in Zoro's hand were easily knocked off by Kuina, who defeated the young Zoro as easily as eating and drinking water. "Zoro, this is the 2000th time you've lost to me. If you lose to me again, it will be the 2001st time. You're still so weak, Zoro. Why are you so useless? Aren't you a boy? Damn it." Zoro lay on the ground, covering his face with his hands. "I'm so unwilling. I'm the one who wants to cry." Kuina's expression was very unwilling. "Girls will be weaker than men when they grow up. I will be surpassed by you soon. Zoro, don't you always say that you want to be the world's #1 swordsman? My father told me that girls can't do it. Zoro is so good because he's a boy." Kuina's face was full of loneliness and unwillingness, and she murmured, "I also want to be the world's #1 swordsman. If I were a boy. Alas, why am I telling you this?" Kuina adjusted her mentality. "I still have to fight that Al today. Zoro, come and see it too. My father said, Al is the strongest person he has ever seen. Quote, it's a natural swordsman." Zoro gritted. "What kind of natural swordsman?" Quote, "I will win, Kuina," and turned around in the direction of the Taoist Museum. Not far away, Al frowned. "If I remember correctly, Kuina died unexpectedly after winning the 2001 battle with Zoro. Quote, it is possible to happen at any time. Quote, and, because of my arrival, Zoro seems to have been looking for Kuina for 3 days. Quote, I can't do this time, and I have passed the 2001 duel of Zoro and Kuina." Not long after, Kuina came back alone, and Zoro continued to exercise outside. Al, who was resting with his eyes closed in the room, heard the sound of Kuina going upstairs, got up and pushed the door open and walked out. At this moment, Kuina screamed, and the stairs that had not been reinforced for many years suddenly broke. Kuina stepped on empty air and fell from midair. Shave. Al was very fast, and the whole person rushed to the place where Kuina fell like a cannonball and caught Kuina, who was about to fall. He looked down and saw that below the place where Kuina fell, there was a sharp stone that had been broken from the flower bed due to weathering. And the sharpest point was right at the back of Kuina's head. If Al didn't catch her, the back of Kuina's head would hit the stone directly. No wonder Kuina, who was a strong swordsman in the original book, died from falling down the stairs. Falling from a height of several meters, the most vulnerable back of the head was severely injured. No matter how strong the physique is, it is difficult to survive with a serious injury to the back of the head. Al breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Kuina in his arms. "Kuina, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Al, thank you for saving me." After Kuina got up, She also saw the extremely dangerous stone on the ground. Koshiro, who heard the noise, quickly came out of the room. After understanding what happened, Koshiro looked at Al with great gratitude. He knew better than anyone whether his daughter's physique could withstand the heavy fall just now. Al, you saved Kuina's life. I really don't know how to thank you. If you weren't here. Although Koshiro was a bit patriarchal, that was in terms of swordsmanship. Putting aside swordsmanship, he loved his daughter to the bone. He simply couldn't imagine the scene of Kuina suffering a severe blow to the back of the head, and being disabled if not dead. Don't be so polite, I'm glad Kuina is okay. After saving Kuina, Al finally let go of his worries. He believed that Kuina had crossed this life and death barrier, and his future achievements would be limitless. How about letting Kuina take a rest, and continue the fight with me tomorrow? Al took the initiative to propose. Kuina refused with a firm look in her eyes. No, I'm not that fragile yet, and I'm not injured, so it won't affect our fight. Half an hour later, Al and Kuina were both ready. Koshiro was the referee, and Robin, Nami, and Karina watched the fight on the side. In the dojo, Al and Kuina stood with knives in their hands. They did not use the bamboo swords used for training, but sharpened steel knives. Kuina, let him see the strength of our Isshin dojo's big sister. Many kendo apprentices also temporarily put down their training and gathered together to watch the fight. Al and Kuina performed a swordsman's etiquette with each other. After holding the sword in his hand, Kuina's whole aura changed. As the strongest person in Isshin dojo besides Koshiro, Kuina exudes a confident aura that Karina and Nami envy. This is what she has accumulated from countless victories. And what an excellent swordsman needs most is this kind of confident aura. Al looked at Kuina, who was full of energy, and was extremely sure that Kuina, who had not died in an accident, would definitely become a heroine who was famous in the sea. As the person who changed Kuina's fate, Al had already regarded Kuina as one of his most important crew members. Whether Koshiro agreed or not, he would take Kuina out to sea. Are you ready? Ready, go. At this moment, Koshiro, as the referee, spoke loudly. Shish. Although Al had only learned swordsmanship for 3 days, Kuina did not despise him at all. She shouted softly, holding the steel knife with both hands, and chopped at Al with lightning speed. Al did not use any ability except swordsmanship. Now he is a swordsman who has reached the realm of cutting iron. He stood still and let the steel knife in Kuina's hand approach him. Kuina's basic skills were solid to ultimate. This slash was simple and unpretentious, almost blocking Al's retreat. However, Al was no longer a novice in swordsmanship at this time. Swish! He showed off his swordsmanship skills that amazed everyone present. When the sword in Kuina's hand was about to attack him, Al's steel sword on his waist was instantly unsheathed. The speed was as fast as ultimate, and the power was also extremely powerful. Dangklang! Kuina, who was extremely focused, didn't even react. He didn't see anything, and felt that the steel sword in his hand suddenly became lighter. The handle and the upper half of the blade were still in his hand, and the other half had fallen to the ground, making a clanging sound. Moreover, the broken part had a smooth and flat-cut surface without any ups and downs. Kuina looked at the broken sword in his hand in shock, and said in disbelief. Zonti, swordsman, I lost. The students in the dojo were noisy and shocked beyond words. Although Robin, Nami, and Karina didn't know swordsmanship, they could see from the brief battle that their captain's swordsmanship was far superior to Kuina's. Kuina looked at the broken part of the blade, with a complex expression of shock and a subtle envy. She didn't envy Al's talent, but envied Al for being a boy, so he could fulfill his talent as a swordsman. She thought she would lose, but she didn't think she would lose so thoroughly. But Kuina didn't get depressed because of this failure. Instead, her eyes became more determined, brighter and sharper. She hadn't lost for a long time, and she rekindled her fiery fighting spirit. Al was very satisfied with Kuina's reaction. A qualified swordsman must be indomitable and learn lessons from failure to become stronger. If she was depressed because of losing to herself, she would not be the Kuina that Zoro regarded as a target. Koshiro was also shocked, and he even saw it more clearly than Kuina, the person involved. Not only is she a swordsman who can cut through iron, but she can also skillfully use high-level swordsmanship. Was that an EI slash just now? He looked at Al, and the shock in his heart was indescribable. 3 days. I have imagined that he can defeat Kuina in 3 days. But I never thought that he could reach the level of a swordsman who can cut through iron in just 3 days, which countless swordsmen cannot reach in their lifetime. I can't even imagine his future. Koshiro calmed down his shock, stood up and looked at Al, saying, I will be your opponent. Al was eager to fight, grinning. I couldn't ask for more. Chapter 21 Kuina joins. Flying slash. My purpose of coming here is not only to learn swordsmanship. I just want to see the real strong men in this sea. Al's goal is to be the strongest man in the sea, but his impression of the strong men in this sea is only vague memories of his previous life. He knows which people are strong, but he has never seen them and has no idea how strong they are. Uncle Koshiro, you are a great swordsman, right? Let me see the real strength of a great swordsman. I didn't come here to play house. Al's words made Koshiro stunned for a moment, and then he agreed with great appreciation. Al, you saved Kuina. I will naturally meet your request. But I will not and do not want to do anything to bully young people. After all, my main job is a swordsmanship teacher. I don't like things that suppress the confidence of young swordsmen. As a swordsman, especially a swordsman like you who is only 12 years old and can reach the level of cutting iron in just 3 days. You should be like a real famous sword, showing your edge. If you don't unsheath, it's fine. If you unsheath, it will definitely be a big hit. This is a necessary stage on the road of Kendo. And the one who has reached the ultimate on this road of showing your edge is the world's #1 swordsman, Haki Mahawk. The murderous nature of his youth is far beyond what I can compare to. Al quite agrees with Koshiro's words. I'll let you see the strength of a great swordsman. Also, if I'm not mistaken, you should plan to continue to go out to sea after challenging me, right? That's right. Al did not deny. I'm a pirate after all, and I can't stay in one place for too long. Koshiro looked at Al, his eyes swept over Robin, Karina, and Nami, and made a bold decision. Al, I will let you comprehend the flying slash in the battle with me. At the same time, I will also give you the training method of Haki. However, when you leave, you must take Kuina with you to go out to sea. Koshiro's words stunned Al, and Kuina next to him was also a little confused. Originally I thought Kuina was still young and a girl, so she could just inherit my legacy. But now that I see you, I suddenly feel that it is much better for Kuina to follow you, the future world's greatest swordsman, rather than follow me, an unqualified father. Besides, to become a great swordsman, you have to go through a lot of things. If you hadn't taken action just now, I might have lost Kuina. At that moment, I suddenly figured it out. My daughter is so outstanding. As a father, I don't encourage her, but how can I undermine her confidence? A swordsman should have extraordinary self-confidence. My daughter Kuina, even if she can't become the world's greatest swordsman, can at least become one of the top 3 great swordsmen in the world. I have undermined Kuina's confidence many times before. I am really not a qualified father. Koshiro's words made Kuina's eyes widen, and tears flowed down her eyes. Kuina, believe in yourself, you will definitely become a female swordsman with a reputation that resounds throughout the sea. After getting the approval of her father, Kuina's long-standing obsession and inner demons disappeared, and her whole momentum changed a lot at this moment. Kuina, who easily defeated Zoro 2,000 times, finally stopped doubting herself, no longer hated herself for being a girl, and no longer wanted to become a boy. With Al, she knew that she could not become the world's #1 swordsman. But as Koshiro said, she firmly believed that she could become the world's 2nd greatest swordsman in the future, only inferior to Al. A swordsman who has not experienced life and death battles cannot become the strongest. Shimotzki village is too comfortable, and it has limited Kuina's future. So, I want her to go to sea with you. One of the purposes of Al coming here is to recruit Kuina as his crew. But he didn't expect that Koshiro actually asked Kuina to go with him before he even opened his mouth. And, if I'm not mistaken, you thought about making Kuina a member of your crew after meeting her, right? You want to kidnap my daughter, do you think I can't see it? Ha ha ha. Al coughed twice to ease the embarrassment. Since you know everything, I will definitely agree. It depends on whether Kuina is willing. I do. Kuina's eyes were burning, I have wanted to go to sea for a long time, but my father has always disagreed. Only by going to sea can you become stronger. That's no problem. Welcome Kuina to join. Robin, Karina, and Nami have also known Kuina for a few days and are quite familiar with each other. Father's understanding and expectation of going to sea swept away the haze in Kuina's heart. Now, let's go out and have a swordsman duel. There is a saying among most swordsmen in the Grand Line. Only swordsmen who have mastered the flying slash can be considered swordsmen. Al, there is only one step between flying slash and cutting iron. I'll help you cross this step. Al took a deep breath and went to the outside of Ishin Dojo with Koshiro. In the realm of swordsmen on the sea, it is one realm to understand the breath of all things but not be able to cut iron, and it is another realm to be able to feel the breath of steel and cut it. And above cutting iron, it is the realm of cutting the airflow and swinging the flying slash from a distance. Before Al leaves Shimotzki village, Koshiro must use his own method to let Al master the flying slash as quickly as possible. Chapter 22 The Youngest Flying Swordsman. In the large open space outside Ishin Gym, Koshiro and Al stood opposite each other. I haven't fought anyone for many years. Although the fight hadn't started yet, Al had already sensed the extraordinary aura emanating from Koshiro. To the outsiders watching the fight, Koshiro seemed to have not changed much. He just took off the famous sword from his waist and held it in his hand. But in Al's feelings, it was completely different. Facing Koshiro with slightly narrowed eyes, Al seemed to be facing a mountain with extremely heavy aura and completely insurmountable. Compared with Koshiro's heavy aura, Al felt like an ant. Is it so strong just by momentum? You are worthy of being a great swordsman. Al's feeling was not an illusion. The top strongmen on the sea can all turn their own momentum into a means of attack. A glance from a top strongman can make the small fish lose their will to fight. People with poor psychological quality don't even have the courage to look directly at the strong. Although Al also felt extremely heavy pressure, he was not afraid at all, but excited instead. Is this the aura of the top sea warrior? Sure enough, Koshiro reminded. Al, are you ready? I'm going to attack. Al's observation haki was fully activated, and every muscle used in the battle was filled with consciousness. The whole person bent slightly, like a tiger ready to attack. Come on, let me see the strength of the great swordsman. At this moment, Al's aura suddenly paused. Koshiro's aura changed dramatically, and the mountain with a heavy breath came alive. Before he drew his sword, the aura like a giant beast pressed towards Al like a tidal wave. If it were an ordinary person, his mind and will would be directly overwhelmed by this aura. Al held the sword in both hands, feeling like a small boat in the turbulent waves. This is the power that every great swordsman has. I'll let you experience it firsthand, and you'll reach this level in the future. Watch carefully. Koshiro slowly drew out his long sword, flicked his wrist lightly, and a red slash of several feet long slashed towards Al's position. Al's face changed, and he stepped on the razor and dodged quickly. In the next fifth of a second after leaving the original position, Koshiro's casual blow cut a gully hundreds of meters long and several meters deep on the ground. And the power did not slow down at all. The red slash stretched directly from the center of Shimotzki village to the seaside, and directly opened a small river for the seawater to flow back. As far as the eye could see, the calm sea surface was also cut by this blow. In the end, the slash disappeared in the sky, turning a small piece of the sky red. Al took a deep breath, and the excitement in his heart was even greater. Too strong. Now, I have no way to resist the great swordsman's casual slash. Seeing the great swordsman's attack with my own eyes is completely different from the scene I saw through the anime. Al is gifted. He remembers all the movements of Koshiro just now and what kind of attack the slash was. This is the flying slash. Use the breath of all things, feel the breath of the airflow, swing and slash, cut off the airflow, and it is a flying slash. Koshiro looked at the excited Al and smiled. It seems that you have understood something. Next, I will let you feel it more clearly. After the voice fell, Koshiro stood in place and swung out a continuous slash. The power of each blow was no weaker than the previous one, but the speed was deliberately slowed down a lot. Al could only dodge everywhere at the beginning, and after 10 minutes, he could barely walk away and resist for a few seconds. His progress was extremely rapid. When each slash reached him, the feeling of the airflow being cut off was extremely clear. He kept the breath of all things and observation haki fully open, and tried his best to feel the breath of the airflow. I feel it. The slash with a knife is similar to the tempest kick. It's just that one uses legs and feet, and the other uses a knife. Al's clothes were torn, and there were many skin injuries on his body, but his expression was very excited. He held Shizu in one hand and could clearly feel the airflow on the blade. The airflow attached to the blade was like a thin film. As long as he could cut through that film, he could swing a flying slash. Koshiro was a very good teacher, and he naturally felt Al's change. Then, he gently slashed a slash with Al's strength. Al knew Koshiro's good intentions, and made a knife flower with his right hand, using all his strength to swing the slash. With this strike, a silver-white crescent-shaped slash broke through the air. It was extremely fast, and collided with Koshiro's slash, emitting a dazzling light. Is this the flying slash? It feels really good. Koshiro stood there, looking at the silver-white slash that smashed his attack, and the shock in his heart was indescribable. At the age of 12, it only takes a few days to learn swordsmanship. You can do what most swordsmen can't do in their lifetime. There are too many swordsmen in this sea who are stuck in the iron-cutting realm and can't swing the flying slash in their lifetime. Al, who is only 12 years old, can already do it. Such a genius will surpass me in a few years. Let Kuina follow him. It will be more promising than following me, an old father. Kuina, who had been watching the battle, was shocked by Al's silver-white slash. She knew how difficult it was to master the flying slash. Kuina looked at Al's boiling eyes and the strength he showed, and a strange emotion inexplicably rose in her heart. Captain Al is so powerful, I can't fall behind. Not far away, Zoro also saw the battle between Al and Koshiro. Damn, he is really that strong. No, I must work harder, I must become the world's #1 swordsman. Al didn't know what Zoro and Kuina were thinking, and all his attention was now on Koshiro. Uncle Koshiro, next, I will use the power of devil fruit and fight you with all my strength. No problem. Koshiro nodded slightly. Chapter 23 The Horror of the Slowness Fruit. You are still a demon fruit power. Koshiro was quite surprised. I am the user of the Paramecia slow fruit. The ability is to greatly reduce the speed of all objects, including attacks. But what can my fruit ability do, and what effect will it have on the real strong? I am not sure, so I want to give it a try. Koshiro nodded. Okay, having such an idea means that you are very cautious and do not blindly trust the ability of devil fruit. Your devil fruit should have no attack ability, right? Not yet. I have only eaten this fruit for less than 10 days, and I have not developed any attack means. It is very useful for assisting in combat. Al is also thinking about how to develop the attack ability of the slow fruit. Koshiro thought for a while and said, in addition to being affected by sea stone and the sea, the ability of the devil fruit will also be resistant to the fruit ability to a certain extent. I know armament haki, my father once told me about it. Al said. And what I'm worried about is the ability of armament haki to resist my slow fruit. Koshiro paused and said, you don't have to worry too much about this. Although armament haki can resist the more difficult fruit abilities on the sea, the premise is that armament haki is strong enough. You don't have to worry for the time being. There are basically no such strong people on the Grand Line. But when you get to the New World, you still have to rely on haki strength. Try it on me first, so you have a good idea. Koshiro's ancestors came from Wano-kuni, and his armament haki was extremely strong. He had mastered the use of high-level armament haki emission a long time ago. Al nodded and raised his hand to shoot a slow beam at Koshiro. Koshiro, who did not use armament haki for defense in advance, had no resistance under the influence of the slow beam, and his speed slowed to ultimate. After being hit by the slow beam, he tried to use armament haki to resist, but it still didn't work. Seeing this scene, a stone in Al's heart fell to the ground and he breathed a sigh of relief. What he is most worried about is that the user of armament haki can use haki to counteract the ability of the fruit after being hit by the slow ray. In this case, his ability of the slow fruit will be as useless as the clown. After removing the slow ability, Koshiro said, what a powerful ability. Your ability is extremely powerful in assisting the battle. In the battle, the situation changes rapidly. Once the enemy is slowed down by your ability, it will be fatal. In this sea, except for those unique devil fruit, the swordsman's attack power is the strongest. And the slashing speed is also very fast. You have the ability of the slow fruit and you are a natural swordsman. Although I am a great swordsman and my strength is much stronger than you are now, if you use the slow ability to sneak attack me, I will be seriously injured. Under the influence of your slow ability, the mobilization speed of Haki will slow down. Of course, this is because I am helping you experiment with the ability. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult to really sneak attack someone as powerful as Observation Haki. In this sea, the top strong men's Observation Haki, even if they don't predict the future, their prediction of crisis is very strong. Al nodded, he naturally knew this. The perfect match for his slow fruit ability is actually the observation killing. The ability of Observation Haki is extremely pervert. It can suppress the enemy's Observation Haki ability. This ability allows the user to control his own breath, making it impossible for the opponent to use Observation Haki for prediction. However, Al knew very well that this ability was a pervert ability that could only be mastered when Conqueror's Haki was cultivated to the ultimate. As far as he knew, the only person who was sure to master Observation Haki in this sea was the red-haired Shanks. Next, let's see if your ability can affect me when my Haki is fully activated. As soon as the voice fell, Koshiro's armament Haki was fully activated, covering his whole body. Al raised his hand and shot out the slow beam. This time, Al himself could feel that the slow ability was delayed. Koshiro, who was within the range of the slow beam, was slowed down, but the impact was not great. Then, Koshiro gradually adjusted the strength of armament Haki. As he adjusted, the slow fruit had a greater and greater impact on him. Until the Haki was weakened to disappear completely, he was completely slowed down. After removing the ability, Koshiro said, "Al, I originally wanted you to focus on swordsmanship and not spend too much time on the devil fruit ability. But now, what I want to tell you is that you must develop this devil fruit to the awakened state, the stronger the better. It has only been less than 10 days since you ate the slowness fruit, and its slowness ability has already caused a slight impact on me with full Haki. And as I weaken my Haki, the slowness has a greater and greater impact on me. Although my armament Haki is not as strong as the best in the sea, it is definitely not weak. Even so, my actions will be affected by your fruit ability. The power of your devil fruit is far beyond my expectations." After listening to Koshiro's words, Al suddenly understood why Blackbeard did not dare to fight the Empress head-on when he went to the Daughter Island in the original book. Although armament Haki can resist this kind of rule-based ability, it cannot resist it completely. As one of the 4 emperors, Blackbeard's Haki strength is not necessarily weaker than Koshiro, but he is still afraid of the Empress's petrification ability. My slow fruit is also a regular type. The development prospects are very promising. After experimenting on Koshiro, Al had a clear idea. In addition, he planned to hide his ability and travel the sea with swordsmanship and physical skills. The less the enemy knows about his slow ability, the greater the effect it can have. Al doesn't want his ability to spread across the sea. If so, he will lose all the advantages when fighting against the enemy. Uncle Koshiro, don't worry, I won't neglect training. Swordsmanship, Haki, devil fruit ability, I will train to the strongest. After Al achieved his goal, he didn't continue to fight Koshiro. After all, the gap in strength was too big, and there was no need to seek abuse. He has been in Shimotzki village for many days, it's time to leave. Chapter 24 4 Emperor's Red Hair Pirates. After the battle, Al rested for a day in Shimotzki village. The next morning, before leaving, Koshiro solemnly handed the large sword, the 21Q Wado Ikimonji, to Kuina. Kuina, this Wado Ikimonji was originally prepared for you by me. Now, I'm giving it to you. I hope you can achieve your goal. Father will always be waiting for your good news. Kuina took the Wado Ikimonji with both hands, nodding heavily. Father, I will never let this sword down. Koshiro looked at his daughter, whose spirit and energy had changed a lot, and felt quite regretful. After what he said yesterday, Kuina, who no longer doubted himself, only used one day yesterday to completely become a master of the swordsmanship. He couldn't help but wonder why he kept telling Kuina that girls couldn't do it. Koshiro took out several pamphlets and handed them to Kuina. Give this to Al, I promised him. Let's go, Al and the others have been waiting for you for a long time. Kuina wiped the tears from her eyes, carried her bag, and rushed to the boat on the shore, looking back every few steps. Kuina, my daughter, let me see how far you can go in the end. No matter what, your father is proud of you. Koshiro watched Kuina go away, until Observation Haki could no longer sense her figure, and then turned back to Ishin Gym. Not long after Kuina left, Zoro jogged all the way, excitedly running to Kaido Gym. Kuina, I'm here to duel you for the 2001st time. I won't lose to you this time. Koshiro looked at Zoro and said with a smile. Kuina has already gone out to sea with Al and the others. She's heading for her swordsmanship. Zoro was stunned for a moment and said unhappily. Damn, she left so soon. She didn't even tell me. She must be afraid of losing to me in the 2001st duel, so she left so quickly. I've made all the preparations this time. Koshiro looked at Zoro with a smile. Kuina asked me to tell you that we can have your 2001st duel the next time you meet. Then I'll go out to sea to find her now. Little Zoro is impatient, she must not have gone far. Zoro, stop. Koshiro stopped her. After Kuina left, all Koshiro's efforts would be poured into Zoro. He wouldn't let Zoro, who was only 8 years old, go out to sea. You are not allowed to go out to sea before you are 17. During this period, I will personally train your swordsmanship with the most stringent requirements. Zoro listened to his master and gave up the idea in his heart. When we meet next time, I will definitely beat Kuina. I will definitely surpass Kuina and become the world's #1 swordsman. Koshiro looked at Zoro, who set a lofty goal, and smiled with narrowed eyes. Although he thought Zoro could surpass Al in the future, he would not hit Zoro's confidence. In order for you to keep up with Kuina's pace, Zoro, all your training will stop first, and I will train you. Thank you very much, master. On the sea, the ship of the Al pirates set sail. It has been less than 3 months since he went to sea, but he has caused a big butterfly storm. First, he recruited Robin, causing the future Straw Hat group to lose a crucial scholar. He also changed Kuina's fate, allowing this talented female swordsman to realize her dream. Then led Nami on board. Al doesn't know how far the Straw Hat pirates can go in the future without Nami, the navigator, and he doesn't care. After all, the current Straw Hat Luffy is only 7 years old and has just eaten the Nika fruit for a few days. Al doesn't care what will happen to the Straw Hat pirates in the future. It is now 1510, and it has been 10 years since Luffy went to sea and the Summit War began. Al has 3 talents that are the best in the sea. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the chosen son of this world. In 10 years, as long as he can fulfill his talents, his strength is enough to ride the sea. In this sea, as long as he is strong enough, even if Luffy, the child of destiny, stirs up the wind and clouds after going to sea, breaks the balance of power between the 4 emperors, Shichibukai and Marine Headquarters, and ignites the entire era of Rampage, Al will not be affected. By that time, Al will have enough confidence to become a top combat force that cannot be ignored on the sea. And now is the golden time for Al to concentrate on his development. There are exactly 5 rooms on Al's pirate ship, and now they are all full. On the deck, Karina was at the helm, Nami was in charge of giving directions, Kuina was practicing swordsmanship, and Robin was reading a book. Captain, where are we going next? Nami had a record pointer on her wrist, and she already had the demeanor of the future world's #1 navigator. To Logue Town. We have 1 more crew member, and we need to replenish some supplies in Logue Town. And to go to the Grand Line, we must pass through Logue Town. No problem, I know Logue Town, I'll show you the way. Nami was very excited. After deciding on the next destination, everyone was looking forward to the future adventure. After Kuina finished her exercise, she took out a few booklets prepared by Koshiro and handed them to Al. Al, this is what my father asked me to give you. Al took the booklet and his eyes lit up. Arament Haki full explanation. This is an extremely precious thing. In a way, it is much more precious than devil fruit. Al quickly flipped through the contents on it. The booklet was full of dry goods. It not only records the awakening and training methods of armament haki, but also warns about the use of armament haki. Father said that the content above is what we need to learn for the rest of our lives. But I don't know it yet, and I can't understand it. As Koshiro's daughter, Kuina knows the existence of haki, but she is not strong enough and has not started to practice haki. Al, Father said you will definitely understand and learn it. When you learn it, teach me too. Al nodded and smiled. That's for sure. Not only Kuina, but also members of our Al pirates will master this power in the future. What is that? At this moment, Karina and Nami exclaimed. How can there be such a big ship? Hearing the sound, Al turned his head and looked over. Robin also exclaimed. Red Hair Pirates. How can the New World 4 Emperors appear in East Blue? Chapter 25 Shanks. Shock and Recruitment. Red-haired Shanks. Why is he in East Blue? Robin is well informed and was very surprised when he saw the Redvers not far away on the sea. 4 Emperors. It's a very haki title. Are the people on the ship in front members of the 4 Emperors? Kuina and others were also very surprised. Robin shook his head and stared at the Redvers. No, Shanks is not a 4 Emperor yet, but he is widely believed by the world to be one of the new Emperors. He is extremely powerful, so I am so surprised. It is rumored that red-haired Shanks also uses a sword and has fought several duels with the world's #1 swordsman Haki. Equal to Haki, isn't that stronger than Father? Kuina couldn't believe it. Father is already the strongest swordsman I have ever seen. I can see a swordsman stronger than Father in East Blue. Al was not surprised. It was 10 years ago, when Luffy was 7 years old. At this time, the red-haired Shanks pirates were sailing for a year with Windmill Village as their base. As for why Shanks came to East Blue, Al knew it very well. It was because he had snatched the Nika fruit from Fusfur 2 years ago. As a crew member of Pirate King Roger, Shanks's life experience was very mysterious, so he knew the specialness of this devil fruit. Since he snatched the Nika fruit, he wanted to find a suitable eater for this devil fruit, so he wandered around the world. It was not until Luffy ate the devil fruit and gambled an arm for it that he left East Blue for New World. Al's observation color had seen Shanks, who was missing an arm on the ship and was still injured. It seems that the plot at the beginning of the original work has already happened. Luffy has indeed eaten the Nika fruit, and under the influence of Shanks, he has determined his goal to become the Pirate King. The child of destiny in this world has embarked on the road of destiny. Al did not think about meeting Shanks. Although he knew Shanks was not a vicious pirate, he was not strong enough after all. There was no need to put himself in danger. However, the next second, his face changed. On the Redvers, Shanks, who was resting with his eyes closed to recover from his injuries, suddenly opened his eyes. Interesting, there are strong people who have awakened Observation Haki in East Blue. And he is using Observation Haki to observe me. The Deputy Captain Ben Beckman also discovered the Observation Haki that Al had just scanned. It seems that the propaganda of the world government that East Blue is the safest and weakest sea is not true. However, the strong man of East Blue is a bit rude, using Observation Haki to spy at will. Red-haired Shanks smiled slightly and said, "Baker, drive the boat over to say hello." The Observation Haki just now is not weak, but it is a little strange. On the other side, Al sighed and said, "Karina, stop the boat, we have been discovered. Don't worry, there shouldn't be any accidents." Al sighed in his heart. "You are worthy of being the future Emperor of the Sea. I know they are strong, and I have used Observation Haki very carefully. I didn't expect to be discovered." And not only did red-haired Shanks discover it, Ben Beckman and Yasop also sensed my Observation Haki. The Iron Wall pirates with the most balanced strength deserve it. The Redvers sailed very fast, and it docked next to Al's pirate ship in a few minutes. "What a big ship," Karina and Nami exclaimed. Red-hair's ship was dozens of times bigger than the one Al and his crew were on. Al tensed up and looked up at the red-hair pirates on the deck of the Redfirth. He frowned, feeling a little unhappy. He didn't like the feeling of looking up at others. "Boss, we're here, but you were mistaken. There are a few children on this ship, not some Observation Haki masters," Lakilu said, holding a chicken leg in his hand. A group of children. Red Hair and Beckman stood at the bow, looking at Al and others on the deck of the boat. "They are really a few children. Shanks was very surprised. My feeling is not wrong. The one who just scanned us with Observation Haki is the one on this ship. Could it be that the Observation Haki master is hiding in the cabin? Boss, are you stupid? Beckman was speechless. Is your Observation Haki just for eating? There are only 5 people on the deck on this ship, no one else. Ahem. Shanks scratched his head. Beck, there are outsiders here, give me some face. Let's go down the boat and take a look. You guys be careful, don't scare these children. Then, Shanks, Beckman, Yasop, Lakilu and other core members of the Red Hair Pirates got off the boat. Don't be afraid, we have no ill intentions. My name is Shanks. After jumping onto the deck of Al's pirate ship, Shanks smiled and spoke hurriedly. Al also smiled. My name is Al, and I am the captain of this pirate group. It's useless for us to be afraid of the future emperor of the sea. Do you know us? Shanks was a little surprised to hear this. Oh yes, with O'Hara scholar Nico Robin here, it's not surprising that he knows us. Al invited Shanks and others into the room and said at the same time. Karina, go get our food out. There are guests coming, so we can't neglect them. Okay, Oni-chan. Karina and Nami trotted to the kitchen. Yasop, have someone bring some of our supplies over, how can we let little brother Al suffer? Reikalu, go help those 2 girls cook, don't be idle. The first time Shanks saw Al, he knew that he was the one who had just observed him with his Observation Haki. Soon, Reikalu prepared a large table of delicious food, and several people sat together to eat and chat. Shanks and his friends were very familiar with each other, and they didn't treat themselves as outsiders at all. Al, how old are you this year? 12 years old, Al replied. It's amazing that you can use Observation Haki skillfully at the age of 12. When I was your age, I was still a kid who knew nothing, ha ha ha. Shanks was quite shocked. He had been sailing for so many years, but this was the first time he saw someone who could master Observation Haki at such a young age. Are you interested in joining us Red Hair Pirates? Shanks was interested in talent. And he felt that Al was quite compatible with his temper. They had finished their trip to Windmill Village and were ready to go to New World to officially seize the position of 4 emperors. Robin was a little surprised to hear Shanks' words. She didn't expect that her captain could actually get Shanks' recognition. Sorry, I won't join any faction, we have our own adventures. Shanks, I will grow into a strong man who is no weaker than you in the future. Shanks was stunned when he heard this, and then laughed. Ha ha ha, very ambitious, I like it. Sorry, I am abrupt. But this road is not so easy. Al didn't say much, he was conservative, as long as he fulfilled his talent, he would definitely become a stronger person than Shanks in the future. However, it would be very brainless to say that. In East Blue, there is another kid who said the same thing, you may meet him in the future. Shanks thought of Luffy, who he had high hopes for. Then, he looked at the famous swords on Al and Kuina's waists and said in surprise. You and this little girl are both swordsmen. Do you want me to teach you? I am a swordsman who is comparable to the world's #1 swordsman. Chapter 26. A red blow pierces through the sea and sky. Gods avoid it. Boss, are you a little too confident? Ben Beckman looked at Shanks' narcissistic look and was a little speechless. You are still recovering from your injury. And from what I know about Hawkeye, he will not bother to compete with you in swordsmanship when he sees that you have lost your left arm. When did you fight with Hawkeye and your swordsmanship was suppressed? We can be evenly matched because of Haki, so don't flatter yourself. And you have the nerve to bully a little brother who just went to sea. Shanks said unhappily. What do you mean by bullying Al? I want to teach him, okay. You are not a swordsman, you don't understand. Why didn't I know you could teach others? Shanks smiled awkwardly. Beckman was telling the truth. He was left-handed and used to use the sword with his left hand. Now that his left arm was bitten off by the King of the Sea, his strength was greatly reduced, and his swordsmanship level also declined a lot. Just like a person who normally uses a sword with his right hand, if he suddenly uses a sword with his left hand, he may not be able to use half of his strength. Al was very excited. He would benefit a lot from fighting with a top-level strongman like Shanks. Although Shanks' left arm was broken, his strength was far beyond what Al could compare with now. Uncle Beckman, don't look at me as only 12 years old, but I am already a swordsman. As a swordsman, How can I not want to fight with a great swordsman like Shanks? Al's fighting spirit surged, his face was excited, and his right hand was already on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Before entering the Grand Line, it would be best to fight with a great swordsman without worries and get the experience of fighting against the top strongman in advance. Oni-chan, use my sword. Kuina handed the large sword 21 work Wado Ikimonji to Al. If I'm not mistaken, the sword of this Uncle Shanks is the Supreme Great Sword Griffin. Using Snow Su to fight against Griffin will cause Snow Su to be damaged. Al did not refuse and took the Wado Ikimonji. Red Hair's Griffin was originally Pluten Rayleigh's sword, and later gave it to Red Hair. Although it is not confirmed in the original book whether it is the Supreme Great Sword, Pluten Rayleigh's sword must be the Supreme Great Sword. Al's words shocked Red Hair and Beckman and others. You said you were a swordsman. How is that possible? Even Hawkeye, at the age of 12, was just a kid who trained with a sword every day. And you actually became a swordsman at this age. Al laughed. Not only me, my crew member Kuina also became a swordsman at the Iron Slash realm a few days ago. And I believe that she will soon become a senior swordsman who can swing a flying slash. And she is only 11 years old this year. The red-haired man widened his eyes and scanned Al and Kuina. The shock in his heart was no less than when he heard Luffy say the same sentence as Roger. I can't believe that there are two future world's greatest swordsman contenders on the same pirate ship, the Small East Blue. If Hawkeye knew, he would be so happy. Red Hair slowly drew out his famous sword Griffin, performed a swordsman's etiquette, and said solemnly. Since Al, you are a swordsman and have a powerful observation haki, I will fight you with the highest etiquette of a swordsman. You probably haven't mastered armament haki yet, so I won't use armament haki. If you can withstand my momentum, I will try to teach you a sword technique that Captain Roger taught me. Go ahead. Al held the Wado Ikimonji in his hand and looked directly at the red-haired Shanks. Koshiro and Shanks were both great swordsmen, but their auras were completely different. If Koshiro's aura of a great swordsman was like a mountain with a heavy breath, the aura of red-haired Shanks was like a 1,000-meter dam opening the gates to release water, and the surging aura rolled and spread in all directions. The terrifying aura dyed the entire sea and sky red, and even squeezed out the surrounding air, making it as viscous as liquid. There is no doubt that although they are both great swordsmen, Shanks is much stronger than Koshiro. Under this terrifying aura, Al seemed to be in the deep sea, and the majestic pressure made him feel as heavy as a whole mountain pressing on him. Al knew that Shanks was just exploding his aura, and he had not yet used his Conqueror's Haki, which was unbearable for Marine Admiral Green Bull. Beckman and others protected Robin, Karina, Kuina, and Nami behind them, so Al had no worries. He seemed to have discovered a talent of his own. The more he faced strong pressure, the more he was eager to fight. Not bad, you are worthy of being a young swordsman. On this sea, not to mention a 12-year-old child, even adults, there are not many people who can stand firm under my momentum just now. As a swordsman, this is what you should do. No matter what the situation is, you dare to draw your sword to meet the enemy. Without such a strong heart, it is impossible to become a real strong man. Since you did it, I will not break my promise. I will teach you this powerful swordsmanship called God Avoidance. My swordsmanship can't beat Hawkeye. I hope that one day I can see you, Al, defeat Hawkeye with pure swordsmanship and become the world's #1 swordsman. It feels really good to be the guide of the world's #1 swordsman in the future. Under Shanks' terrifying momentum, Al felt that a powerful force was awakening in his body. He knew that it was the Conqueror's Haki that only 1 in a million people could use. However, he didn't think much about it now, and used all his strength to swing the flying slash. It turned out to be a swordsman who has mastered the flying slash. What a natural swordsman. Come on. God Avoidance. Shanks swung a weakened version of the God Avoidance at Al. But even so, the red slash that pierced through the sea and sky almost tore the entire sea apart. The clouds floating in the low sky were all dissipated under this blow. Al felt a crisis that he had never felt since he was born. His state of mind changed at this moment. After seeing himself clearly, he was no longer proud of his excellent talent. No matter how good the talent is, it is useless if it cannot be fulfilled. At this moment, Al's will and strength were twisted into a rope, and he slashed out the strongest blow of his life. The silver-white slash he slashed collided with the god avoidance, and it was stalemated for 2 breaths before it was shattered. Al's powerful observation Haki clearly remembered all the essentials of this divine evasion at this moment. Later, Shanks saw that Al did not dodge or evade, and continued to use all his strength to slash to delay the attack of divine evasion. In the face of life and death crisis, in less than 5 seconds, Al swung hundreds of flying slashes. If you can't resist the power, then use the number to resist. In this process, Al's mastery of flying slashes increased rapidly. He felt that this divine evasion was not the complete version, and the power was weakened by at least 7 or 8 times. After all, the divine evasion was to be integrated with Conqueror's Haki. Shanks would not use Conquerors against a 12-year-old boy. In the end, in the midst of Al's all-out slashing, he miraculously blocked this divine evasion. Chapter 27 The Red Hair Pirates are grateful. Everyone becomes stronger. He actually blocked it. It's incredible. Beckman, Lakilu, Yasop, and the crew members watching the battle on the Redvers were extremely shocked. This is the first time I've seen someone block the boss's divine evasion. Although Conquerors was not used, the power was weakened a lot, but the boy was only 12 years old. That move just now, let alone a 12-year-old boy, even I, a member of the Red Hair Pirates, couldn't block it. I can't imagine how he did it. As the person involved, the red-haired Shanks was even more shocked, looking at Al who was panting in disbelief. He never thought that his move would be blocked. Just now, he was ready to block this move himself. You actually blocked it with your own strength. This is not just something that talent can do. It's incredible. How did you do it? Al's strength was almost drained, and every muscle in his body was sore. In just a few seconds, he had slashed so many flying strikes that he couldn't even count them. He looked up at Shanks, who was in shock, and grinned. I have always believed in one sentence. When your body reaches its limit, your strong will definitely lead you out of the siege. Hearing this, Shanks fell into silence, looking deeply at Al, who had a firm and resolute look. It was the first time he was shocked by a person's will. With such a strong will and such a strong talent. You said you can become as strong as me, and now I believe it. Al, you will definitely surpass me, Hawkeye, and all the Sea Emperors, and become the top strong man on this sea. I have always believed it and never doubted it. Al replied with a smile. No wonder you don't want to join our pirate group. Seeing Al so confident, the red-haired man understood. If you join our pirate group, it will limit your future as a Buddha. How old were you when you started practicing swordsmanship? I guess you must have a very good swordsmanship teacher. Your master must be a powerful swordsman to be able to teach such a disciple. Kuina looked at Al with a little distress and replied. Al, Oni-chan, has no master. He only used my father's swordsmanship notes 6 days ago to embark on the path of Kendo. Before that, he had never learned swordsmanship. Shanks. Beckman. No, you said that little brother Al only started learning swordsmanship 6 days ago. Little girl, are you kidding me? I don't have much education, don't lie to me. Hearing Kuina's words, Shanks took a breath of cold air, his eyes filled with extreme shock of disbelief. It's not that he hasn't seen geniuses before, on the contrary, he himself is a genius. But Shanks never thought that there was such a sword genius beyond his imagination in this sea. 6 days. Learning sword for 6 days can reach the level of breaking my divine evasion. It seems that in a few years, the position of the world's greatest swordsman will change hands. Hawkeye has always told me that he wants to find someone who can compete with him in swordsmanship, but he has never found one. Now, I have found him. And there is more than one. Although he has never fought with Kuina, with the eyes of red-haired Shanks, how could he not see that this girl using Wado Ikimonji is also a top-level kendo genius that is rare in a century? It seems that my decision to teach you the move of God Boundary just now will be the most correct decision I have made in my life. With a terrifying talent like you, it is not that you are proud of God Boundary, but that God Boundary is proud of you. Even if Captain Roger is alive, seeing a top-level kendo genius like Al with a terrifying talent, he will make the same decision as me. Baker, I have decided not to go to New World for the time being. Until I have completely taught Al God Boundary. This is the inheritance of the swordsman. Beckman nodded and did not refuse. Under normal circumstances, red-haired people get along with the crew very casually and can make any jokes. Once he gets serious, everyone will listen to his orders unconditionally. Al said, "Thank you very much. You taught me the divine repellent, so I won't be ungrateful." He looked at the broken left arm of the red-haired pirates, thought for a while, and said, "Shanks, I know a way to restore your left arm. I'll tell you the method in return." Shanks was about to say that he had bet his left arm on the new era, but he suddenly felt that Al in front of him was the future of this world, the real new era. In addition, after hearing Al's words, Beckman, Yasop, Lakilu and others were all shocked. What they are most worried about now is the decline of their boss's fighting power. If Shanks dares to refuse Al, they will beat Shanks up and make him dare not be willful again. Beckman said very seriously, "Brother Al, if your method can really restore our boss's left arm, you will be the great benefactor of our entire Red Hair Pirates. If you have any requests in the future, just ask. As long as we can do it, we will never refuse." Al did not refuse the kindness of the Red Hair Pirates. "You should know about op fruit. The power of this fruit can completely cure Shanks' left arm. It would be even better if you still kept the broken arm. And the user of this devil fruit is in North Blue. The user of op fruit is actually in North Blue." Beckman had already thought of this fruit when Shanks' arm was broken, but he didn't know where the fruit was. "You go find a pirate named Trafalgar D. Valtier Law. He is the user of op fruit. My father used to be a Marine and participated in the Mignon Island incident, so I know it very well." The red-haired people remembered Law's name. Beckman was very grateful and said, "Thank you, little brother Al. Since our boss wants to teach you swordsmanship, then the few of us will not be idle either. We will also teach you crew knowledge and combat methods. After you learn the divine avoidance, we will set off for North Blue." Al certainly would not refuse such a good thing. He has long wanted Nami, Robin, Karina, Kuina and others to become stronger quickly. Now with the guidance of the Red Hair Pirates cadres, the progress will be very fast. Chapter 28 Everyone's strength has been greatly improved. Go to Logue Town. In addition to teaching Al swordsmanship, Red Hair Shanks himself will also teach Al his understanding of Conqueror's Haki. As the strongest conquerors on this sea, Shanks has a very deep understanding of conquerors. This precious knowledge is what many strong men on the sea dream of. Beckman teaches Robin and Karina taijutsu. Red Hair Pirates navigator Bendix teaches Nami navigation knowledge. Kuina follows Al and absorbs Red Hair Shanks' understanding of swordsmanship. Shanks is a top swordsman who is much stronger than Koshiro. Al and Kuina have learned a lot of swordsmanship knowledge from him. Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. On the 7th day, Al has completely mastered the god avoidance without conquerors. When he awakens conquerors and masters conquerors' entanglement, he can directly use the full version of god avoidance. Your talent is truly amazing. When Captain Roger taught me the divine evasion, it took me 7 or 8 months to learn it. Captain Roger praised me as a swordsmanship genius at the time. Now that I've met you, I know what a true genius is. Compared to you, my swordsmanship talent is the same as nothing." Shanks looked at Al, who was already able to use the divine evasion, and sighed sincerely. "I still have to thank you for your teaching during this period of time. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to master such advanced swordsmanship moves so quickly." Al was still very humble, without any arrogance. At this moment, the seagulls in the sky delivered several free newspapers. Shanks was a little confused. Has something big happened on the sea again? Free newspapers have been distributed. As he said, several people opened the newspapers to read. On the newspaper, the front page headline published several very eye-catching large words. Shichibukai, Dracul Mahawk, is officially confirmed as the world's greatest swordsman. Anyone who is dissatisfied with his position as the world's greatest swordsman will accept a life-and-death battle at any time. Further down, there are 2 not so eye-catching news, but Al saw them at a glance. The Emperor of Daughter Island, Captain Boa Hancock of the 9 Snakes Pirates, officially started the Emperor's first hunt. In the Castor Island of the Grand Line, someone claimed to have seen a pirate ship flying in the sky. It is suspected that the Flying Admiral, the former overlord of the sea, Golden Lion Shiki, appeared, but no one has confirmed it. Red Hair didn't pay much attention to other news, and his eyes were on the portrait of Hawkeye published in the newspaper. Hawkeye, this guy, has really become the world's recognized #1 swordsman. Although before this, his strength was enough to become the #1 swordsman, but after all, he has not been truly recognized. This guy has achieved his goal, and I am still wasting time. Red Hair put down the newspaper, looked at Al, who had become much stronger after half a month of training, and said, "Al, brother, we should go. After healing my arm in North Blue, we will go to New World. If there is a chance in the future, let's meet in New World. I am looking forward to seeing the day when you surpass Hawkeye and become the world's #1 swordsman. I also look forward to the day when Kuina becomes the world's #1 female swordsman. When that happens, I will come to you specially to hold a grand banquet." In half a month, Al and Red Hair became good friends. "Thank you for training me and my crew during this period of time. Our Al pirates should also set off for the Grand Line. As you said, the next time we meet, it will be when I become the world's #1 swordsman. See you in New World." The Red Hair pirates left very quickly. This half-month was the time when the Al pirates had the most improvement in strength. Robin and Karina, under the special training of Beckman and others, became much stronger. Although they had not yet awakened armament haki, they were able to use the Marine 6 styles in a preliminary way. Moonwalk and Tempest Kick will be mastered by the two in 2 months at most. After all, Beckman had focused on training the 3 related styles during this period, so that the results would be the greatest. Nami also mastered the use of Shave, but Moonwalk and Tempest Kick were still far behind. After all, she still had to learn navigation knowledge from the Red Hair Pirate's navigator. Kuina had already mastered the use of Flying Slash, and was already the youngest female senior swordsman, with a significant improvement in combat power. The one who had made the biggest improvement was Al himself. In addition to fully mastering the Divine Haki, he also had a deeper understanding of Armament Haki, Observation Haki, and Conqueror's Haki. In 3 months at most, I should be able to master the use of Armament Haki. As for Conqueror's Haki, it has not yet awakened and needs an opportunity. In general, after half a month of special training, the strength of our Al pirates has been greatly improved. Robin, Nami, and Karina watched the Red Hair pirates go away. The mental outlook of the few people has changed a lot. The improvement in strength has greatly increased the confidence of the 3 women. For the first time, the 3 of them experienced the feeling of rapid strength. Although Robin has killed many people, her more than 10 years of escape life has left her with no stable time to think about becoming stronger. Either running away or on the way to escape. And she didn't even find the meaning of her own survival before, let alone become stronger. But now it's different, she has found someone to rely on, and she feels very safe next to Al. Al has given her a goal in life again and a motivation to live, and she likes the feeling of being next to Al. Karina has a good fighting talent and learns Marine 6 styles very quickly. Her change is the most obvious, and she is completely different from when she was a thief. Al, next time we meet an enemy, we should be able to join the battle. We can't always be protected by you. As members of the Al Pirates, we have to fight too. No problem, but you are not strong enough. I will find a suitable devil fruit for you to eat when I have a chance. Make you stronger. Kuina, are you interested in devil fruit? Have you always been concerned about the gap between men and women? Devil fruit can make up for these gaps. Al asked. I don't reject devil fruit. If there is a suitable fruit, I will eat it. Kuina answered. Well, when there is a chance in the future, in addition to Robin who has already eaten devil fruit, Karina, Nami, Kuina, you can all choose a suitable devil fruit to eat. Our goal is to become the strongest pirate group on the sea. Several people nodded heavily. Captain Al, it's time for us to set off. Nami stood at the bow, looking excited. She was very glad that she became a member of the Al Pirates. After just a few days of joining, she has learned a lot of sailing knowledge that she has always dreamed of, and has become much stronger. Let's go. Go to Logue Town, then enter the Grand Line. Chapter 29 Hawkeye's Shock and Fighting Spirit. On the Redverse, Shanks called Hawkeye's Den Den Mushi. You actually became the world's greatest swordsman. What a big deal. The World Economic News Agency actually publishes news all over the world for free. It seems that your strength has improved a lot after the last duel with me. On Crocodile Island, Hawkeye said with a smile on his face. Shanks, you are still in East Blue now. Such a weak place. I challenge kendo masters all over the world, and I don't even bother to go when I'm called Marine Hunter. How can a man like you stay in such a place for so long? Shanks laughed. Ha ha ha. Hawkeye, you are still so arrogant. But you are wrong this time. Do you know who I met in East Blue? You can't even dream of it. But this person is very important to you, not just ordinary important. Hawkeye became interested. He knew very well that red hair would not joke about such things. Who did you meet? Tell me about it. I've been idle lately and my sword is almost rusty. A true kendo genius. Shanks thought of Al's handsome appearance. He's much more talented than you. His talent is beyond your imagination. With him here, I'm afraid you won't be able to sit on the position of the world's #1 swordsman for many years. The smile on Hawkeye's face disappeared, and his expression became serious. He put his hand on the handle of the black knife next to him, and ripples appeared in his heart. Tell me about it. At only 12 years old, he has learned swordsmanship for 6 days, and he has become a swordsman who has mastered flying slashes. At your age, you are probably still practicing swordsmanship, right? Hawkeye was excited, shocked, and interested, but he was indifferent, and did not show too much shock, and continued. An ordinary genius will not shake my confidence. If that's all, how long can I sit in the position of the world's #1 swordsman? The road of kendo does not care about the progress in the early stage, but the basic accumulation in the early stage is very important. You should know that this road will become more and more difficult as you go on. Without enough fighting, no matter how powerful a genius is, he is just a greenhouse flower. Shanks continued. What if he has only learned swordsmanship for 6 days? He can do his best to block my divine avoidance without using Conqueror's Haki. Hawkeye stood up from the sofa suddenly, and his fighting spirit could not stop boiling. Are you telling the truth? Shanks, if you dare to lie to me, I'll kill you next time we meet. As Hawkeye, who often fights with Shanks, no one knows better than him how strong Shanks's divine evasion is. He simply couldn't imagine that a young swordsman who was only 12 years old could resist the divine evasion wielded by Red Hair himself. The one who can resist your divine evasion is not just a genius. At the age of 12, it took less than a month to reach this level. No wonder you are so surprised. Even I was shocked by the young swordsman you mentioned. No wonder you said that my position as the world's #1 swordsman can't last too long. As long as that young swordsman grows up steadily, he will be the swordsman rival I dream of. As the #1 swordsman, Hawkeye understands what Shanks said better than anyone else. He couldn't help but wonder, with the power of Shanks' divine evasion, how old would he be before he could guarantee to resist it without injury? After thinking for a while, Hawkeye had to express his shock and admiration for Al's talent again. Not only that, he only took less than half a month to learn my divine evasion. And I can see that he only spent 8 days on my divine evasion, and the rest of the time was spent studying armament Haki. Shanks' words made Hawkeye's eyelids twitch. What the hell? Learn to dodge in 7 days. This almost made Hawkeye, who was always indifferent, bite his lip. In his heart, in addition to the shock that could not be described, there was more boiling fighting spirit. Although Hawkeye was just announced as the world's #1 swordsman, but in fact, his strength was enough to sit in this position. He didn't know how long it had been since he had a hearty swordsmanship battle. As a swordsman with an extremely strong desire to fight, he could not stand the loneliness of being at the top. After a long time, Hawkeye suppressed the boiling fighting spirit in his heart and calmed down. You have aroused my fighting spirit. What's the name of the 12-year-old genius swordsman you mentioned? I will go to see him when I have time. Why? Shanks laughed. Are you going to kill the future #1 swordsman? Shanks, your mouth is still so annoying. Tell me who he is. His name is Al, and he is a pirate heading for the Grand Line. On his ship, there is also a girl who has mastered the flying slash at the age of 11, and she is also a very talented seed of a great swordsman. Her name is Kuina. I believe that their names will definitely resound throughout the sea in the future. Not only that, All members of the Al Pirates are rare geniuses. I guess it won't be long before you can see their names and bounties in the newspaper. Hawkeye remembered the names of Al and Kuina, and said, I didn't expect that the small East Blue would have such two sword masters. It seems that I really underestimated East Blue. I have to go to East Blue if I have a chance. Red-haired Shanks agreed. You really should come. I stayed with them for half a month, so I know that her father is a great swordsman hidden in East Blue, specializing in teaching children swordsmanship. Both Kuina and Al have been taught by the great swordsman Koshiro. That great swordsman is worthy of respect, and his contribution to the path of Kendo is very great. Is there another great swordsman hidden in East Blue? Hawkeye's eyes became hot. You'd better put away your thoughts of dueling. I know from Kuina that her father has been teaching Kendo for decades. Don't let such a Kendo master kill you. Hawkeye said speechlessly. Don't worry, such a great swordsman deserves my respect. I just want to exchange swordsmanship. I also learned swordsmanship in a Kendo dojo when I was a child. Now I have become the world's #1 swordsman, but the teacher who taught me swordsmanship when I was a child is no longer here. In return, I plan to share my understanding of swordsmanship with Koshiro. Maybe I can cultivate more top swordsmen for this sea, which can be regarded as my contribution to the road of Kendo. It's best if you can think like this. Red Hair felt relieved. Maybe you can also find a Kendo genius in Ishin Dojo. Hawkeye sighed. I hope that if Kendo prospers, I won't be alone. It's lonely at the top, Shanks. In 2 days, I will leave for East Blue. Al didn't know that because of his existence, the butterfly's wings had already flapped and had begun to affect the world. Hawkeye set foot in East Blue 10 years earlier, and Zoro met Hawkeye 10 years earlier. With Hawkeye's understanding of Kendo, Koshiro would definitely pass it on to Zoro. The world line has begun to change because of Al. At the same time, Al, who is being watched by the two world's top powers, has been moving at full speed and is about to arrive at Logue Town. Chapter 30 Al's Trial of 3 Women. Al and his group did not delay any further. They headed straight for Logue Town. Nami, Karina, go shopping after we get to Logue Town. After half a month of training, our supplies are almost exhausted. Besides, we will stay in Logue Town for a while. I have a few things to look for. The few people naturally had no objection. In addition to the 3rd-generation Kidetsu in the knife shop, the most important thing Al wanted to find was the Paramecia barrier fruit that might exist near Logue Town. The previous user of this devil fruit was Kurozumi Semimaru of Wanokuni. This person was the guard of the Wanokuni daimyo Kurozumi Orochi. Using the power of the barrier fruit, he could easily resist Kazuki Oden's full-strength slash. Although Kazuki Oden was mentally retarded, he was very strong and was a powerful swordsman who could cut Kaido of the beasts. The power of the barrier fruit is very powerful and very applicable. However, Al was not sure whether Kurozumi Semimaru was dead at this point in time. 8 years have passed since Kazuki Oden died. I don't know if this old thing Kurozumi Semimaru can live for so many years. But it doesn't matter, even if I'm not sure whether the barrier fruit is near Logue Town now. There is also a Logia devil fruit on Sixus Island in East Blue. Before leaving East Blue, this Logia Mera Mera fruit must be obtained. Just when Al made a plan, Nami knocked on the door. Al, are you busy? No, come in, is there anything? Al looked at Nami's hesitation and was a little confused. Nami said, after we go to Logue Town, will we leave East Blue? But Captain Al, I want to save my village. The fishman Arlong has persecuted many villagers. I want to settle this matter before leaving East Blue. Al smiled and said, so you are worried about this matter? It's okay. Since you are a member of my Al Pirates, your business is my business. Don't worry, I will give you time to deal with Arlong before leaving East Blue. Or, we can help you deal with Arlong. Nami waved her hand and said firmly, Captain Al, I want to use my own ability to deal with Arlong. Nami, your idea of revenge yourself is good, but we are partners, aren't we? If you want to take revenge quickly, you can only hope for the power of devil fruit. However, I have other arrangements for you. There is a very powerful devil fruit that is particularly suitable for you, but there is no way to obtain it now. Are you willing to wait until then? After Al used his observation haki to sense that Nami completely recognized the Al pirates in her heart and really decided to join, he has been thinking about the most suitable one for Nami. Devil fruit. Even Al likes that devil fruit very much. However, he is already a user of the slow fruit ability, and he does not have a strange physique, so he naturally cannot have dual fruit abilities like Blackbeard. Al, has Oni-chan made plans for me? Then I am willing to wait, and I cannot let Oni-chan down. That's right, we are partners, and it is the responsibility of all crew members to help you get revenge. Don't you regard us as partners? At this time, Nami's hatred for Arlong was the most intense, so she wanted to take revenge herself. But Al's words made her feel ashamed, and she waved her hands hurriedly. No, Captain Al is so good to us, and I am very happy to stay on the ship. How can I not consider you as my partners? That's right. Al smiled and rubbed Nami's orange hair. When we arrive at Logue Town, I will let Kuina and Karina go home with you. Kuina, who has mastered the flying slash, is enough to help you deal with the fishman Arlong. At the same time, it is also a test for the three of you. You, Karina, Kuina, you are different from Robin. Going out to sea as a pirate is not playing house. You will definitely meet people like Arlong who do all kinds of bad things and want to kill them as soon as possible. And you three, because you are still young, your hands are not stained with blood. The danger of Grand Line is far greater than East Blue. You must complete the trial before I can rest assured. Nami nodded heavily. With her intelligence, she naturally understood Al's intention. Oni-chan, I understand. Pirates are not a game of house. We will never let you down. After talking with Nami, Al began to hone his strength every day. Whether it is the development of devil fruit or the training of swordsmanship, it takes a lot of time. And now, we have to add the training of armament haki and observation haki. Al often feels that he does not have enough time. I wish there were 72 hours in a day. The time for honing strength passed quickly. Al's ship has arrived at Logue Town. Before going ashore, Al called all the crew members together. Kuina, Karina, I'll give you a mission, and it's also a test for you. Although Kuina, the oldest, is only 11 years old, since you've chosen to go to sea, you'll have to face the challenges everywhere on the sea. In order for you to be able to face the enemy with a calm mind after entering the Grand Line, you must complete this trial mission. Kuina wiped the Wado Ikimonji and said calmly, Captain Al, is there finally a combat mission? You don't know how long I've been waiting for this moment. The battles at Ishinjim are all just a little bit of fighting, and I've long been tired of those kind of playful battles. Swordsmen need real fighting. Only in a life and death struggle can there be a huge improvement. I've been ready for it. What's more, Nami and I are companions and sisters. I'm 3 years older than her, and I should take care of her. Helping her deal with the evil fishmen is what I, as a sister, should do. Not only is Kuina older than Nami and Karina, but her personality is also completely different from the two eccentric girls. She has a pure and steady personality, and always keeps in mind the goal of becoming a great swordsman. And is willing to make all efforts for this goal. She has learned swordsmanship for many years in Ishin Dojo, and she has imagined countless times that she can use her swordsmanship to fight the enemy, instead of playing house with a bamboo sword. Karina is not afraid either. Although she is only 8 years old, she has 2 years of experience drifting alone on the sea. Don't worry, Oni-chan, I am not that thief Karina now. I have mastered the Marine 6 styles shave. Even if I can't fight head-on, I can sneak attack. I have prepared the dagger. With the speed of shaving, it is not difficult to sneak attack a fishman of ordinary strength. Nami has told us about Oni-chan's arrangement. Sister Kuina and I can't wait. Nami looked at Kuina with great emotion. Although she has not been in the Al Pirates for a long time. But both Robin and Kuina treat her as their own sister and take good care of her. Even Karina, who is the same age as her, was indignant after learning about Nami's miserable experience, and wanted to kill the fishman Arlong right now. Robin, who had been silent on the side, thought about it and said, Captain, I will go with Kuina and the others. I also heard about Nami's experience. The strength she has trained during this period of time also needs experimental subjects. And I have more experience. In case of an accident, I can take care of them. Al thought about it and agreed directly. That's good, Robin will go with us. With her here, I don't have to worry about anything. I will go to Logue Town to buy supplies and look for the Paramecia devil fruit at the same time. Then wait for your guy to spin. Chapter 31 Sister can't wait to eat you. After Roger opened the Great Pirate Era, his birthplace, Logue Town, became the bridgehead for East Blue to enter the Grand Line. Except for those pirates who are not afraid of death and dare to go through the calm belt. All pirates who want to enter the Grand Line must pass through Logue Town. Therefore, the generals of the Marine headquarters sent the troublemaker Smoker to guard here. However, Smoker was recalled to the Marine headquarters by Zephyr, and the current Logue Town Marine force is empty. A large number of pirates took advantage of this time to prepare to enter the Grand Line. Al entered Logue Town alone. Robin, Kuina, Karina, and Nami took a boat to Kokosia village. At this time, Bartolomeo was 14 years old. I haven't seen the scene of Luffy being executed by the buggy god Tyr, and I haven't thought about going out to sea yet. According to the speculation in the original plot, this kid should be hanging out in the gang now. Logue Town is much larger than I thought, and finding the Paramecia barrier fruit is unexpectedly difficult. Although he had just entered Logue Town, Al kept his observation haki fully open. Ignore the pirates who have just entered Logue Town, and use observation haki to perceive the thoughts of the residents of Logue Town. I want to find traces of the barrier fruit in the minds of these people who have lived in Logue Town for many years. But unfortunately, Al searched for a whole day while purchasing supplies, but found nothing. Excessive use of observation haki, too many messy thoughts entered his mind, making Al's temples throbbing and his mind a mess. However, this most stupid way of finding can greatly train Al's observation haki. Forget it, I won't look for it for now. My brain is already full of junk information. Al stopped scanning with his observation haki and walked into the knife shop. Although he already had the good sword Shizu, as a swordsman, who would complain about having too many famous swords. After buying the demon sword 3rd generation Kitetsu, Al found a hotel to stay in. On the way to the hotel, he almost recognized the wrong person. Kuina. No, this is Tashigi. Why is she in Logue Town now? Al stood at the door of the hotel, looking at Tashigi who was following an adult female swordsman not far away, and was a little surprised. Is that woman Tashigi's mother? The sword in her hand should be Seo Shiger. Could it be that this female swordsman has some unclear relationship with Koshiro? Otherwise, how can Tashigi and Kuina look exactly the same? Al shook his head and didn't look at the Tashigi mother and daughter who were gradually going away. He still remembered that Tashigi joined Marine when she was 16 years old. Now she is the same age as Kuina, both 11 years old. The two look exactly the same, but their temperaments are completely different. Kuina is resolute and pure, exuding the sharp aura of a swordsman. Tashigi is silly and confused, completely different from Kuina. Wait until Kuina and the others come back. If there is a chance, let them meet each other. They are like twins, it's amazing. Al turned and entered the hotel, dialing the Den Den Mushi of Robin and others. On the sea less than 30 nautical miles away from the Kokosia village. Robin, Kuina, Karina, and Nami are all on the deck. Oni-chan called. Al, Oni-chan, did you find the devil fruit? Karina answered the phone call and asked excitedly. No, where are you? We will reach Nami's hometown in a few hours. Oni-chan, I miss you so much. Karina pursed her lips and spoke sweetly. It was the first time she was so far away from Al since she got on the ship. Kuina, Nami, and Robin beside her also missed the time they were with Al after listening to Karina's words. It's okay, Karina, you can see me when you deal with the fishman Arlong and come back. I have prepared gifts for each of you. After that, Al talked to Robin, Kuina, and Nami for a while before hanging up the phone. Full speed ahead. Karina stood at the bow. We have to complete the mission as quickly as possible. I don't want to leave Oni-chan for a moment. I dreamed of Al Oni-chan when I went to bed just now. As Nami adjusted the sailing route, the warm scene of Al rubbing her head flashed in her mind. Since Belmere was killed, she has never been so happy again. Although Kuina has only known Al for less than a month, she is not used to leaving Al suddenly. Although it has only been less than a month, she has already gotten used to the life of Al giving her some advice from time to time when she is practicing swordsmanship. I didn't expect that one day I would miss a little man so much. Robin was the first to follow Al. From the beginning, she temporarily followed Al, and now she has never thought about leaving Al. Only less than 2 months have passed. She started to flee at the age of 7, and it has been 11 years. Only in the 2 months with Al did she feel the real warmth and security. The little man will become an adult in 6 years. 6 years, I really want 6 years to pass quickly. Unlike other younger and emotionally ignorant girls, Robin is more mature and knows a lot. She is very sure that Al has occupied an extremely important position in her heart. Actually, I miss you the most, little Al. I don't want to leave you for even a second. 18-year-old Robin is at the age of falling in love. Her previous life on the run left her no time, and she neither dared nor wanted to think about such things. But now it's different. Under Al's protection, she can finally live like a normal girl. Grow up quickly, little man. When you grow up, your sister will eat you. Robin sat on a chair with a book on his lap, but his mind had long gone astray. When immersed in fantasy, time will pass quickly. Robin has not yet woken up from the fantasy that made her both shy and expectant. The boat arrived near the village of Kokosia. After arriving at the village of Kokosia, Nami took the lead and jumped off the boat, looking at the location of Arlong and others with hatred. Nami, is the fishman Arlong there? Kuina's eyes were sharp and murderous. Robin and Karina also got off the boat and stood side by side with Nami. Let's go, and get rid of them as quickly as possible. We can't let Oni-chan wait too long. Kuina's fighting spirit sword. Chapter 32 Killing. Combo. Inside the Kokosia village, the fishman Arlong and his gang are gathering together, looking for the villagers to continue asking for the head fee. Same as last month. If you want to live, 200,000 belly for adults and 100,000 belly for children. If you can't pay, you'll be like him. Arlong pointed the gun at the forehead of a man in his 50s and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! After a gunshot, the man's head was like a smashed watermelon, with red and white blood all over the ground. The strong smell of blood filled the air. All the villagers of Kokosia village who were summoned were silent and didn't dare to move. Ha ha ha! You lowly humans are so weak and cowardly, what a disgusting race. Malman is the race chosen by God. You lowly humans are only worthy of being slaves to the fishman. Arlong kicked away the headless corpse next to him and shouted loudly. Now Arlong can only forget the death of Brother Tiger for a short time when he personally kills a human life. Only at this time can the extreme hatred in his heart be slightly relieved. Fisher Tiger was reported by the villagers for saving Koala, which led to a sneak attack and serious injury by Marine Rear Admiral Stallo Berry. In the end, he died because he hated human blood and was unwilling to receive a blood transfusion. Hand over all the money. If you are a second slower, Lousy will chop off one of your fingers. Arlong stood at the entrance of Kokosia village, venting his hatred. He had not been in East Blue for long, but he had already killed many villages with his fishmen. At the same time, Kuina, Karina, Robin, and Nami were rushing towards Coco Washing Teeth village. Sister Kuina, I know all the members of the Arlong pirates. Arlong himself is the most powerful. The other cadres are not particularly strong except that they have a stronger physique than humans. Arlong's weapon is a sawtooth broadsword. He is a sawtooth shark man and is very powerful. Kuina put her right hand on the handle of the Wado Ikimonji and nodded. Don't worry, Nami, I will help you deal with Arlong. Karina, Sister Robin, Nami, let's go directly. With my current strength, I can fight this group of fishmen head-on. From a distance, several people saw a large number of villagers gathered at the entrance of the village, and several fishmen whose statures were obviously larger than the villagers. Karina and Nami took out sharp daggers and set their sights on the back of the necks of the two fishmen cadres. Nami, Karina, you must get away with one strike. Whether the sneak attack is successful or not, you must leave quickly. Robin reminded the two women who were eager to try. I'll take care of all the other scum. Kuina, I'll use my power to make Arlong lose his weapon, you take care of him as quickly as possible. We have to make sure no one gets hurt, otherwise I won't be able to face Captain Al. Sister Robin, don't worry. Kuina stared at Arlong, who was 2.6 meters tall. I know what Al's intention is, I won't let him down. That's good, let's do it. Kuina took the lead, pulled out the Wado Ikimonji, frowned and swung out a flying slash wave. The orange-red slash wave accurately hit the unprepared Arlong's back. A more than 1 meter long cut was directly cut on Arlong's back. The white bones on the back were exposed, and a lot of blood was splashed. Arlong was shouting wantonly, ready to kill a few more people to vent his anger. After being hit by the slash wave, his huge body seemed to be hit by a high-speed car. The whole person's feet left the ground and flew several meters away. The sudden attack shocked the whole crowd. The other fishmen around Arlong didn't understand what was happening and stood there in a daze. Now, shave. Nami and Karina saw the opportunity, each picked a cadre of Arlong's pirate group, and rushed over at a very fast speed. The sharp dagger penetrated the back of Kruby and Ju's neck. Although Karina and Nami were only 8 years old, the blood sprayed from the fishmen's neck stained their faces, but they were not afraid at all. Worried that their strength was not enough, Karina and Nami held the hilt of the knife with both hands and cut a circle on the necks of the 2 fishman cadres. If the dagger was not too short, the 2 people's finishing blows would have almost cut off the necks of the 2 fishmen directly. Brother Arlong, Kruby, Ju. The faces of several other fishman cadres and those small fish of the Arlong pirates changed drastically and shouted loudly. Robin saw the opportunity, crossed his hands, and activated the ability of flower fruit. Hang! More than a dozen small fish were grabbed by Robin's chin and their necks were directly broken. After training, Robin's strength has increased significantly. The necks of those small fish were twisted into twists by Robin's attack. The 4 people attacked at the same time, and it took only a few breaths to win. All the small fry died, and the necks of the 2 cadres were cut. Who is it? Get out! Arlong got up from the ground regardless of the deep wound on his back. Seeing Kruby and Ju who had been killed, his eyes were bloodshot. Evil dragon, I'm back to seek revenge on you. Nami stepped on Kruby's head, pulled out the dagger embedded in her throat with both hands, and glared at Arlong. Her face and orange-yellow ponytails were all stained with scarlet blood, and her eyes were wide open. Nami, who killed someone for the first time, did not feel disgusted. Although she was a little scared in her heart, hatred made her excited. Karina stood side by side with Nami with a dagger in her hand. The strong stimulation made her forget her fear. The 2 little girls had hidden violent factors in their hearts, and now they were all stimulated. Nami, it was you. Not only Arlong couldn't believe it, but the villagers of Kokosia village also exclaimed when they saw Nami covered in blood. Nohigo picked up a shovel, rushed over with gritted teeth, and stood with Nami. Arlong, you killed so many villagers, and also killed Belmir. Today, you must die. Nami gritted her teeth and glared at Arlong. Just you little girls, you were really looking for death. Arlong looked at the bodies of his compatriots and was furious to the extreme. What about me? After Kuina swung the knife just now, she didn't say a word, walked over silently, and protected Nami and Karina behind her. Who are you? Arlong grimaced in pain and asked with a frown. The one who took your life. Kuina was ruthless and didn't say much, waving the Wado Ikimonji in his hand. Several orange-red slashing waves rushed straight at Arlong. Swordsman. Arlong's face changed drastically, and he wanted to pick up his serrated sword on the ground next to him to resist. But Robin directly bound him in place with his ability, and he couldn't move at all. Arlong, who was seriously injured, could not break free from the restraints of Robin flower fruit's dozens of arms in an instant. Kuina suddenly found that Robin's ability was a perfect match for her. Robin ignored the hard control of distance, so that her slashing wave did not worry about missing. Arlong, who was restrained, was helpless and furious, and screamed loudly, but it was useless. He could only watch Kuina's several slashing waves cut him. Arlong, who was completely unable to resist the combination of Robin and Kuina, was directly cut off his neck by Kuina's slashing and died on the spot. Chapter 33 Paramecia Barrier Fruit. Under normal circumstances, at this time, Kuina's strength is not much stronger than Arlong. After all, Arlong was once a cadre of the Sun Pirates, and his strength is still quite strong in East Blue. Even the so-called future East Blue Overlord Creek will not be Arlong's opponent. But unfortunately, Kuina never thought of confronting him head-on. The first knife took advantage of his unpreparedness and directly injured Arlong. The second knife, perfectly coordinated with Robin's flower fruit strong control ability, directly cut off Arlong's head. It can be said that this battle was fought unexpectedly. If the four women chose to fight the Arlong pirates head-on, even if they could win, someone would definitely be injured. But in the world of pirates, there is no such thing as despicable or not. As long as you can win, any means don't matter. Nami, Arlong is dead, the dragon pirates are destroyed. Kuina was worried that Arlong was not dead yet, so he added a few more knives to make him die. Kuina had no resistance to killing. She had prepared herself mentally the day she became a swordsman. What swordsman doesn't kill? Nami stared blankly at the bodies of Arlong and the fishmen, tears streaming down her face. Belmere, I've avenged you. I'm under the care of Al One-chan now, you don't have to worry about me anymore. The moment Arlong died, Nami, who was only 8 years old, cried out. At this moment, she belonged to the Al pirates for the rest of her life. During the time she spent with Al, she had seen many strong men. She also knew how strong Arlong was. Nami knew very well that if she relied on herself, she would have to live in fear of Arlong for many years. She once desperately thought that if she relied on herself alone, she would never be able to avenge Belmere in her lifetime. But now, it has been less than a month since she joined the Al Pirates. Not only did she learn the Marine 6 styles shaving, but she also avenged her mother's murder with the help of her companions. Nami was extremely grateful to Al, who gave her hope. She had already made up her mind to follow Al for the rest of her life. At this moment, Al was a little worried about the others and called. Robin, how is it? As the matter resolved, Robin glanced at Arlong's body and replied, Captain, Arlong is dead, the Arlong pirates are destroyed. None of us were injured, you don't have to worry. That's good. Al breathed a sigh of relief. Calm down Nami, you guys go back to Logue Town. Al, Oni-chan. Nami took the Den Den Mushi and sobbed, thank you for helping me. What are you talking about? Nami, we are partners, you are my crew, who else can I help if I don't help you? Don't be sad, don't cry, Nami, no one will be able to bully any of you anymore. No matter who it is. Al's words were firm. As a captain, if he can't even protect his own crew, what kind of captain is he? Nami listened to Al's words, stopped crying, and stood up from the ground. From now on, I will be Al Oni-chan's navigator forever. Karina wiped the tears from Nami's face with a piece of paper and held Nami's hand tightly. Robin and Kuina looked at Nami with a smile. It's great to be a member of Captain Al's crew. Afterwards, Nami talked to Nokigo for a while, and they accepted the villagers' thanks, but confiscated their gifts. At around 3 p.m., the four left Kokosia village and rushed back to Logue Town to meet up with Al. After this training, the four people's mentality has changed. After the bloody experience, they began to slowly have the mentality and aura of a strong man. At the same time, in Logue Town, Al continued to look for the possible existence of the Paramecia barrier fruit. He even saw the 14-year-old Bartolomeo in the village near Logue Town. But there was still no trace of the barrier fruit. Could it be that the old Kurozumi Semimaru is still alive? Odin has been dead for 8 years. How can this old man live? Al frowned and looked a little annoyed. Look for one last round. If it doesn't work, forget it. Wait until Robin and the others come back. If they still haven't found it, don't look for it. Go directly to Sixus Island to find the Logia Mera Mera fruit. It's not certain whether the barrier fruit is there, but the Mera Mera fruit is definitely on Sixus Island. After making a decision, Al decided to use the observation haki to sense the thoughts of little Bartolomeo. Al always felt that he could find clues from Bartolomeo. Found it. I didn't expect that this barrier fruit was not ownerless. It was collected by someone. Al used the observation haki that could sense people's hearts to find a fruit that looked like a barrier fruit in Bartolomeo's mind. It was actually at Bartolomeo's grandmother's house. In the original book, Bartolomeo often mentioned his grandmother, and even went out to sea without a navigator, relying on him to call his grandmother to ask. Looking at this situation, Bartolomeo ate the barrier fruit at his grandmother's house when he went out to sea. I just don't know if this grandmother knows the magic of that fruit at this time. Al didn't delay and immediately went to the grandmother's house. It didn't take much time to talk. The grandmother didn't know that this fruit was a devil fruit, but just thought it looked good, so she collected it. In the end, after Al got the Paramecia barrier fruit, he quietly left a box of barley for the grandmother and left. Although he was a pirate, he still disdained to take advantage of ordinary people. After returning to the hotel, Al looked at this top-grade Paramecia devil fruit. The fruit was as big as a child's head, and the whole fruit was transparent green. The barrier fruit was not recorded in Al's devil fruit illustration, but the characteristics of the barrier fruit and its appearance were too closely related. Even if the devil fruit illustration could not be used to confirm it, Al could be 100% sure that this was the barrier fruit. I didn't expect that I would harvest 2 devil fruits after only 2 or 3 months at sea. Find time to sell the other Paramecia quick-cut fruit. As for who to give the barrier fruit to, I have to think carefully. Al had other ideas about the barrier fruit. The Drum Kingdom of the Grand Line also has a very top-grade Paramecia munch fruit. If we really talk about the power, the munch fruit is much stronger than the barrier fruit. After eating the munch fruit, you can eat anything and turn it into a part of your body, or synthesize something new. You can also eat your own body to change your body shape and make yourself thinner. The most powerful ability is to obtain the ability of the swallowed person by swallowing other ability users. Al has an idea, that is, no one eats the barrier fruit, and let Karina or Kuina eat the munch fruit. Then, try to see if the munch fruit ability user can swallow the barrier fruit but not digest it. It is equivalent to putting the barrier fruit in the empty stomach of the munch fruit ability user. Then try to see if the munch fruit ability user can use the ability of the barrier fruit. If it can, it will be very powerful. Chapter 34 The Devil Fruit Hunter of the Future. This idea of munch fruit. This was an idea that Al had before he crossed over. Munch fruit is undoubtedly a very rare and even unique top-level ability among devil fruit. As long as you eat this devil fruit, you can have multiple levels of devil fruit abilities. To some extent, this devil fruit is much stronger than Blackbeard's Logia dark fruit. Although there has been no experiment yet, Al feels that his idea should be realized. When we get the munch fruit, if the assumption is true, let Karina eat the munch fruit. This devil fruit is different from the ordinary Paramecia fruit. It requires a very smart brain to use it well. After all, the munch fruit is just a shell, and it will definitely use a variety of abilities in the future. And so many abilities require time to develop. If the brain is not smart enough, you will definitely not be able to play with the munch fruit. You can only develop it to be heaven-defying like Wapple. Then, Al remembered that when he was in Ishin Gym, he used the ability of the slow fruit to improve his swordsmanship training progress. Wait until my slow fruit is developed to a deeper level. It should be possible to get more training time by delaying the time of others. Then you can use the slow ability more and let Karina develop a variety of abilities. Then you don't have to sell the Paramecia quick-cut fruit. Let Karina eat it directly when the time comes. Al put away the barrier fruit and the quick-cut fruit. If the usage I envision doesn't work, I won't consider letting Karina eat munch fruit for now. After all, the power of munch fruit is that it can master more devil fruit abilities. I can't accept such a small and cute little lowly Karina eating people everywhere. That scene is really unacceptable. Moreover, not only does she have to eat people, but if she wants to keep using their abilities, she has to keep them alive. In this way, she has to release them from time to prevent them from starving to death. It's so troublesome. As for Nami and Kuina's abilities, Al had already thought of the abilities that best suited them. After Al made his decision, he suddenly remembered something, and he picked up the Den Mushi and called Robin and the others. Robin, where are you? I suddenly remembered something that I need you to do. Otherwise, there may be unexpected situations in Nami's hometown. Robin looked at the sea chart. We are still more than 50 nautical miles away from Logue Town, not very far. What happened? Al continued. Look at the sea chart. Where you are, is it far from the marine branch? If it's not far, you and Kuina will kill it. Especially the marine colonel named Mouse, he must be killed. Don't let him live. Robin didn't ask why, she looked at the sea chart and replied. We are not far from the marine branch. It's less than 20 nautical miles. Al nodded and decided directly. Okay, you go over there. Don't worry about other marines, you must kill that mouse. No problem, Kuina and I will go ashore. Robin had no objection. After hanging up the phone, Robin and Kuina told Al's decision. Kuina said directly, no problem, Sister Robin and I can solve it in one trip. Sister Robin's ability can form a perfect match with me. The ability of flower fruit can be used to control the enemy, which is simply invincible. I can solve many enemies unexpectedly by cooperating with Sister Robin. Nami and Karina had no objection. They were thinking about getting stronger every moment. On the way back from Kokosia village, the two had been training their strength. Before eating devil fruit, the most powerful thing for them was the superhuman skills Marine 6 styles. The sea breeze blew, and the sunset was all over the sky. A cry came from the marine branch. As expected, the colonel of the marine branch, Mouse, was controlled by Robin, and Kuina beheaded him with one knife. Later, when cleaning the battlefield, Robin found that there were 30 million Baileys in the safe next to him. And there were some evidences of bribery, collusion with pirates, and human trafficking. What a beast! No wonder Al One-chan asked us to kill him. He really deserves it. Looking at the evidence showing more than a dozen children being sold, Kuina gritted his teeth. Tisk. This is Marine. Robin sneered and quickly left the Marine branch with 30 million Baileys and the evidence. When we get to Rogo Town, we'll hand these things over to the branch of the World Economic News Agency. Let the world see Marine's true face. The one who hates Marine the most in the entire Al Pirates is Robin. Although the destruction of Ohara was ordered by 5 elders Satan, it was Sakazuki and Kuzan who executed the order. Robin will never forget the tragic scene of Ohara being destroyed by Buster Call. At the same time, in Logue Town, Al was going to watch Roger's execution. Robin and the others had finished their business and returned to Logue Town. After the few people met up, Karina and Nami almost trotted to Al, rushed directly into Al's arms, and hugged Al tightly. Especially Nami, who used all her strength to hug Al's legs. Al, thank you for helping me get revenge. I will always follow Oni-chan in the future to fulfill my dream of drawing a world chart. I will always be Oni-chan's navigator. Oni-chan, I miss you so much. Al stretched out his 2 hands, one on the left and one on the right, rubbed Karina and Nami's hair, and said softly. It's okay, I'm your captain, this is what I should do. Robin, who was standing next to him, looked at Nami and Karina, feeling a little envious. She actually wanted to hug Al too. Kuina looked at Al with the same bright eyes. Al looked at the 3 girls who had changed so much and felt that this trial mission was not wasted. Nami completely untied her knot, and the whole person exuded a very lively atmosphere. I believe you, Nami, you are the best navigator in the world. Al believed this very much. Nami's innate ability to feel the weather with her body and the terrifying navigator talent that can sense weather changes across hundreds of miles. Al even believed that Nami might be the second one on his pirate ship to awaken the Observation Haki ability. After Karina experienced this battle, there was no more evasion that belonged to the thief in her expression, and her expression was much more resolute. Kuina didn't look much different, but Al could feel that Kuina had also changed a lot. Killing people with the sword skills that he had practiced for many years personally brought a shock and training to the mind that was incomparable to a lifetime in a small gym. Since you are all back, let's continue. Next stop, go to Sixus Island. I have bought a sea chart to that island. After we find a powerful devil fruit there, we can leave East Blue. Chapter 35 Sixus Island. Searching for Mara fruit. Sixus Island. Robin was a little surprised. I've been to this island. When I was chased by CP agents and fled to East Blue 3 years ago, I hid on that island for a few days. I didn't expect there was a Logia devil fruit on that island. It's really surprising. Nami asked curiously. Oni-chan, how do you know where so many devil fruits are? It's really amazing. Al smiled and said, I once read a book, and it was recorded in that book. But that book can't be found now. He added in his mind, the name of the book is One Piece. The other few people didn't ask much. After this period of time together, they all knew that Al was really good to them. Who doesn't have some little secrets? Robin, since you've been to Sixus Island, you should still remember the way. Let's sail there directly. This nautical chart won't be used. Robin nodded. No problem, Sixus Island is not far from here. It will take at most an hour. Al stood on the bow and said, then let's go. We've been in East Blue for a long time, and I can't wait to go to Grand Line. More than 50 minutes later, a group of 4 arrived at Sixus Island. The location of this island is very remote, and it is a purely uninhabited island. The climate here is very abnormal. It's hard to imagine that there would be such a dry place in East Blue. Nami frowned and looked at the deserted island in front. As someone who has been to this island before, Robin has the most say. Yes, this deserted island is actually very dangerous. Not only is the climate abnormal, it is also very desolate, a desert, there are no living creatures, and it is impossible to find food. If you lose your boat and drift to this island, you will starve to death. If I hadn't come here by boat, I would have starved to death here. After the boat docked, Kuina also walked out of the training room covered in sweat. She was soaked in sweat, and the ends of her hair were dripping with sweat. The wet white shirt has a certain perspective effect, and you can see the mountains and hills that have begun to take shape at a glance. When Kuina is free, she spends every day in full training. Karina and Nami are too young to undergo too high-intensity training, otherwise it will affect their growth. Kuina, take a shower and change clothes before going ashore together. Robin reminded her. Kuina looked down at her current appearance, and her pink bra was clearly visible through the sweat-soaked white shirt, which was a great benefit to Al. Kuina, who was no longer ignorant, looked at Al, her pretty face flushed, and she shyly put away her long sword, trotting off the deck to go back to her room to wash and change clothes. This scene happened several times almost every day after Kuina got on board. Although she was also shy, Kuina didn't seem to mind in front of Al. Soon, Kuina changed into a black dress and walked out. Al turned his head and looked at Sixus Island. If everything goes well, we'd better find the Paramecia fruit directly within 10 days and leave East Blue. I will give each of you special training during the voyage. Kuina, since we are both swordsmen, I will take time out every day to practice swordsmanship with you. That's great, Oni-chan. Kuina was very happy. I have wanted to practice swordsmanship with you for a long time. However, we have been busy before, and I will definitely practice swordsmanship with Oni-chan next time. Al nodded, looked at the others except Robin, and said, if we find the Paramecia fruit, I plan to let Kuina eat it. No objection. Nami and Karina shook their heads like rattles. Of course I don't mind. We are both Kuina's little fans. I'm looking forward to Kuina eating the Paramecia fruit and turning into a goddess of fire. Kuina was embarrassed and was about to refuse, but Al said directly. Since you have no objection, let Kuina eat the Paramecia fruit after you find it. Kuina, don't refuse. With the blessing of the Paramecia fruit, there will be no difference between you and boys. Devil fruit will not only give the eater special abilities, but also strengthen the eater's physique and enhance the eater's talent to a certain extent. Even if it is not the zone fruit, it has such an effect. Hearing Al's words, Kuina nodded and did not refuse. Thank you, Oni-chan. I will definitely not let this devil fruit down. Al smiled. No need to say thank you. It's hard to say whether we can find this fruit. This island is so big. If things don't go well, we may have to spend months or even longer to find it. But we have enough food. As long as we find it before the food is consumed, it will be considered a success. Several people nodded. To find a fruit that is only the size of a palm on an island is no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Al stared at the deserted island. Secure the boat and let's go ashore. Each of the 5 of us will carry a den mushi and start a carpet search from 5 directions. Every day when we find a place, mark it and then gather on the boat. No matter what unexpected situation occurs, be sure to notify me in time. Go ashore. The 5 people got off the boat and landed on the island, and began a long search process. Doing nothing every day and spending a lot of time looking for an inconspicuous devil fruit is very tormenting. Not only must you be careful, but you must also make plans and marks to avoid repeated searches. Any corner, even a rat hole, cannot be missed. This process is very tough on the mentality of several people. After all, the repeated search every day is not ordinary boring. Fortunately, Al is 100% sure that the Mara fruit is on this island. Although there is no scene of Ace eating the Mara fruit in the original work, it is clearly stated in Ace's official novel that Ace found the Mara fruit on this island. And he also recruited the first crew member of the Spade Pirates, Maskud Deus. They only need to search every corner of Sixus Island to find the Mara fruit. However, if they are unlucky, this process will be very long and boring. But Al is well prepared and has plenty of time. Chapter 36. Red Flame Swordsman Kuina. Al, I have an idea. Nami looked at Sixus Island. I want to spend some time to draw a full map of the island. I'm good at this. After drawing the map of the island, it will be easier for us to find it. We won't miss some blind spots. Hearing Nami's words, Al naturally had no reason to refuse. This is the best. Then let's collect data for drawing the map now. Al, Nami and others worked together. With Karina's wisdom, Nami's world-class navigation talent, Robin's ability to collect data, and Al Observation Haki's exploration. It didn't take long for them to draw a map of Sixus Island. Afterwards, the entire island was divided into 5 areas, and each person was responsible for one area. Al was in the most dangerous central area, and the other 4 were responsible for the 4 corners of southeast, northwest and northeast. In this way, the 5 people began to search the island for traces of Mara fruit. A month and a half later, the 5 searched the few places with trees on the island, but found nothing except some useful herbs. During this month and a half, on Robin's birthday, Al used Den Mushi to contact the owner of the hotel in Logue Town, and spent a lot of money to ask him to help send a big cake. Several people sang the birthday song composed by Al on the boat to celebrate Robin's 18th birthday. Robin was so moved that she burst into tears. She grew up, and Al was the second person besides her mother Albia to remember her birthday. And he was also the first person to celebrate her birthday. At that moment, she seemed to have found the feeling of home she had always dreamed of. If Al was not too young, Robin would even want to express her feelings. 3 months later, several people searched all the valleys on the island, and even the few small rivers, but still couldn't find it. During this period, on July 3rd and July 4th, Nami and Karina spent their 8th birthdays on the boat. Until 4.5 months later, on September 17, 1510 in the Sea Circle calendar, Kuina also celebrated her 11th birthday on the ship. She had grown a lot taller when she turned 12. On the night of Kuina's birthday, she suddenly had a whim. After waking up at night, she went to the area she was responsible for and practiced swordsmanship. Under the slashing wave, the ground cracked and the stones broke. An orange-yellow fruit the size of an adult man's fist rolled from a crack in the broken stone into Kuina's field of vision. Is this the Logia Mara fruit? Kuina picked up the orange-yellow fruit, returned to the ship, and woke up Al and the others. Karina and Nami looked at the strange-shaped Mara fruit and were amazed. Is this the devil fruit known as the secret treasure of the sea? It's really magical, and looks strange. This fruit is easy to recognize, the patterns are all in the shape of flames. It must be the Mara fruit. Al looked at the Mara fruit in Kuina's hand and exclaimed. Kuina, it seems that you and this devil fruit are destined. We have been looking for it for so long and couldn't find it, but you went out once at night and found it directly. This devil fruit belongs to you. Kuina, eat it. If you eat it, you will have the power of the Logia Mara fruit. You will be the only flame swordsman in this sea. Kuina looked at the Mara fruit in his hand and hesitated. Oni-chan, why don't you let Nami or Karina eat it? They both need to improve their strength more quickly than I do. My swordsmanship is enough. Al smiled and said, Kuina, don't worry, they will both have devil fruit. I have other plans for them. Whether it's you, Kuina, or Nami, Karina, Robin, you are all my crew members and my most cherished partners. We want to become the strongest pirate group on the sea. Mara fruit is just the beginning. I also found the Paramecia barrier fruit in Logue Town. In the future, as long as you are willing, devil fruit will never be lacking. On the contrary, it may not be enough. Finally, Al leaned down, put his arms around the shoulders of Nami, Robin, and Karina, looked at Kuina and encouraged. Eat it, and shine your light, Kuina. From now on, let this sea see the power of Kuina, the female swordsman of my Al pirates. Let the name of Kuina, the red flame swordsman, resound throughout the sea. Red flame swordsman, the name of Haki, eat it quickly, Kuina. Nami and Robin both encouraged. Karina clapped her hands and felt happy for Kuina. Sister Kuina, you must work hard to become the Red Sword Princess of the Al pirates. Under the encouraging gaze of Al and the others, Kuina looked at the washed Paramecia fruit, and without hesitation, she opened her mouth and took a bite. Robin pursed her lips and smiled softly, thinking of the unforgettable taste. Nami and Karina were about to ask how it tasted, but they saw Kuina's face turn black and her expression froze on her face. The sound of dry heaving surged from her throat. Don't spit it out, just swallow it, Robin reminded. Hearing this, Kuina's face froze, and she hurriedly took the orange handed over by Nami and swallowed it with the sweet taste of orange like taking medicine. Is it really that bad? Karina was very curious. Kuina handed the remaining fruit to Karina, ate the oranges planted by Nami in big mouthfuls, and after getting rid of the taste in his mouth, he said, "You will know if you try it." Karina's face bulged and her eyes rolled. Forget it, Nami really likes to eat this. Karina, are you looking for a fight? Nami glared at Karina fiercely. Al looked at Kuina with interest. How is it, do you feel it? After swallowing the pulp, you should be able to feel the power of Paramecia fruit. The power of fire. Kuina closed her eyes and felt it quietly. Boom. The fiercely burning orange-yellow flames burst out from Kuina's body, scaring Nami and Karina so much that they subconsciously hugged Al's arms tightly. The temperature of the whole room rose several degrees in an instant. Bathed in the blazing fire, Kuina exclaimed, "It's so hot." "Oh, no, it's an illusion, it's not hot, but it's very comfortable." Is this the power of the Logia Paramecia fruit? It's really powerful. I can already feel the power flowing in my body. My strength has also been greatly improved. It's amazing. Al looked at Kuina bathing in the flames and smiled. Congratulations, Kuina, you are now the strongest in our Al pirates. The future Red Flame Swordsman is born. Chapter 37 The Fusion of Paramecia Fruit and Swordsmanship. I am now the strongest in our pirate group. Isn't it possible? Kuina was shocked. Nami and Karina couldn't believe it either. Yes, Oni-chan. Nami's cute eyes were full of disbelief. We have all seen how strong you are. That red-haired Uncle Shanks, who is known as the New World 4 Emperors, has such a powerful move, but you blocked it. And you have learned his signature sword technique, Divine Evasion. You have also mastered all the Marine 6 styles, and you are the user of the slow fruit. You are the strongest in our pirate group, right? Karina looked at the remaining half of the Paramecia fruit and asked curiously. We all know how strong Oni-chan is. Just by eating a devil fruit, you can become stronger than Oni-chan. This is too exaggerated. Except for Robin, the other 3 women, including Kuina herself, did not believe it. They have seen Al's strength. Shanks's slash that almost split the sky was blocked by Al. Kuina has never seen such a terrifying sword slash. Even though she has eaten the Paramecia fruit, she has no confidence to resist Shanks's divine slash for even a second. Such a huge gap in strength can be instantly made up by just eating a bite of the fruit pulp. This is a bit too scary. Robin looked at the unbelieving people and explained with a smile. We are about to enter the Grand Line, and you don't know anything about the secret treasure of the sea, that is, the devil fruit. Generally speaking, the fruit abilities are divided into 3 categories. Zone, as the name suggests, can have the abilities of various animals. The animals in mythology are also animals, but they are fantasy beasts and are very rare. Paramecia, this category is more complicated. My flower fruit and Captain Al's slow fruit are all Paramecia. The fruit abilities in this category are very different. The powerful ones are very powerful, and the weak ones are very weak. For example, among the New World 4 Emperors, Edward Newgate, who is known as the strongest man in the world, has a shock fruit that has the power to destroy the world. Also Paramecia, I have seen a bean fruit ability user in West Blue before. He can split his body into bean-sized and use it to hit people. The upper and lower limits of this are much larger than you can imagine. The last one is the one with the highest upper limit. Logia Devil Fruit. Kuina's Paramecia fruit is Logia. As long as you eat this fruit, As long as you don't enter the Grand Line and don't encounter a Haki strongman, you are basically invincible. Except Al. The other three women listened to Robin's story with great curiosity. Nami exclaimed, "Logia devil fruit, so strong. Can it be invincible in the 4 seas outside the Grand Line? The sea is so amazing." Robin looked at Kuina, who was listening carefully, and continued, "There is no weak Logia fruit, all of them are very strong. The 3 highest combat powers of Marine, the 3 admirals, are all top-level Logia demon fruit power. Freezing, magma, flash, all are natural disaster level abilities. Kuina, your fire ability is also a natural disaster level power. Logia fruit ability users, even if they have just eaten it, can easily launch large-scale attacks. However," Robin looked at the sword in Kuina's hand, "you should develop in the direction of integration with swordsmanship. What will happen specifically depends on Kuina's future development." Al smiled and said, "Robin, you said so much, why not let them experience it for themselves?" As soon as the words fell, Al's eyes condensed, and he instantly swung a silver-white slash at Kuina standing on the bow. The 3rd generation Ghost Tatsu flashed a cold light, and the silver-white slash directly split Kuina on the bow in half. Robin pursed her lips and chuckled, while Nami and Karina were frightened and screamed. But the next moment, the words that came to their throats stopped abruptly. Kuina's body was split in 2, and the 2 halves of her body were not splashed with blood as expected, but orange-yellow flames. In the incredible eyes of Nami and Karina, Kuina quickly recovered as before, as if nothing had happened. She herself was also frightened by the knife that Al had just swung. Oni-chan's strength has become stronger again. I clearly reacted just now, but I didn't have time to draw my sword to resist. At that moment, I really thought I was going to die. But why do I seem to be uninjured at all?" Kuina looked down at her body and found no injuries. Her clothes were all fine. This is the trickiest part of Logia devil fruit. Immune to all physical attacks. Without armament Haki or using seastone weapons, no matter how hard you try, you can't touch the entity of the Logia ability user. Not only Nami and Karina, but Kuina herself was also amazed. Logia devil fruit, really pervert. Knowing the power of Mera fruit, Kuina was shocked and moved. Al let her eat such a precious devil fruit without hesitation. She was the last one to follow Al, but the first one to eat the precious devil fruit. "Oni-chan, thank you for letting me eat such a precious treasure. I will never let you down." Kuina's eyes flashed with leaping fire. At this moment, Kuina made the most resolute decision in her life. The man in front of her is the one she will follow for the rest of her life. She is not a fool. From the beginning, it was Al who decided to find Mera fruit here. It is obvious that he knows this devil fruit very well. But he still chose to let her eat this devil fruit, which was worth a fortune. Such a generous act not only touched Kuina herself, but also the other 3 girls. At this moment, they were more determined to follow Al for their whole lives. Al reached out and scratched Kuina's nose, and smiled. "Use the power of this devil fruit to become stronger. I hope that one day in the future, the name of the Red Flame swordsman Kuina will make the whole sea tremble." Kuina nodded heavily. "I will definitely do it." The next morning, before the group set off, Kuina found Al with a worried look on her face. "Kuina, you probably still don't have any idea about the fusion of the power of the Mera fruit and Kendo, right?" Al didn't need observation Haki to see what Kuina wanted to ask. Oni-chan guessed right. I thought about this question all night, but I didn't have any idea. Although Kuina is 3 years older than Nami and Karina, her mind is actually simpler than theirs. Since she was a child, she has been concentrating on learning swordsmanship without distraction. It can be said that there is only the sword in his heart. It is indeed difficult to develop after suddenly eating the Mera fruit. But Al was prepared. The image of the extremely domineering old man flashed in his mind. Burn the mountains and boil the sea, burn everything. Chapter 38 Kuina's template for becoming stronger. Yamamoto Genryusai. Al is different from the natives of this world. He is a time traveler born from the womb, with a broad vision, sufficient knowledge reserves, and a big enough imagination. When he decided to feed Kuina the Mera fruit, he thought about how to help her develop her abilities. Combination of fire and swordsmanship. Who else could it be except the Yamamoto Genryusai who turned everything into ashes? As for the development of other aspects of Mera fruit, there are many directions. Although Kuina cannot reach the full strength of Old Man Yamamoto, it is always right to develop in that direction. Moreover, the reason why Yamato cannot handle the strength of Old Man Yamamoto is largely because of the terrifying temperature brought by the release of his Zanpakuto. Kuina's Mera fruit can be developed in the direction of increasing the temperature. Even if you can't turn everything into ashes, it's powerful enough. Then, Al said, Kuina, your main direction of becoming stronger is still swordsmanship. In this way, you don't have much time to develop the ability of Mera fruit. In my opinion, it is better to clarify the development direction and ignore the other fancy abilities of Mera fruit. Directly grasp the powerful core of this devil fruit. Quote, Kuina, let me ask you, what do you think of Mera fruit? What is the core power of fruit, or the most core power of the flame? Kuina is the ability of Mera fruit. He must guide her to open enough brain hole and let her find a development method that suits her. You can work hard towards this goal. Quote, as you said, as long as the temperature is high enough, nothing can be destroyed. Kuina urged, nodded a little ignorant. I know a swordsmanship, which can perfectly integrate with the flame. Quote, Uina took the booklet that Al handed in, and opened it carefully to check it very well. In the castle flame, the flames released by the blade will wrap around the enemy like a huge palm. If you force a breakthrough from the inside, you will be chased by the extremely high temperature of the flames. Matsume, the moment Ei draws the sword, a tornado-shaped flame wall will wrap around the enemy and rotate and burn until the enemy turns into ashes. Burning hell. Use the slash to release dozens of sky-high fire pillars that surround the enemy, gather together and detonate instantly, and its power can turn the enemy and a large area of land into scorched earth. These are just the fusion of basic swordsmanship and flames. When Al decided to let Kuina eat the Mera fruit, he had already written the abilities of Mr. Yamamoto in advance. In addition to Shikai, the most important Bankai ability is naturally not missing. The fusion form of Mera fruit after awakening and swordsmanship. Zankodachi East Rising Sun Blade. Concentrate all the heat of Mera fruit's flame on the tip of the blade, without burning or emitting explosive flames, just wipe out everything it touches without a trace. Can unleash explosive slashes that even the top powerhouses on the sea cannot resist. Zankodachi West Zanri Prison Clothes. Turn the super high temperature of Mera fruit after awakening into Zanri Prison Clothes. Like wrapping the scorching sun, covering the body and blade. If you approach the sword holder without any precautions, you will be instantly turned into ashes. As for the move of Zankodachi South Fire 10 Trillion Death Burial Formation, Al felt that this move was basically impossible to achieve in this world, so he didn't write it in detail. And the most powerful move, Zanka no Tachi North Heaven and Earth Ashes. Release the slash at a very fast speed from a very long distance, and everything touched by the slash will be reduced to ashes. Al told Kuina all of Mr. Yamamoto's moves. As long as she develops in this direction, even if she can't be as strong as Mr. Yamamoto Genryusai, it will be enough in this sea. As for the fusion of ordinary flames and swordsmanship, moves like flame slashes. You should be able to think of them without me saying anything. Kuina, remember, there is no need to develop the fancy abilities of Mera fruit. After practicing swordsmanship, focus all your energy on developing the temperature of Mera fruit. If the temperature is high enough, your strength will naturally increase significantly. Kuina didn't understand what he heard, and Al didn't think she could figure it out now. Although Mr. Yamamoto's ability relies on the strongest flame-type war soul sword Ryujin Jaka and his own terrifying Ryutsu. But the development of devil fruit in this world also has a very promising future. As long as Mera fruit is properly developed, it can also reach a level close to Mr. Yamamoto's. As long as she is talented enough, she can even develop the fruit into a rule-based ability. It is not impossible to make the fire of life also fire, which is beyond imagination. Therefore, as long as Kuina follows the route set by Al, she will definitely become the most terrifying red swordsman in this sea. Al rubbed Kuina's hair and watched the dark red flames released from her fingers. The temperature of the flame determines the color of the flame. When it is low temperature, it is infrared. As the temperature rises, the color of the flame is constantly changing. From the perspective of high-energy physics, infrared and colored spectrum flames are all low-energy flames. As the temperature continues to rise, the color of the flame changes from ultraviolet rays to X-rays to gamma rays, etc. These are all indescribable colors. The temperature of dark red flames is basically around 600 degrees. After that, it is a deep red flame of more than 700 degrees. Orange-red flame of 1000 degrees. Pure orange flame of 1100 degrees. Golden orange flame of 1200 degrees. To white 1500 degrees, and white blue and pure blue above 1500 degrees. Of course, there are higher temperatures that can be reached after you awaken the Paramecia fruit. Pure red flames can reach 3000 degrees. Pure white flames can reach 4000 degrees. Further up, it is a pure green flame with a temperature of 5000 degrees, and a pure blue flame of 6000 degrees. And purple flames of more than 7000 degrees. Kuina stared at the dark red flame on his finger, shocked. I didn't expect that flames could have so many colors. I thought all flames were the color I'm releasing now. I remember everything Al said. I will put all my energy into refining swordsmanship and developing the temperature of Paramecia fruit. Al nodded, looked at Kuina, and said sincerely, as for things like fire fists, fire guns, fire pillars, and fire walls, their power is just average and flashy. No matter what type of flame attack, no matter how gorgeous it looks, as long as the temperature is not enough, it is a waste of physical strength. The strong men on the sea basically have top-level armament haki. If the temperature of the flame is not enough, it can't even break the defense of those armament haki strong men. If you don't increase the temperature, they will directly change their whole body to armor color, and it's okay to bathe in your flames. So, Kuina, don't develop in the wrong direction. Every time Al thinks of Ace's development of Paramecia fruit in the original work, he feels that it is a pure waste of fruit ability. There are really many fancy abilities. What about Fire Fist, Flame on the Suna, Crossfire, Divine Fire Shiranui, and the ultimate move Entei, etc.? They look really cool, but they are really useless. If you put your energy into increasing the temperature of the flame, what is lava fruit? Chapter 39 Arrival at the Grand Line. Kuina recorded Al's understanding of the development of Paramecia fruit with great care. She spent time to engrave these precious understandings in her mind. See Circle Calendar November 1510, after the last supply of supplies. Al and his party left East Blue by boat, heading towards the Grand Line at the other end of the upside-down mountain. After the few people had no worries, under the command of Nami, they rode the favorable current and arrived at the entrance of the Grand Line at a very fast speed. Is this the entrance of the Grand Line? This is the first time I have seen the sea water flowing upstream. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really couldn't imagine that there is such a wonder in this world. The Red Line, which is more than 10,000 meters high, is like a long dragon stretching across this planet, with no end in sight. The ship of the Al pirates is like an ant in front of the Red Line. Everyone on the ship looked up at the Red Line towering into the clouds. It's hard to imagine how a building like the Red Line appeared in this world. Too magnificent. Nami, Karina, and Kuina were deeply shocked. The closer we get to the entrance of the Grand Line, the faster the boat goes. The breeze gradually gets stronger, and the channel at the entrance swallows up a huge amount of seawater like a funnel, absorbing the wind blowing through the entrance. Raise the sails, friends, say goodbye to East Blue, and enter the Grand Line. Robin smiled slightly, crossed his hands, and used his ability to untie the sails tied to the mast by ropes. The sails made of canvas were blown up by the wind as soon as they fell, and the speed of the boat increased a lot. After entering the channel, the upstream sea water carried the boat, and accompanied by the howling wind, the whole boat rushed to the highest point of the mountain like an arrow from a string. The reverse thrust brought by the super-fast speed directly caused the few people on the boat except Al to fall down. Be careful. Al stepped on the razor under his feet, and took Nami and Karina into his arms with his left and right arms. Kuina and Robin also hugged Al's arms one after the other. Hold the rope. The wind is too strong. Al rushed over and pulled a rope, letting the others grab it before he breathed a sigh of relief. Our boat is too small and not stable enough. When we get to the Seven Waters City, we must use the atom treasure tree to build a large ship of the best quality. Al frowned. This small merchant ship not only cannot carry weapons, but also has average quality. Just now, he even heard the creaking of the keel of the ship. After Nami stood firm, she quickly ran over to control the rudder and adjusted the bow that almost hit the wall of the channel. Under Nami's control, the boat gradually stabilized, and the others had time to turn their heads and look at the East Blue that was about to leave. East Blue is so spectacular and so big. Looking down at East Blue from thousands of meters high was a novel experience for the others. East Blue, I'm leaving. When our Al pirates become the strongest, we will come back again. Nami looked at the vast East Blue that was rapidly retreating in her vision and spoke. The favorable wind and the extremely fast current made the ship go faster and faster. In less than 10 minutes, the entire ship reached the highest point, and then changed from a bottom-up posture to a rapid dive from the bottom up. The sailing speed increased several times, and even left the water surface of the channel and flew up. The sudden violent turbulence threw Kuina, Nami, and Karina directly out. Kuina directly fired a fire shock behind her, and the recoil force made her return to the ship. Al quickly stepped on the moonwalk and flew to Nami and Karina, hugged them in his arms, and stood on the deck again. It's so exciting. Al, you don't have to save us. Although we haven't mastered the moonwalk completely, we can still do it by stepping on the sky. As they said, Nami and Karina reluctantly left Al's arms, stepped on the air twice, flew to the deck and fell down. The thrill just now did not make the few people feel the slightest fear. Whether it was the 12-year-old Kuina, or the 8-year-old Nami and Karina, they were not panicked at all. Their psychological quality, after experiencing the battle with Arlong, has long been much stronger than ordinary people. After the few people landed on the deck, the entire ship also completely rushed from the highest position to the Grand Line's waters, and hit the sea heavily. The endless Grand Line was spread out in front of the group. Al looked up at the lighthouse next to the Twin Capes on the right side of the channel that he had just passed. At this time, Crocus, the ship doctor of the Roger Pirates, had already settled here. But Al did not plan to meet him. After all, they did not know each other and there was nothing to talk about. Is this the Grand Line? It looks like it is not much different from the East Blue. It is calm. Nami used her body to feel the climate nearby, looked up at the bright sun, and looked excited. This sea is much more dangerous than the East Blue. Al's observation haki was fully turned on. Under his perception, the life waves emitted by the Sea Kings under the sea were many times stronger than those of the East Blue. Even at a deeper position, Al also sensed a huge life wave that made him feel difficult. He knew what kind of creature this life wave was. Is it Laboon? It's already this big now. It's several times bigger than the average Sea Kings. Even if I want to kill this island whale from the outside without getting hurt, I have to spend a lot of effort. However, if we go to war with Laboon, the huge waves caused by its huge body will cause our ship to be smashed. I don't have enough strength now to ensure that Nami, Karina and others will not get hurt when fighting Laboon. Besides, Crocus is also here, so there's no need to fight the gentle Laboon. In addition to Laboon, there are more powerful life fluctuations in the deepest part that Al observation haki can sense. These life fluctuations are like warnings, reminding Al, even if your talent is the best in the sea and you are a natural monster. But now you are just a swordsman who can only swing a flying slash. Haki can't master it, you are still too weak. Armament haki, Conqueror's haki, Conqueror's entanglement, emission, Devil Fruit ability, Marine 6 styles, Great Swordsman strength. Feeling the life fluctuations under the sea, Al looked at the calm sea surface and said to himself. There are still 9 years before the Summit War begins. In the next 9 years, I have a lot to learn and master. I can't be so comfortable anymore. I must focus on improving my strength. In 9 years, I must master high-level armament haki, Conqueror's entanglement, and become a great swordsman, and it would be best if I could develop the slow fruit to the awakening state. Chapter 40 No one can escape. On the sea, Al and his companions were resting. When crossing the red line against the current, a lot of water entered the cabin. The supplies in the cabin need to be taken out and dried, otherwise they will mold and deteriorate. In such an endless sea, if there is only no food, you can still eat by hunting sea kings. But if there is no fresh water, it will be fatal. Every year, there are countless people who die of thirst on the sea. All the fresh water stored in the cabin that is not contaminated with seawater has been moved to the drier deck. It can only be moved in after drying in the cabin. Nami stood at the bow, feeling the changes in the climate with her body. More than half an hour later, Nami's face suddenly changed. Oni-chan, Karina, Robin's sister, Kuina's sister. Hurry up and move the supplies drying on the deck back to the room first. The storm is coming. Although it is still sunny now, several people unconditionally believe in Nami's judgment and immediately start moving. Karina, hurry up and steer the boat towards 6 o'clock. When a storm comes, the waves on the sea will also become bigger. Hurry up, it will be too late if you are slow. Sister Robin, raise the sail. Set sail quickly. 9-year-old Nami commanded in an orderly manner. At this time, even Captain Al had to listen to Nami. There are too many deaths every year on the sea because of not listening to the navigator. The few people moved very quickly. The sails had just been lowered, and the supplies on the deck had not been completely moved, and the clear sky suddenly changed. Rumble. The clear sky disappeared, dark clouds gathered, and the sky was like being splashed with thick ink, a dark mass. The wind was howling, the sea was surging, as if the whole world was shaking. Lightning flashed across the sky, piercing the darkness like a sword, and instantly illuminated the entire sea surface. Immediately afterwards, thunder roared, like thousands of war drums beating at the same time, shaking the ears of several people buzzing. Bucket-sized lightning appeared without warning, illuminating the dark sky under the dark clouds like daylight. It took less than a few seconds. The rain poured down, and the raindrops were like pearls that had broken off the string, hitting the sea surface fiercely, splashing countless water. The sea seemed to be boiling, with rolling waves and huge waves. The ships on the sea were tossed around like leaves, swaying unsteadily. Karina controlled the rudder and sailed at the 6 o'clock direction as Nami said. 20 minutes later, the few people left the terrifying sea area just now. Nami looked back across several miles, and the sea area they had just stayed in was completely covered by huge waves. Is this the Grand Line? There is no such horrible weather that changes so quickly in East Blue. Fortunately, Uncle Bendixneck of Red Hair Pirates taught me a lot about the Grand Line, otherwise our journey would be very dangerous. Several people were soaked, and a small part of the supplies on the deck were all broken and soaked, and could no longer be used. Fortunately, Nami is here, otherwise I'm afraid our ship would have capsized now. Al helped Nami and Karina, who were already very tired, into the room. Go back to the room quickly, you are all soaked. Take a shower and change clothes quickly, don't get sick. Kuina burst into a lot of flames all over his body, warming up several people to prevent hypothermia and illness. You've been busy all day, you're all very tired, let's rest early. I'll go to tidy up the messy supplies on the deck. After Al sent Nami and Karina back to the room, he went to tidy up the deck himself. After tidying up, it was already 20 minutes later. He was full of energy and was ready to go back to his room to wash up and do his daily exercise. As soon as I pushed the door and entered the room, I saw Nami and Karina sitting on Al's bed in cute pajamas. Oni-chan, we are not sleepy at all. Little Nami, who had just finished taking a bath, blinked her cute big eyes, very cute. Yes, Oni-chan, we are a little afraid of thunder. Can we sleep with you today? Karina was quirky, rolling her sky blue eyes and pouting. How could Al not see what the two children were thinking? They were not afraid of thunder, but just wanted to stick with him. At their age, they didn't understand the things between men and women at all. Al didn't think about it at all, that was too beastly. But Al didn't say anything, after all, he was only 12 years old. Although he was not short in height, he was still a child. Ignoring Nami and Karina, Al took the dry clothes to wash. Nami and Karina looked at each other, jumped off the bed, and opened the bathroom door. Al was taking a bath in the bathtub when two little ones came in on tiptoe. What are you two doing? Al was a little amused. If they were all grown up, Al would not refuse, but it was not the right time yet. Karina closed the door bravely. Let's help Oni-chan rub her back, Nami said with a bath towel in her hand, her face flushed. Yes, When Belmere was still here, she was the one who rubbed my and Noki's backs. Oni-chan is not Robin's sister, who can grow many arms, so let us help you. Al looked at the two little girls and shook his head helplessly. I really can't do anything about you. As he said that, he turned around in the bathtub with his back to the two little ones. Then I'll trouble you two to help me. Al sat in the bathtub, feeling the little hands of the two little girls, and felt a little emotional. In the first 2 months after they got on the ship, they were still very timid, not as bold as they are now. But now, the two of them have been on the ship for almost a year. After being together for such a long time, they are becoming more and more dependent on Al. And they like to stick to Al more and more. It seems that as long as they stay with Al, they will not be afraid even if the sky falls. Kuina also has this sign. But she is 12 years old after all, her body has begun to develop, and she understands many things, not as reckless as the two little girls. After washing up, Al just put on his clothes and opened the bathroom door. He saw the two little girls hugging each other and sleeping on their beds, smiling from time to time, and I don't know what they dreamed about. Al covered the quilt for the two and started his daily exercise in silence. At this time, Kuina gently opened the door. She had some questions about swordsmanship and wanted to ask Al. As soon as she came in, she saw the two little girls sleeping soundly. I don't know what she thought of. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and then she lowered her head and walked out of the room quickly. The way she lowered her head was because she didn't want Al to see her heartbeat. She also wanted to sleep on Al's bed like the two little ones. But she was a little older after all, and understood everything. Like the two little girls, Kuina became more and more dependent on Al, who always doted on her. When in Logue Town, Al spent a lot of money just buying clothes for them, celebrating their birthdays, and buying their favorite food. What Kuina is wearing now is the most expensive dress that Al personally picked for her in Logue Town. When in Shimotzki village, although Kuina had no shortage of food and clothing, and Koshiro loved her very much, his thoughts were not as delicate as Al's. Kuina felt the love she had never felt before from Al. Al couldn't help laughing when he saw Kuina knocking on the door and then running away. Kuina's cute and silly appearance full of contrast made her even cuter in Al's eyes. However, he did not expose Kuina's idea. Anyway, he was only 12 years old now and could do nothing. When he had that ability, none of the people, including Robin, could escape. Chapter 41 What Pirates Should Do. Sell a town. Al trained all night. He was still refreshed the next day and didn't feel tired. He now found that normal training would not consume all his energy and physical strength. If he didn't have to sail, he could keep training for 3 days and 3 nights. In the morning, Nami and Karina slept beautifully on Al's bed. Oni-chan, good morning. Good morning, Nami, Karina. How did you sleep? We have never slept so comfortably. Can we sleep next to Oni-chan every day in the future? Karina and Nami held Al's hands on the left and right, looking at Al with their cute big eyes. Let's not do it, occasionally. Al, you two can do it when you grow up, but forget it now. Al-chan, can I be like them? Robin looked at Al with a smirk on his face, put his hand on Al's shoulder, and asked seductively. Kuina next to him opened her mouth and wanted to speak, but she was still too shy. Hey, Robin, they are still young, forget it, why are you teasing me here? I'm not teasing you, Robin added in his heart, grow up quickly, little man. But he didn't say it directly. Al's observation haki caught Robin's thoughts, and his face looked a little strange. Ahem, let's continue to set off. We need to find a place to replenish supplies. Then we need to get some more money to prepare for our future change to a larger ship. Al didn't look at Robin's eyes that were almost dripping with water. He was really helpless now. Wait another 6 years, until he comes of age, and Robin will definitely know the price of teasing him. After breakfast, several people continued to move in the direction of the record pointer. According to the sea chart provided by Shanks and others before, the island we are about to go to is called Cactus Island, and there is a whiskey mountain on it. Nami took the sea chart and checked the location of the next stop. Let's go. The few people set sail without further delay. Al is not sure what the current situation of Whiskey Mountain is. In the original work, When Luffy and his friends passed by here, there was a big town under Whiskey Mountain. And it was a town that welcomed pirates to enter. In fact, it was a gathering place for a large number of bounty hunters, and many dark organizations also gathered there. There were also members of Baroque works under Shichibukai Crocodile. It can be said that it was a mixed bag, an unscrupulous island. Even if they were all killed, there would be no innocent people. Cactus Island is not a country, so it is naturally not a member country, and there is no marine stationed there. As the first stop to enter the Grand Line, it has a superior location and a large population on the island. It is a town similar to Logue Town. You know, there is no fuel-saving lamp for the pirate group that enters the Grand Line from the Four Seas. The fact that Whiskey Mountain was still quite prosperous until 10 years later shows that the water is deep. The group was very fast and soon arrived at the town of Whiskey Mountain. As soon as he landed on the island, Al's observation haki was fully activated. There were all kinds of pirates, bounty hunters, gangsters, people from the Dark Organization, and people from the Baroque works mixed together on the island. After landing on the island, Al used his observation haki to scan a large circle and got a lot of useful information from the minds of the natives. In this place, the gangs are all small kurami, surviving in the cracks of the three major organizations. The dark organizations on the sea set up underground trading places here. Underground exchanges, also known as black markets. This thing is not a force, but a general term for the underground dark organizations on the sea. It is a loose organization spread all over the world formed by several kings in the dark world and countless black and gray forces. In the underground exchange, almost everything can be bought. Arms, poisons, slaves, human organs, intelligence, even murder, and even devil fruit. Almost everything you can think of, as long as you can afford the price, can be bought in places like underground exchanges. Of course, those extremely precious devil fruits are excluded. Among the pirates who entered the Grand Line, there is almost a consensus that even if they offend the Marine and the world government, they cannot offend the underground exchange. After all, pirates are not engaged in production, and all the materials they use, whether weapons or other things, are almost all consumables. Where do pirates who do not engage in production buy these necessities? Naturally, they exchange the stolen treasures in the underground exchange. Even the Marine and the world government, most of the time, will not specialize in the production of arms, but choose to cooperate with the leaders of the dark world and buy from them. The reason why the arms business of the four emperors Kaido of the beasts can be so big is because of this. One of the kings of the dark world is the seven warlords of the sea Don Quixote da Flamingo, and standing behind him is the four emperors Kaido of the beasts. After figuring out the general distribution of forces on this island, Al suddenly had an idea. Because, during Al's observation and scanning, he did not find a strong man who could bring him pressure from the strength. In that case, let's do what pirates should do. Robin, Nami, Karina, Kuina, I have a plan. It will keep us from being short of money for a long time in the future. What plan? Robin was a little curious. Are we going to the underground casinos to make money with your observation haki? Sure, Oni-chan, those underground casinos are very rich, let's go and win all their money. Yeah, Oni-chan, when we get to this kind of place, Nami and I start to get our hands on it. No matter what valuables are, they can't escape the hands of my thief Karina and the little thief Nami. Al grinned. Win money. Steal money. That's not what pirates do. And small fights don't suit my style. Since we want to make money, let's play big. Bounty hunters are scattered, ignore them. Places like the underground exchange are not ordinary rich. Besides, this island, including bounty hunters, is roughly divided into three forces. The underground exchange is one, and the Baroque works is another. The three forces are entangled with each other, forming the basic situation of this town. Let's do something that pirates should do. Al's fighting spirit is boiling. Since this is considered a tripartite tripod, I will help it unify. Let's sell this town. Whoever pays more, this town will belong to him. Chapter 42. Chaos in Whiskey Town. Sell the whole town. How to sell the town. Not only Nami, Karina and Kuina were shocked by Al's words. Even the knowledgeable Robin was confused by Al's words. Captain Al, the town can't be sold. Who said it can't be sold? Al grinned. Since we are here, From now on, everyone in this town belongs to our Al pirates. The world of pirates depends on strength. Kuina, go make a big fuss and tell the people here that this place belongs to our Al pirates. If anyone dares to disobey, burn them to ashes. Anyway, everyone on this island, one by one, it's no problem to kill them all. After leaving East Blue and entering Grand Line, Al bared his fangs for the first time. He is not a pirate group like the Straw Hat Pirates who are keen on adventure. It is true that he likes adventure, but it is not limited to adventure. Robin, take care of Nami and Karina, and do what pirates should do. Don't have any psychological burden, we are lawless pirates. But, Robin is essentially a scholar, and hesitant. Robin, don't worry, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. Pirates also have their own morals. I won't do those bad things like robbing ordinary people. If you want to get rich, you naturally have to rob those who deserve to die. And there won't be any civilians in this kind of place, it's a pirate paradise. Hearing Al's words, Robin nodded and agreed with Al's words. Since the captain said so, we will naturally obey. Al stood at the port of Whiskey Town, looking at the relatively prosperous town, grinning. Captain, what are you going to do? Me, of course I'm going to find a buyer for this town. You guys can make as much noise as you want, especially Kuina, let go. There's no one here who can threaten you. You can stand there and let them fight for a day, but they can't hurt you at all. I taught you the development direction of devil fruit, you can experiment here as much as you want. Just as the few people were about to enter the town, a large pirate ship came to the port. Little boy, move the boat away, otherwise Lousy will make your head explode. On the boat, a fierce giant, at least 3 meters tall, carried an exaggeratedly large giant sword, and held a gun in his other hand, pointing at Al in the air. What are you looking at, little boy? Why don't you get out of the way of your Uncle Palu? You want to die. Bang! Palu fired without hesitation, and the bullet hit Al's forehead and was bounced off by Iron Body. The 4 women around Al showed furious expressions on their faces. Someone actually dared to attack their captain. It's so noisy. Al looked at Palu like he was looking at a dead person, stretched out his little finger to pick his ear. Such a noisy port, can't cover your loud voice. Are pirates so energetic? Can't sail the ship if the voice is quiet. What a desperate kid, go to hell. Palu fired again, but this time, he didn't have time to pull the trigger. Kuina turned into a ball of fire, soared directly into the air, and swung a huge slash covered with blazing flames. Directly split the arrogant Palu in half, and then was burned by the flames. Dare to shoot at Captain Al, damn it. Kuina's voice was cold, relying on the recoil of the flames. She flew in the air with the knife, as majestic as the goddess of fire. Captain Palu, who has a bounty of 20 million Baileys, was killed by a knife. With one move, all the small pirates on the entire pirate ship were silent, and they didn't even dare to breathe. Good job, Sister Kuina. You dared to shoot at Oni-chan, well done. Nami and Karina both applauded. Robin also put away his crossed arms and looked coldly at the pirates on the ship. Okay, Kuina, Robin, Nami, Karina, go to the town and do what you should do. Go tell the people in this town that they belong to the Al pirates, including the people and the treasures. After Al spoke, Kuina in the sky put away the cold murderous intent all over his body. As soon as the voice fell, Kuina turned into a ball of blazing fire and flew towards the center of the town. Robin took Nami and Karina, stepped on the moonwalk, and followed Kuina. Al didn't even look at the small pirates, and followed the road sensed by the Observation Haki, rushing towards the person in charge of the underground exchange. In the town, Kuina relied on the power of the Paramecia fruit to fly in the air, like a little sun. While recalling the swordsmanship recorded in the booklet that Al taught her at that time, she tried to use it. Countless slashes with blazing flames, like a natural disaster, covered the center of the town. Even flying in the sky, Kuina could see many pirates and bounty hunters who were doing evil. There were also many bounty hunters and pirates fighting. Where were the ordinary people? Kuina really displayed her fire swordsmanship without any scruples. After all, the training on the ship was just training, which was completely incomparable to actual combat. What is that? Flames flying in the sky. Are you kidding? When Kuina was using her fire swordsmanship to her heart's content, Many fierce people below were stunned. How could someone suddenly attack indiscriminately? A madman. Robin, Nami, and Karina attacked everyone they saw. Al had just been shot in the head, which made them all extremely angry. Although the culprit had been killed by Kuina, they all blamed themselves and felt that they were not strong enough. Otherwise, they could kill anyone who dared to attack Al with their own hands like Kuina did. The three were not as strong as Kuina, but they regarded all the lawbreakers on the island as objects to exercise their own strength. Oni-chan said that only in actual combat can we improve our strength at the fastest speed. Since Oni-chan said that this island belongs to our Al pirates, it belongs to us. All those who are not convinced are enemies. As the four girls started fighting, the whole island became a mess. The few people on the island who were responsible for maintaining law and order were stunned. They had no idea what was going on. Who are you? Why are you attacking indiscriminately? Don't you want to live? Kuina stopped the sword in his hand, looked at a few slightly stronger minions, and said, "This island, from now on, belongs to our Al pirates. Who has any objections?" The people responsible for maintaining law and order were stunned. What a joke. Robbing an entire island. Are pirates now so lawless? They are just a few little brats, how dare they be so bold? Sage, take them down for me. The man named Sage looked ugly, staring at Kuina in the sky in a flaming state, and raised his hand to swing a flying slash. Oh, it's actually a swordsman. But, dare to resist. Swordsmanship is useless. Kuina didn't even dodge, letting the slash pass through his body, and casually swung a flaming slash, seriously injuring the man named Sage. I ask again, who has any objections? Many people on the island looked at Kuina in the sky, their faces were extremely ugly. A Logia fruit user, and a swordsman. Looks like he's only about 10 years old. When did such a strong person appear in this sea? At the same time, when Al sensed that Kuina and his men were making a fuss in the whole town, he walked into the underground exchange. Sitting at the table, Al played with his wine glass, looked at the bartender and said, "Go and call your person in charge. I want to sell him something." "Oh, what are you going to sell?" The bartender was stunned for a moment. "Gold." "Not gold." Al grinned and said something gentle that made him sweat. "I want to sell the whole whiskey town." Chapter 43 Order on the spot, buy on the spot. Pirates buy for free. What did you say? You want to sell whiskey town? Are you kidding? The bartender thought Al was just a drunk kid talking nonsense, and he sneered and prepared to do his own thing. Al stretched out his hand to pinch his neck and said coldly, "I told you to call the person in charge over, are you deaf?" The bartender was stared at by Al, and his hair stood on end, as if he was stared at by a terrifying beast. "You, let me go, I'll go now." Al let go of the bartender, turned his head and looked at the chaos in the underground exchange, frowning. Soon, the bartender came over with a man wearing a suit and a hood, who Al was very familiar with. Lord Bonus, it was this kid who said he wanted to sell Whiskey Town. The breath of a strong man. Bonus pushed the bartender away. "If you want something, just say it directly, I am the highest person in charge here." "Mr. 1, Daz Bonus." Al called out the name of the man in front of him. "Do you know me?" Bonus frowned. "Since you know me, everything will be easy. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do?" Al glanced at Bonus. "Don't you understand what I'm saying? I said, I want to sell this whiskey town." Bonus took a deep breath, saw Al's seriousness, and didn't speak for a long time. No matter how heroic or crazy the words are, no pirate in this sea has ever said that he would sell the whole town. A town is an island. In some places, there is only one town on an island. Some kingdoms and territories even have only one island. Al said that selling a town is actually no different from selling a kingdom. If someone else said it, Bonus would definitely think it was nonsense. But Bonus has followed Shichibukai Crocodile for a long time and is the absolute confidant of Crocodile. He has seen many strong men on the sea and even witnessed the battle between Crocodile and Whitebeard. Although he doesn't have observation haki, Bonus can see that Al is very strong, very strong. "Sir, if you have any treasures to sell, I can give you the highest price." "Selling the town or something, don't joke about it." Al looked directly at Bonus and said coldly, "I'm not joking. I said that I want to sell the entire whiskey town. What do you mean by refuting my words? What? Do you lack a certain degree of respect for me? Just one glance, Bonus was shocked, and the hand that was about to slap the table froze there, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. This guy in front of him. It's terrifying. It's definitely a monster. My people are causing trouble in Whiskey Town. You must have received the news. Believe me, the people of Whiskey Town can't deal with their strength. Before someone strong enough comes here to drive us away, everything in this town belongs to me. You may not think fast enough and don't quite understand what I mean by selling Whiskey Town. How big is the ship I brought? How much my people can rob or destroy depends not on me, but on you. Al shook the wine in the glass, looking a little arrogant. What do you guys charge for here? We trade directly on the spot, without middlemen making a profit. How great is that? As long as you have money, I can rob all the valuables from everyone in Whiskey Town and sell them to you. Pile the robbed items on the pirate ship, find a black market to sell them, and let you black market merchants choose and bargain. That's how to rob merchant ships. Now that I'm in the city, who still plays like that? How big can a ship be? How many treasures can it hold? Before I leave, all the valuables in this town are mine. After I leave, not only will those treasures belong to you, but those territories that were originally occupied by a bunch of rubbish will also be yours. Bonus trembled all over when he heard what Al said. He was not angry, but scared. Mad man. Absolutely crazy man. This is crazy. What's your name? If you make this deal, you will definitely be the craziest and most horrifying pirate on this sea. Bonus was shocked beyond words by Al. It's not that he hadn't seen those powerful pirates before, he had seen Whitebeard. But Bonus felt that even Whitebeard would never do such a crazy thing as the boy in front of him. My name is Al, the captain of the Al Pirates. Bonus took a deep breath and considered Al's crazy proposal. Although I don't want to admit your crazy idea, there is nothing unreasonable about your statement. Pirates, you have to speak with strength. You are strong enough to do whatever you want in this town, so you can naturally say that this town belongs to you. Bonus was shocked at this time, and he wanted to call Crocodile right now to ask him why he hadn't thought about it before. Al stood up from his seat and looked down at Bonus sitting opposite. How about it? Do you accept my proposal? If you agree, then you can directly choose what you want now. As long as it is available in Whiskey Town, I can get it for you immediately. On-site order, on-site transaction. If you don't agree, Al exudes a terrifying aura and approaches Bonus. Then your so-called underground exchange has no need to exist. Believe me, I have the absolute strength to do it. Bonus is not yet a user of the quick-slash-fruit, and his strength is far from that of the battle with Zoro 10 years later. Listening to Al's extremely arrogant words, he felt sweaty and dared not look Al in the eye. How much do you plan to sell it for? Very good, willing to negotiate the price, it is the beginning of our friendship. Al grinned. How about 10 billion? Bonus. Captain Al, this is too much. Even if the entire Whiskey Town is sold, it is not worth so much money. Besides, I don't have that much money. Al said indifferently. How simple it is. How much money do you have? I will provide that much goods. Such a good opportunity to make money is rare. I'm afraid Crocodile behind you also needs money. For the goods on the entire island, you just need to pay me 65% of the original price of the goods. As for how much you can make after selling, it has nothing to do with me. Bonus was moved, not just a little. He even started to calculate in his mind. Whiskey Town is a place with a superior geographical location, and it is also a must-go place for going to the Grand Line from all over the world. There are many merchant ships docked in the port of this town every day. Those merchant ships are loaded with valuable goods. Al only needs 65% of the money, and the extra 35%, he can sell it again, which is pure profit. You're right, this is a great opportunity to make money that can't be missed. I don't have much money to mobilize, let me contact the boss. 2TS. Chapter 44 A Sudden Wealth. You want to contact Crocodile. I advise you not to make me angry. Al crushed the wine glass in his hand, threw the glass shards on the ground, stared at Bonus, and stretched out his palm to him. Don't think I don't know what you want to do. Let Crocodile come. Drive me away, and then do the same thing as me. Unless you want to die now, you should think about it carefully before deciding. Bonus was shocked by the momentum of Al, and cold sweat oozed out of every pore of his body. He took the hand of the Den Den Mushi and slowly put the Den Den Mushi that could contact Crocodile in Al's palm. Bonus was very sure that if he dialed the phone, he would be dead now. Although the aura of the crazy teenager named Al in front of him was not as strong as his own boss, it was enough to kill him. That's right, I will sell you as much goods as you can mobilize. Why involve others? Al is not stupid, he is not Crocodile's opponent now. The 34-year-old Crocodile at this time is not the useless Shichibukai defeated by the Straw Hat Boy 10 years later. He doesn't believe that Crocodile at this time doesn't even know armament haki. Anyone who can become a Shichibukai, challenge Whitebeard, and fight Douglas Bullet is definitely the top powerhouse in this sea. Al doesn't bother to think about why Crocodile can't use armament haki 10 years later. He knows very well that if Crocodile himself comes here, Al's pirate group will probably have to explain here. Without armament haki, Crocodile will stand and let Al hit him, and he can't cause any damage even if he is exhausted. How much money can you mobilize? Al casually put the Den Den Mushi into his pocket and asked with interest. At most 1.5 billion Baileys. No more. After pondering for a while, Bonus answered. Very good. Al clapped his hands. Then I will sell you goods worth 1.5 billion first. For goods above this price, I will ask Crocodile in person in the future. The goods in this town cannot be bought with just 1.5 billion. Bonus was not too worried about his boss's reprimand. After all, he did get the goods, and he got them at 65% of the market price. Al got 1.5 billion without paying anything, that's his ability. If you don't have enough strength, just admit it, no more nonsense. I think Crocodile will not default on the debt. There are many underground exchanges on the island. The reason why Al came to Bonus is because he is very sure that Crocodile has money and can pay it back in the future. After all, there are only 5 people in Al's pirate group. Since he can't take away much goods, it's better to sell them all to Crocodile and take as much money as he can. When he is strong enough in the future, he will come to Crocodile to collect the debt. He will not lose no matter how he calculates. Well, it's settled. Take your people and money and follow me. If you like any goods, just pay on the spot and take them away. I don't think anyone dares to say no. Bonus took a deep breath, turned back to the room, and had the safe with the money carried out. There are 1.532 billion Baileys in it. As you said, I will take people with you. As long as the goods are worth 1.5 billion, you can take the safe away. Looking at the safe that is more than 1 person tall, Al is very satisfied. Bonus, you are very good. No wonder you will become Crocodile's confidant. You have a bright future. I like people like you who are straightforward. Al took out the Den Den Mushi and contacted Kuina and others who were making a fuss outside. At this time, Kuina, who turned into flames, had mastered the move of Castle Flame after practicing his swordsmanship and devil fruit abilities without any scruples. If you rely on daily training in the ship's training room, you may not be able to master it in a few months. Nami and Karina are also killing like crazy. I don't know how many evil pirates and bounty hunters were kicked to death by the two with Tempest Kick. When fighting a large number of enemies, the two can already use Moonwalk to fly and can use Tempest Kick at a preliminary level. Those small fish at the entrance of the Grand Line can hardly withstand the Tempest Kick. Nami, Karina, Kuina, stopped first. Robin casually broke the neck of a pirate who wanted to sneak attack her and took out the Den Den Mushi. Robin, how are you guys doing? Al's voice came out. It feels good. Kuina, Nami, and Karina have all improved significantly. The training of their minds is also very good. While dealing with pirates, the 3 of them also rescued some civilians who were sold as slaves. That's good. This way I don't have to worry about them falling into the bloodlust barrier. Killing those who should be killed while improving your own strength and training your mentality is the best. Captain, how is your business negotiation going? Robin was a little curious. Of course it's done. Someone is willing to pay 1.5 billion to buy Whiskey Town from me. Robin, you let Kuina go to the port to control those merchant ships. That's all money. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Whoever dares to sail away will be burned directly. Robin used his ability to break the enemy's neck and laughed. No problem. Anyway, everyone on this island, except for those civilians who were captured for slave trade, should not be killed. This $0 purchase of the Al pirates went very smoothly. Kuina is like a goddess of fire. Anyone who dares to resist will experience what it means to be a fiery clone. It took half a month to search all the valuables on the island. Robin was very considerate and found several merchants to estimate the price to avoid being forced down by bonus. Finally, all the valuables on the island were calculated. Bonus, are we right? These goods, including the land, are worth 8.8 billion Baileys. You give me 1.5 billion Baileys, so you still owe me 7.3 billion Baileys. I will ask Crocodile for the 7.3 billion Baileys when the time comes. Bonus was confused for half a month. Kuina burned all the ships except his own pirate ship, so that none of the people on the island could escape. Then he asked him to search every house with his people, and no one escaped. If a batch of goods had not been transported away some time ago, Al would have gained more this time. During this half-month, Nami and Karina were the most excited. Their love for Bailey was innate. Oni-chan, you're amazing. Other pirates may not be able to rob so much money in their lifetime, but we robbed it in one go. 8.8 billion Baileys. That's 8.8 billion Baileys. This is a number that Karina and I never dared to think about before. Nami and Karina's eyes were so excited that they were about to turn into Baileys. Although Robin and Kuina didn't have much obsession with money, they were also very happy. After all, no one would complain about having too much money. Sir Al, all the valuables have been calculated. You can take this safe away. Al opened the safe and counted the money inside with Observation Haki. 1.532 billion Baileys, not a penny less or more. Very good, if there is a chance next time, we can cooperate again. Al carried the safe directly to the ship and said while standing at the bow. Bonus watched the Al pirates disappear in the sea before contacting Crocodile with another Den Mushi. Chapter 45 World Fame. Role model for all pirates. In a luxurious residence in Alabasta, Shichibukai Crocodile, with a cigar in his mouth and a newspaper in his hand, sat on the sofa. The recent news is really a waste of my mood. Why is the news about Nico Robin in East Blue quiet again? Looking for Pluton, Nico Robin who understands the historical text is not possible. After failing to challenge Whitebeard and becoming Shichibukai, Crocodile went to the desert country of Alabasta. He began to doubt his own strength. Therefore, he wanted to pin his hopes of defeating Whitebeard and ruling the world on the ancient weapon Pluton. Brew brew brew. Crocodile picked up the Den Mushi. Mr. 1, what's the matter? Bonus took a deep breath and said honestly. Boss, our cash reserves in Whiskey Town have run out. Crocodile. Run out? I remember there were more than 1 billion Baileys. What did you do? Bonus told Al about his crazy behavior in Whiskey Town. You mean, the Al pirates robbed the entire Whiskey Town and sold it to you? Yes, boss. Crocodile took a breath of cold air, feeling that his 20+ years as a pirate were in vain. Even he had never thought that a pirate could actually do such a crazy thing as selling an entire town. Crocodile felt that he was arrogant enough, saying, sassy bulwark, to anyone he met, and fighting with anyone. But after hearing Al's crazy behavior in Whiskey Mountain, Crocodile felt that he, a pirate recognized by the world government, seemed to be playing a game of house. Can pirates be like this? Al pirates, Kuina, the swordsman who ate the Mera fruit. I remember these two names. It seems that a pirate who is crazier and more arrogant than Kaido of the Beasts and even Pirate King Roger will appear on this sea. Crocodile could hardly imagine how arrogant Al must be to be so unscrupulous. The most important thing is that the captain of the Al pirates is only in his teens, still a kid. There is also a female swordsman who ate the Logia Mera fruit, who is also only in her teens. They even brought 2 little kids who are only 8 or 9 years old. A group of kids of this age, let alone doing such shocking things as selling towns, it is difficult for them to even go out to sea. It's really exaggerated. Are the younger generation of pirates now so scary? Al's actions made the extremely proud Crocodile admire and shocked. And the Ohara orphan I have been paying attention to. The only person who can understand ancient characters, Nico Robin, actually joined this pirate group. Crocodile relit a cigar and thought about what he should do. Looks like I have to find time to meet this Al pirates. Nico Robin is too important, he must come to help me find the ancient weapon. Then, Bonus whispered, Boss, that Al also said that you still owe him 6.3 billion berries. He said he would come to you in person when he has a chance. Crocodile was so angry that he almost bit the cigar he had just lit. Come to me for a debt. Isn't this kid named Al a little too arrogant? You're just a kid, and you dare to provoke me. Ha ha ha. Crocodile laughed his unique laugh. Interesting, so interesting. I like this kid. What is a pirate? He is a real pirate. After Crocodile's rage, he actually had a great appreciation for Al. Al, since you've entered the Grand Line, there are plenty of opportunities to meet. Whether it's because of Nico Robin or the debt he wants to pay me, I'm very interested. At the same time, what the Al pirates did in Whiskey Mountain quickly reached the ears of the World Economic News reporters. Under the operation of the news agency, the news that Al directly sold a town quickly spread across the sea. Oh my god, selling a whole town, can you still be a pirate like this? Then what are we doing out to sea? Just rob and run, like a mouse. Look at this Al, he sells the money on the spot after robbing, he is so arrogant. But this is a pirate, it is simply a role model for my generation of pirates. Isn't it just selling towns? I must learn it when I have the chance in the future. It's just that selling towns is a bit boring. I wonder how much a complete member country is worth. Is there anyone who can afford it? The name of the Al pirates quickly spread across the sea. Moreover, Al's extremely arrogant behavior made countless pirates regard him as a role model, and they all planned to imitate him. Those pirates who are much stronger than Al also regard Al as a role model for pirates. There are many restless pirates who even plan to find a country to sell directly. At the Marine headquarters, Marshal Sengoku was in a state of panic. Where did this Al come from? The influence is so bad that it's the ultimate. I've been a Marine for so many years, but this is the first time I've heard of a pirate who sold an entire town. Even Roger back then didn't behave as badly as he did. Look at what's written in the news. The most vicious pirate, a role model for all pirates. There are even pirates from the New World who are planning to surpass Al and sell a country directly. There are even reports on the black market asking how much a country is worth. Sengoku was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Al's actions made the pirates on the entire sea understand what a real pirate is. It made the already turbulent sea even more chaotic. Garp was so shocked by Al's news that the senbei in his hand didn't taste good anymore. He exclaimed, since Roger's death, there haven't been pirates like this on the sea for many years who can blow up the whole world on their first trip to the sea. This Al may be the most difficult enemy of our Marine in the future. His behavior is even more arrogant than Rock's back then. But he is only in his teens. Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku felt even more annoyed. At the age of 10, he can do such a big event that shocked the sea. We don't even know his specific strength. We only know that there is a female swordsman Kuina who ate the Logia Mera Mera fruit in the Al pirate group. And that female swordsman is only in her teens. How could such an extremely difficult pirate group suddenly appear on the sea? Garp sighed and said, to be able to go to sea as a captain, the strength of that Al must be more unexpected. At least his strength is also above that of the fiery swordsman Kuina. Sengoku, how are you going to deal with it? Sengoku was helpless. What can I do? We've asked the world government to increase Marine's military spending so many times, but it hasn't been approved yet. Since Roger started the so-called Great Pirate Era, the pressure on our Marine is even greater than a mountain. That red-haired Shanks recently arrived in New World and began to show his strength. He is about to become the fourth emperor of the sea. Marine has no way to send other high-level combat forces to deal with this Al. Sengoku rubbed his eyebrows and sighed. Issue a bounty order first, and then send combat forces. At the same time, the Al pirates, who had left Whiskey Mountain for several days, arrived at the Drum Kingdom. On the deck, Al enjoyed the massage of Nami and Karina's hands, and said, Karina, you will eat the Paramecia fruit in the Drum Kingdom. Chapter 46. The Drum Kingdom. Paramecia munch fruit. Ah, give it to me, although Al had always said that he would find devil fruit for them. But when it really came to this, Karina was still a little flattered. Oni-chan, what is the ability of the Paramecia fruit in the Drum Kingdom? Karina pulled the corner of Al's clothes, a little curious. Paramecia munch fruit. I only know part of the specific ability, and I still need to experiment. But my guess should be right. The fruit that best suits Nami will have to wait for a while. Karina, the ability of this Paramecia munch fruit is very powerful. People who are not smart enough cannot bring out the power of this devil fruit. Al rubbed Karina's little head and said lovingly, well, after I eat this devil fruit, can I be as powerful as Sister Kuina and protect Oni-chan? Of course, the ability of that devil fruit is beyond imagination. Al's words aroused the interest of several people. What are you waiting for, Oni-chan? Let's go find this devil fruit quickly. Nami didn't envy Karina at all, but was very happy for her. It's okay. Don't worry, this devil fruit is not as hard to find as the Mera fruit. It's in the treasury of the Drum Kingdom, we can just sneak in and take it away. Al's boat docked at the port, got off the boat and rushed to the medical powerhouse Drum Kingdom, and started chatting. Paramecia munch fruit was accidentally obtained by the former king of the Drum Kingdom and has been kept in the treasury. It was not until Wapol was in his 20s that he ate it to lose weight. At this time, Wapol is still the prince of the Drum Kingdom, not yet 20 years old. Al felt it was a pity to think that such a powerful devil fruit was developed by Wapol into that kind of ghost. Not only Al took a fancy to this devil fruit, in the original book, Blackbeard also had ideas about this Paramecia fruit. But now it can only belong to Al's pirate group. The few of them were traveling at a fast pace and soon arrived in the Drum Kingdom. Drum Island is a very famous large island on the Grand Line. It is now the last month of the Sea Circle calendar 1510. The World Summit held every 4 years by the world government has just ended. The Celestial Dragons will start preparing for the slaughter competition held every 3 years next year. Al calculated the time and roughly understood that the glory of this medical power can last until the next World Summit. It was not until the death of the current king and the succession of Wapol that doctors were targeted, and the glory of the medical power gradually disappeared. However, the current king still has 1 or 2 years to live. The Drum Kingdom, like the Seven Waters City, is one of the most prosperous places in the first half of the Grand Line. Pirates cannot go out to sea without ships, let alone ship doctors. At this time, almost all ship doctors regard the Drum Kingdom as the medical sanctuary in their hearts. Many doctors join this country every year. The medical ability is strong, and there are endless patients coming here for treatment every day. This also makes the Drum Kingdom very wealthy, and it can be regarded as one of the richest allied countries. Every year, it can pay a considerable amount of Tianshengjian. Therefore, at this time, in the island near the Drum Kingdom, the Marine headquarters specially dispatched a group of powerful Marines to be stationed here. After all, Marines often go out to sea to fight pirates, get injured and get sick, so they naturally have to protect this place. How stupid can a person be to turn such a country with strong economic strength and close protection of Marines into what it will be like in the future? Taking away munch fruit may change the future of this country. That waste Wapol, without the power of devil fruit, has no ability to resist when he does evil. It can be regarded as a good thing for this country and this sea. Before the medical power was destroyed, this place had a lot of traffic. In addition to the people on the nearby islands, there are also pirates and civilians who come from all over the world and even New World to treat diseases. Nobles, wealthy people, and some retired marine high-level people from various kingdoms can be seen here at will. Too prosperous. After getting off the ship, Nami and Karina were very surprised. It is worthy of being a world-famous medical kingdom, much more prosperous than the most developed town in East Blue. There are endless large luxury ships docked on the shore. Looking up, there are a lot of people, pirates, ordinary people, bounty hunters, marines, nobles, etc. Almost all live in harmony, and no battle will break out in this medical holy land. In this already chaotic world, no one would be stupid enough to offend a medical power. Or no one dares to offend the Drum Kingdom at this time. There are too many doctors on the island, and many of these doctors used to be ship doctors of some pirate groups. And after so many years of development, those doctors don't know how many pirates, marines, big bosses of the dark world, and even celestial dragons have been saved. Any criminals who want to invade this island must carefully consider the doctor's terrifying connections. Al even thinks that if the Drum Kingdom encounters a large external crisis at this time, Sengoku will even send Marine Admiral to protect it. Along the way, Al has seen several large marine sanatoriums. With a glance of his observation haki, he could easily sense the powerful people with terrifying aura. Such a good place, it's better not to destroy it. Al put away his observation haki. Many powerful people have already noticed Al's observation haki sweep. Al and his friends didn't stay on the island for too long, and went straight to the mountain where the old monster Kuleha was. After all, he also served as a ship's doctor, and planned to spend a few days to ask Kuleha for some medical questions. After asking, he went to the palace treasury to steal Munch Munch fruit, and then left here. Chapter 47, The Superpower of Munch Munch Fruit. Marine is coming. Kurha, 129 years old. She is the most powerful doctor in the world. In Al's opinion, she is much more powerful than Crocus, the doctor of One Piece. Time passed quickly. Although Kurha has a strange personality, Al knows her preferences. Therefore, it didn't take much effort to successfully win Kurha's favor. In a week, Al read a lot of medical books, and used the ability of observation haki to perceive other people's thoughts, and memorize the terrifying medical skills accumulated by Kurha for more than 100 years. The huge amount of information almost made Al dizzy. However, compared with the gains, his discomfort was nothing. In other words, Kurha's strength was not strong, and without observation haki, Al would not have been able to steal medical knowledge. After studying medical skills with Kurha for a week, Al left a full 100 million Baileys. Compared with the vast medical knowledge he learned, 100 million Baileys is nothing. I learned your medical knowledge by dishonorable means. The money will be left to Grandma Kuleha as medical research funds. Al looked back at Kuleha, who was watching him leave on the mountain, thinking silently in his heart. Nami, Karina, Robin, Kuina, let's go to the vicinity of the palace together. After taking the Paramecia Munch Munch fruit, we will leave here. The palace of the Drum Kingdom is many times more luxurious than it will be 9 years later. Al opened the observation haki along the palace and invaded the minds of many guards. It didn't take long to find the location of the treasury. At the same time, after invading the king's mind, he also knew where the key to the treasury was placed. In this Drum Kingdom full of strong people, Al didn't think of breaking into the treasury to rob the fruit. That would be no different from seeking death. The few people acted very quickly. After getting the key, they entered the treasury and got the Munch Munch fruit without much effort. Al didn't move at all for the mountain of financial reports in the treasury. Now they have more than 1.5 billion Baileys, which is enough. There is no need to bring unnecessary trouble to themselves because of greed. After taking the Munch Munch fruit, several people quickly returned to the hotel they rented. Oni-chan, is this the powerful Munch Munch fruit you mentioned? Karina looked at the fruit with strange patterns in Al's hand and was very curious. Nami, Karina, and Robin were also looking forward to it. Eat it, Karina. After getting the ability, we have to do an experiment. Karina did not refuse. She always wanted to have the strength to protect Al. She swallowed the fruit pulp while resisting the feeling of nausea. How does it feel? Nami asked. After rinsing her mouth, Karina looked excited. I can clearly feel that my physical strength has been greatly improved. Also, I can feel that there is a strange space in my body. That space is very large and can hold many, many things. This is the ability of Munch Munch fruit. Al laughed. It can swallow anything, whether it is humans or various objects. As he said, Al took out the quick-cut fruit and the barrier fruit, looked at Karina and said, Karina, use your ability to swallow these 2 devil fruits. Remember, don't eat them directly. Karina didn't ask why, picked up the 2 devil fruits, opened her mouth, and a strange suction force took them into the strange space. As soon as she swallowed the quick-cut fruit and the barrier fruit, Karina frowned. How is it? Al and others looked at Karina. It feels very strange. Karina said, originally my ability was just to have that strange space, but now I feel like I can use the other 2 abilities. Then just try it. Al's heart was finally relieved. Don't worry, the two abilities should be quick cut and barrier. Karina closed her eyes and felt the other two powers in her body. Then she stretched out her hand, and under the gaze of Al and others, her whole arm turned into a sharp blade. This is the ability of the quick cut fruit. Try the ability of the barrier fruit again. Nami, Robin, and Kuina were stunned, and Al was also a little amazed. This ability is simply too powerful to be imagined. Then, Karina made a cross-fingered gesture with her fingers, and a piece of emerald green barrier appeared in front of her instantly. Too powerful. It can actually use the abilities of multiple devil fruits. Robin was very amazed. It seems that this munch fruit is the most powerful devil fruit in the sea. Karina withdrew her ability and was stunned. Can I use so many abilities? Quick cut. Barrier. Karina turned her body into a blade and released a barrier from time to time, having a lot of fun. However, soon, she consumed more than half of her physical strength and was exhausted. The physical strength consumption is very serious. If I just use the power of munch fruit, it's okay, but if I use the power of the two devil fruits through the strange space, I will consume twice as much physical strength. Karina panted and spoke while sitting on the bed. Al said indifferently, "It's just a waste of physical strength. I will find a way to turn all of our members into physical monsters in the future." Karina, from today on, you will stop practicing the Marine 6 styles other than moonwalk. Develop the power of munch fruit and the power of barrier fruit with all your heart and soul. The quick cut fruit is not strong enough, it doesn't matter whether it is developed or not. Now there is a key question. Al asked happily. Karina, can you feel that you can absorb one more devil fruit? No. Karina shook her head. If it's just for storage, it's fine, but if I use the power, I can feel that it's not possible. It should be that I haven't developed the munch fruit enough. Well, then use these two abilities first, and when you have developed your abilities, I will find you more powerful devil fruits. Karina, you will become a fruit hunter famous in the sea in the future. Afterwards, Al and Karina talked about the other abilities of munch fruit. Speed up digestion, change into what you eat, material synthesis, etc. When we find good materials in the future, we can let Karina synthesize them, and then make famous swords, and use new materials to make our ships. Of course, we can also buy a large amount of arms and provide them to Karina, so that she can become a walking super firearm. After listening to Al's introduction to munch fruit, several people were very shocked. There is another ability. Karina, do you want to try it? Al said mischievously. Using the ability of munch fruit, you can eat living people alive, and thus have the ability of that person. Karina's face suddenly froze, her face changed, and she waved her hands hurriedly. Too disgusting. I absolutely don't want to eat people. At the same time, the bounty set by Marine for Al's pirate group was also determined. The news that Al and his men appeared in the Drum Kingdom has also been learned by Marine. And plans to send combat forces to deal with Al, the so-called pirate model. Chapter 48 Crocodile. Kill Al, grab Robin. Marine Headquarters. Marshal's office. Sengoku was looking at the information sent by Marine in the Drum Kingdom. The evil man who sold the town, Al, is in the Drum Kingdom. Who are you going to send? Garp asked curiously while eating senbei. Sengoku handed the information in his hand to the sheep to eat, frowning and thinking. The Drum Kingdom is very special. With the Red Sword Master Kuina here, we can't start a war there. Otherwise, the casualties will be incalculable. We have to surround Al after the pirates leave the Drum Kingdom. I'm going to send 2 rear admirals, Spider Demon and Doberman, over there. Garp threw the senbei to Sengoku and said speechlessly. Sengoku, do you think Spider Demon and Doberman can take down Al and the Red Sword Master Kuina? Aren't you afraid that they will die there? Sengoku sighed. There's really no way. Now a lot of high-end marine forces are in the New World. The red-haired Shanks is stirring up trouble in the New World, challenging the 3 New World Emperors and wanting to become the New World 4 Emperors. We Marines can't just let Shanks become the 4 Emperors, can we? Withdrawing our forces is impossible. We can only let some rear admirals with the potential to be vice admirals capture Al. What else do you think we can do? Should I ask you, old man, to go there in person? Sengoku complained crazily. Garp waved his hands hastily and refused. Forget about letting me go. I will go to New World in a few days. But I can give you a reminder. If Al and his party set out from the Drum Kingdom, they will definitely pass through Alabasta. Shichibukai Crocodile is there. Didn't the world government set up Shichibukai just to be useful occasionally? Why don't you apply to the world government and let Crocodile take action? Sengoku's eyes lit up. It's not that he couldn't think of this method, but almost all his energy was focused on the battle situation in New World. It just didn't occur to him at once. Garp, you old guys still use your brain sometimes. It's appropriate to let Crocodile take action. Although this guy failed in his challenge to Whitebeard before, his strength should not be underestimated. With him, it's no problem to deal with the Al Pirates, a group of little devils who don't even have haki. Garp rolled his eyes, snatched the senbei from Sengoku's hand, and snorted. What are you talking about? I'm the resourceful general, okay. Yeah, right, you're the resourceful general. Sengoku didn't bother to pay attention to the old rogue Garp, and directly picked up the Den Mushi to contact the world government. At the same time, in a luxurious residence in Alabasta, Crocodile has contacted people from the underground world to purchase the goods in Whiskey Town. Al, this guy really helped me a lot. The goods he left behind made me a lot of money. My plan originally had a funding gap, and now it's enough at once. Crocodile was in a very happy mood, thinking about the next plan. But I owe him 6.3 billion berries, and he's doing me such a big favor. How can I pay him back? Sure enough, Crocodile's expression froze. It's better to kill him. Besides, even if he doesn't help me raise enough funds, he has to die. Crocodile took a deep puff of his cigar. Nico Robin must come to help me. Al kid, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame your bad luck. For my plan, you can only die. Just when Crocodile was planning to kill Al and snatch Nico Robin, the Den Mushi exclusive to Shichibukai rang. World government, is there something wrong? Crocodile connected to Den Mushi. Sengoku, what do you want? The call ended quickly. Crocodile laughed. Al kid, you can't blame me for this. Even if I don't kill you, Marine will. But if you know what's best for you, I can take you in as my subordinate. After talking to himself, Crocodile stood up from the sofa and put on a cloak. Bonus, go check the current location of Al's pirate group. I'll go and meet this Al in person. Yes, boss. At the same time, Al and others purchased a large amount of medicinal herbs in the Drum Kingdom. Oni-chan, why do you buy so many medicinal herbs? Nami was a little puzzled. Even if we are sick, we don't need so many medicinal herbs, right? Al smiled and said, I'm going to use these medicinal herbs to make a vitality potion. Life Force potion. Robin was very surprised. Is it the most precious potion of that Dr. Kuleha? Karina was also very interested in Robin's words. Robin continued, Medicine Kuleha is already 129 years old. It is said that she invented a powerful potion. Many people on the sea are willing to pay a high price to buy it, but she has never revealed any information. Al nodded. Robin guessed right. Medicine Kuleha taught me how to make this potion. This potion can not only restore physical strength in a very short time. If you take it frequently, you can also increase the upper limit of physical strength. This vitality potion is the key to the fact that Nurse Kuleha is over 120 years old and can still maintain vitality and live for many more years. When I make this potion, we will take it frequently to strengthen our physical strength and improve our vitality. Hearing Al's words, several people were amazed. Great. Karina clapped her hands and cheered. I was worried that it was too difficult to improve my physical strength. My ability consumes too much physical strength. With this potion, I can get stronger faster. Al rubbed Karina's little head and smiled. Not only you, all members of our Al Pirates can quickly become stronger. After purchasing all the supplies, we should set off. What we did in Whiskey Town before will definitely have a reaction from the Marine side. Maybe there are already Marines waiting to surround us now. At this time, Al guessed that he would be targeted by Marine, but he didn't expect there was a crocodile. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After continuous training during the voyage, he could already feel that he would awaken armament haki soon. Now he is at a critical point. As long as he takes some time to break through this critical point, his strength will be greatly improved. And there is Karina who can use the barrier fruit ability. If a general strong man attacks, even if he can't beat him, he can escape without injury. Although Karina's barrier fruit ability has not been developed much. But he tried, and even if he swung his full strength, he couldn't leave a mark on the barrier released by Karina. The power of the barrier fruit, the defensive ability is extremely strong. With the vitality potion, Karina's barrier will last longer. Oni-chan, Marine has indeed been eyeing us. Kuina came back from the knife shop with 2 bounties in his hand. This is our bounty. At the same time, Crocodile learned the location of Al from Marine. The Drum Kingdom. Mr. 1, Mr. 2, let's go. Kill Al, grab Nico Robin. Chapter 49. Al Pirates Bounty Order. The world is shocked. Our wanted posters. It came out so quickly. Let me see whose bounties are on them. Al took the 2 wanted posters from Kuina and looked over. Nami and Karina also read them out with curious eyes. Captain of the Al Pirates, Kanan Al, unknown ability, only 12 years old, bounty of 8,000 berries. Note: a vicious pirate who robs and sells an entire town as soon as he goes out to sea, has an extremely bad influence and is extremely dangerous. Oh, they found out my real name, and there is a super high bounty of 80 million berries. Wow, Oni-chan actually has such a high bounty. Nami covered her mouth in surprise. It is specially marked, extremely dangerous. Karina was proud of it and said proudly, Oni-chan has become a big pirate too. The first time I was bountied, the amount was far higher than the highest bounty of East Blue. It even exceeded Sister Robin's 79 million berries bounty. I don't know if Nami and I have been bountied. Al looked at the number on the bounty order, which was a bit unexpected. The bounty of this era will not be as inflated as it would be 10 years later, with hundreds of millions at any time. The bounty now is closely related to strength and harm. Al knew that he would definitely be bountied by Marine. But he didn't expect to be offered a bounty of 80 million berries for the first time. He knew very well that the Marine people didn't know what his strength was. But they still offered him a bounty of 80 million berries for his first time out to sea. It seems that the last time we sold the entire town, it had a big impact. Marine is really angry. They actually set such a high bounty for me. Al himself was shocked by Marine's generosity. He knew very well that in this era, it was a concept to be offered a bounty of 80 million berries for the first time out to sea. The Logia Sand fruit ability user who challenged Whitebeard and became Shichibukai, the tyrant of the sea, Crocodile, only had a bounty of 81 million berries when he became Shichibukai. The Emperor of Amazon Lily of Daughter Island, the Pirate Queen, was only offered a bounty of 80 million berries after the first Emperor hunt. And after the hunt was over, she was directly recruited as the 7 warlords of the sea. Al thought secretly, Marine is treating my threat as the same as those Shichibukai. If I remember correctly, the 7 warlords of the sea have not been fully completed at this time. Marine and the world government are not trying to recruit me as one of the Shichibukai, are they? Al thought it was unlikely. After all, his family knows his own business. His strength is far from being able to become a Shichibukai. The reason why he was offered such a high reward is that his influence was too bad. Selling an entire town is unprecedented and it is simply impossible to 870 Wu Tian to ultimate. As for Kuina, who showed his skills in Whiskey Town, he put down the sword oil he used to maintain his sword and said, Oni-chan, you are really famous now. There is such a high reward all of a sudden. I wonder if I will be rewarded. Speaking, Kuina turned over the second bounty order. The portrait above is Kuina who has made a name for himself in Whiskey Town. Al Pirates Fighter, Red Flame Sword Master Shimotzki Kuina. A female sword master who is only 11 years old. Confirmed to be a user of Logia Mera fruit. Very powerful, suspected to be the second in command of the Al Pirates. Bounty of 50 million Baileys. No matter dead or alive. Karina was surprised and excited. Wow, Sister Kuina actually has 50 million Baileys. Red Flame Sword Master Kuina, what a cool title. However, I am not very convinced by the title of the second in command of the Al Pirates. I am also very strong now, and can use 3 devil fruit abilities. Damn Marine, they don't even take me, Karina, seriously. Karina pouted and waved her pink fists, looking unhappy. Nami poked Karina's forehead. Okay, Karina, stop pretending. I didn't say anything. Sister Kuina, you have also achieved your goal initially. The name of the Red Flame swordsman Kuina must be famous all over the world now. Kuina's pretty face flushed, and it would be a lie to say that she was not excited. It's just that her personality is more introverted. This is all thanks to Al-chan. Without Oni-chan, I wouldn't go to sea, and I wouldn't overcome my inner obsession. I wouldn't learn more about swordsmanship from Uncle Shanks. I wouldn't eat the Mara fruit, and I wouldn't be as strong as I am now. Kuina looked at Al with her eyes straight, and her gratitude and admiration were almost beyond words. I like the title of Red Flame Swordsman that Al-chan took. Oni-chan, thank you. Kuina pinched the corner of her clothes and spoke gratefully. What are you talking about, Kuina? Quote, Al held Kuina's shoulders and said with a smile. This is all the result of your own hard work. You are going to be my right-hand man in the future. Isn't it normal for you to be so strong? Kuina stretched out her little hand and gently touched Al's hand, feeling Al's breath, her heart pounding. Uncle Koshiro will be happy for you when he sees it. Her daughter is moving towards her goal. Just as Al said, the bounty is printed uniformly by all branches of the World Economic News Agency. As long as there is a branch, the bounty will be issued free of charge. In the Ishin dojo in Shimotzki village, Koshiro looked at Kuina's bounty with a look of relief. Kuina, since you have decided to take this path, then let go and move towards your goal. Dad will always be proud of you. Eagle Eye, who was hitting Zoro with a bamboo stick and adjusting Zoro's sword-holding posture, came over after seeing the bounty. Red Flame Swordsman, it's a very good title. Using the power of the devil fruit, he made up for the gap between women and men. It's a shortcut to the highest palace of swordsmanship. Hawkeye came to East Blue a few months ago and exchanged swordsmanship with Koshiro. After meeting Zoro, Hawkeye thought this kid was very interesting and planned to teach him swordsmanship personally. But, Marine didn't know that Al was also a swordsman. The intelligence ability is too poor. Koshiro squinted and smiled. Al is not the kind of person who is flamboyant. And with his terrifying talent, he must be stronger now. But he didn't meet any decent opponents. I have a hunch that with his terrifying talent, he will soon become famous in the sea again. Let the world really see what a real monster is. Hawkeye hit Zoro with a stick again, and his hawk-like eyes were full of expectations. When he becomes a great swordsman, I will go to see him in person. There are only a few people in this sea who know Al's talent best. One of them is Koshiro. Then there are the Red Hair Pirates officers. Boss, look at the bounties on Al and Kuina. New World, Red Hair Pirates, on the Redfirth. Lakiru excitedly held the bounty and spoke to Red Hair. Oh, let me see. The Red Hair Pirates had just finished the battle for territory with the BIGMOM Pirates and were just taking a break. Not bad, Al. 80 million bounty. 50 million bounty for the Red Flame Sword Master Kuina. They are also specially marked as extremely vicious pirates. I knew they would definitely shock this sea. Has it been almost a year without me noticing? Red-haired Shanks recalled the half-month he spent teaching Al swordsmanship, and he missed it. Al has worked so hard, we can't let down our guard. Baker, take a break for 2 more days, and start the war. It's time to become the Emperor of New World. Shanks was in high spirits, picked up the wine glass and drank it in big gulps, looking far away in the direction of the Grand Line, and muttered. Al, the bounty for the first time you go out to sea is nearly 100 million. Although it is shocking, the challenges you will face will only become stronger and stronger. However, I believe that with your talent, you will shock the world again. I have helped you a lot, and a lot of Marine's combat power is in New World. Grow up, Al. Ben Beckman next to him frowned and said, it's true that a lot of Marine's combat power is in New World. But Al and the others should be near the entrance to the first half of the Grand Line. As long as Marine is not stupid, he will probably find a way to get Alabasta's Crocodile to take action. Quote, BBBJ Al sold the entire town before, which shocked us all. Quote, Marine will not let such a threatening pirate grow up. Shanks laughed. It's just Shichibukai, I believe Al can step on him to become famous. Without dreams, he is just a walking corpse of the world government, not worth mentioning. At this time, Crocodile, who Shanks said was not worth mentioning, looked at Al's bounty order with a very ugly face. As Marine provoking me, 80 million bounty, only 1 million less than mine. Humiliating me, it's just a 12-year-old kid, Marine is a waste, and he actually gave such a high bounty. As this to stimulate us, the older generation of pirates. Crocodile was originally satisfied with his bounty of 81 million. But after seeing Al's bounty of 80 million, he felt sour. Don't let a little brat get too arrogant. Bonus. Haven't those idiots in the work agency found out where Al went after leaving the Drum Kingdom? Crocodile was already impatient to test Al's strength. Boss, this is the route map. After they leave the Drum Kingdom, no matter which route they take, they will pass through Alabasta. Don't worry. Crocodile exhaled a thick puff of smoke and grinned. Will they definitely pass through our territory? That's really exciting. At the same time, Al's pirate group has already sailed away from the Drum Kingdom. Nami, how long will it take to reach the next island? Al, who had just finished exercising and was sweating all over, asked while Karina wiped his sweat. Nami saw that Al was sweating all over, and she quickly walked over to get a towel, and together with Karina, she wiped Al's sweat on the left and right. Oni-chan, I just checked the record pointer. Quote, the next island is the prehistoric island Little Garden. It will take about 5 days to get there. 5 days, Al calculated, and he had an idea. Just keep this speed. Before arriving at Little Garden, I will make the life potion. If there is any news, let me know. I am not far from mastering armament haki. We must master armament haki before leaving Little Garden. Otherwise, if we encounter Logia's enemies, we will be helpless. Nami felt the weather with her body and said, it's okay, Oni-chan, the climate will not change in the short term. I'll do it with you. Al didn't refuse. Just then, a news seagull flew in the sky and delivered a newspaper for free. What happened? They're distributing newspapers for free. Al, who was about to go back to his room to work, turned around and walked to Robin to look at the content of the newspaper. It's really big news that shocked the world. Captain Al, take a look yourself. Al took the newspaper and browsed it. The front page headline of the newspaper, in very eye-catching large fonts, published 2 big news that shocked the world. New World Emperor Battle. Red Hair Pirates, in New World, fought many battles with 4 emperors Bigmom, Kaido of the Beasts. Red-haired Shanks, is only 1 step away from the throne of New World Emperor. The original pattern of the 3 emperors is about to be broken. The pattern of the sea is about to change. Al raised his eyebrows. Shanks is going to become the emperor of the sea. It shouldn't take long. In a month at most, Shanks will be named 4 emperors. You are so strong, Shanks. Al looked at Shanks' photo in the newspaper and saw his restored left arm at a glance. It seems that you have found Trafalgar Law and completely cured your left arm. The flapping wings of this butterfly have brought an impact on this sea. Originally, Shanks, who lost his left arm, did not become 4 emperors so quickly. After all, he is a great swordsman and his dominant hand is his left hand. Losing his left arm has a great impact on his combat power. But now that the power of the op fruit has been used to heal his left arm, Shanks's combat power will be even stronger than in the original. The 4 emperors are about to take shape, and the world government should be anxious. I'm afraid it will speed up the confirmation of the Shichibukai candidates. Al continued to flip through the newspapers, and the first page also published the news that shocked the world. The King of Daughter Island, the Emperor of Amazon Lily, the Pirate Empress. The world's most beautiful woman, the captain of the 9 snake pirates, Boa Hancock. Robin stood next to Al and read out the headlines of the news. The Pirate Empress, bounty of 80 million Baileys. Become one of the new Shichibukai. The world's most beautiful woman, Robin repeated, what a big title. What the world's most beautiful woman is, it's just bragging, and she doesn't look as beautiful as Sister Robin. Karina pouted, looking at the photo of the Empress in the newspaper, and did not agree with the title of the world's most beautiful woman. Karina is really sweet, but I am not as pretty as the Empress. Not even close. Don't you agree, Captain Al? Al was stunned for a moment. Why did he suddenly ask me such a deadly question? Robin looked at Al with eyes as bright as water, and wanted to know how the man who occupied the most important position in his heart viewed him. Of course our Robin is the most beautiful. Or should I say that Robin is about the same as the world's most beautiful woman, and they are on par with each other. Really? Robin smiled brightly. Captain, don't lie to me. Of course it's true. Al didn't say anything against his will. In his opinion, although the Empress is beautiful, the intellectual Queen Robin is not inferior at all. Especially Robin, who didn't get tanned in Alabasta. At this time, Robin has fair skin and is 1.88 meters tall. Whether it is figure or appearance, she is impeccable. In addition, she exudes an intellectual aura, and her charm is no less than that of the Empress. In Al's heart, Robin and the Empress have their own merits and are on par with each other. I didn't expect that in Captain Al's heart, I am comparable to the most beautiful woman in the world. Robin smiled like a flower, pursed his lips and smiled softly, because his heart was extremely happy. This sea is about to be in chaos. We have to speed up the speed of improving our strength. The news about Shanks and the Queen gave Al more motivation to exercise. He would not let go of the Queen, this extremely beautiful flower. Chapter 50. Armament Haki Awakening. The super development of the slow-up fruit's ability. 3 days later, Al made a vitality potion. It is worthy of being the result of more than 100 years of medical skills of Dr. Kuleha. What a great thing! Shaking the emerald green liquid in the beaker, Al praised sincerely. The vitality potion exudes a refreshing fragrance, which makes people feel happy just by smelling it. It seems that my 100 million Baileys are still too little. The formula of this potion alone is a priceless treasure. Fortunately, I went to Dr. Kuleha to learn medical skills, otherwise if I missed such a treasure, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Fortunately, Dr. Kuleha's formula is just a rumor in the eyes of outsiders. Otherwise, even the celestial dragons who regard humans as pariahs would snatch this formula. Quote, Al sniffed the fragrance of the potion intoxicatedly. Robin, Nami, Karina, Kuina. He called them in and said with a smile. The vitality potion has been successfully made. What a nice smell. Nami and the others smelled the fragrance in the room and couldn't help but close their eyes and savor it carefully. I have never smelled such a good smell in my life. Robin stood close to Al with amazement in his eyes. Don't just smell it. I made a lot, and everyone drinks 1 cup every day. Quote, don't drink too much. Al poured a full cup for each of the 4 women, and then raised the vitality potion in his hand. Cheers to our future strength and dominance of the sea. Cheers. The 4 women raised their cups and clinked them together, then raised their heads and drank the potion. The vitality potion slid down their throats into their stomachs. The moment they drank the potion, a warm force began to spread from the stomachs of several people and quickly spread throughout their bodies. The power seemed to be tangible, penetrating the skin, making their entire bodies emit a faint emerald green light. After drinking the potion, Al subconsciously used life return to absorb all the energy in the potion. July 17th. In just a moment, he felt as if countless flames were burning in his blood vessels, and a hot current quickly flowed through his body. His heartbeat accelerated, as if it was about to jump out of his chest, and each beat was strong and powerful. His breathing became rapid, and each breath brought new energy. As the potion took effect, his muscles began to tighten, as if they were pulled and reshaped. The muscles in his arms and legs gradually became stronger and more powerful. Then, Al felt a tingling sensation in his fingers and toes, then in his arms and legs, and finally in his entire body. This tingling sensation gradually turned into a warm feeling, as if he was in the warm sunshine. Moreover, his mind became clearer and his thinking became more agile. At this moment, he felt that his senses became more acute, and he could hear sounds from far away, see things from farther away, and even feel the slightest changes in the air around him. Quote. This feeling is simply intoxicating. Al opened his eyes and felt the changes brought about by the vitality potion. Too strong. This cup of potion is equivalent to several days of hard exercise. Then, the potion in the bodies of the 4 women also began to take effect, and they all moaned from their throats. Under Al's gaze, Robin's exposed skin became smoother, but not fragile, with visible flexibility. Taking the vitality potion for the first time made Robin's already perfect figure even more curvy, and the upper and lower parts of his body became more round and tight. In addition to the changes in his figure, Al could feel that Robin's physique had also become stronger. Nami and Karina and the other two grew taller and became more robust. After a long while, they opened their eyes in shock. This potion is too exaggerated. I've never felt this way before. Robin could clearly feel the improvement of his strength. Nami, you've grown taller. Karina, you too. The two little girls stood in the room measuring their heights and gestured. Kuina also stood behind Nami and Karina, looking at her body that had grown a lot taller. After drinking the potion, Kuina could clearly feel that her physique had become much stronger. A clearer mind allowed her to understand a lot of her originally sluggish swordsmanship. Al smiled and said, Dr. Kuleha told me. This kind of vitality potion will only have such a strong effect when it is taken for the first time. If you take it again in the future, the transformation and improvement of the body will not be so great. Only by drinking it for a long time can it improve physical fitness and prolong life. That's amazing enough. Robin lifted her shirt with some discomfort. She must feel uncomfortable. After all, her peaks have become more upright. Al glanced at Robin and said, It's a pity that the materials for making this vitality potion are very difficult to find. Quote, We have almost bought up all the materials that can be used to make this potion in the entire Drum Kingdom. It's enough for us to use for a long time. Karina has already started to train her abilities directly. With the help of this potion, we will save a lot of time to develop the Devil Fruit ability. After all, the Devil Fruit ability consumes physical strength. As long as the physical strength is sufficient, you can exercise your abilities at all times. The few people did not waste the potion power that had not been consumed in their bodies, and began to train one after another. Al's experience was the most obvious. Due to the powerful changes that this potion brought to the body, he could clearly feel that he was getting closer and closer to the day when he could master armament haki. He trained his body with all his heart and soul. 2 days later, Al finally used the first trace of armament haki after a training session. In the room, Al, who was sweating all over, looked at the dark armament haki covering his palms with excitement. I can finally use armament haki. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. After the first armament haki was born, Al's huge physical strength continued to give birth to more armament haki. Armament haki is like a threshold. As long as you continue to exercise, your body is strong enough, and after a qualitative change, you can give birth to this kind of power. Al armed his entire arm and felt the huge improvement in strength brought by haki. In addition, his training that has never been slack has also significantly improved his ability to breathe all things. After mastering armament haki, the improvement in swordsmanship is also very significant. The strength gap between the swordsmen on the sea who have mastered armament haki and those who have not mastered armament haki is very large. The swordsmen who have mastered armament haki can easily defeat the Sword King who cannot use this power. 3 minutes later, the increasing armament haki in Al's body began to stop growing. After feeling it, he was surprised. I have just awakened armament haki and I have the power to turn my whole body into armament haki. It is mentioned in Uncle Koshiro's booklet that when a normal person just awakens armament haki, they can only turn their palms into armament haki at most. It seems that my physical talent is far from what I have shown before. Then, Al used the ability of the slow fruit. Since he ate the slow fruit, he has never stopped developing his abilities. But the development of fruit abilities is different from the process of strengthening physical skills and swordsmanship. Not only do you need to think carefully, but you also need to implement your will into the fruit ability. His slow fruit ability has not been improved for quite a long time. But the accumulation of strength, until the moment he awakened armament haki, he felt that his use of the slow fruit ability had also reached a new level. Slow light. Al raised his hand and shot out the slow light, feeling the improvement of his ability. Very good, the time that the slow ability can delay has doubled. It can reach as much as 40 seconds. And the speed of emitting slow light is also faster. The moment he ate the slow fruit, Al knew that the slow light emitted by the slow fruit was different from real light, so it could not have the same speed as light. The range covered by the slow light is also wider. The light emitted before could only cover a range of 5 meters. But now, the light emitted at will can already cover a range of 20 meters. And the amount of slow light is also greater. Al felt the change in his ability and couldn't help but think of the slow field that he had envisioned around himself. The slow field can be used, but it's just a thin layer and it's not very useful. When the fruit ability is developed more deeply in the future, try the slow field again. Quote. Then, Al held his breath and carefully sensed the specific changes in the light when the fruit's ability was improved. As long as he knew the principle of light delay, he could develop it to be more unsolvable. Soon, Al felt the changes. And for the first time, he even felt the effect of slow photons on smaller things. There are all kinds of molecules moving in the air all the time. When the molecules move faster, they get hotter, and when they move slower, they get colder. The essence of my slow fruit ability is to slow down the flow of time around objects. Then can I slow down the flow of time for even smaller molecules? To achieve a freezing effect, or even absolute zero. After thinking about this, Al felt a little tricky. This development direction of the slow fruit involves the definition of national point energy. This thing is the content of quantum mechanics. But I remember that the definition of this concept is different in the fields of classical physics and quantum physics. Quote, classical physics believes that at absolute zero, the energy of the system reaches its lowest point, that is, all movement stops and particles are completely still. That is, it can achieve absolute freezing. The molecular state of a person or object frozen in it will also fall into an absolute still state, which is death in the physical sense. Quantum physics is too advanced. I'd better not consider it before I can communicate with Vegapunk face to face. The great physicists before the time travel are still working in the field of quantum mechanics. I'd better not mess around. If we can achieve the definition of classical physics, where particles are completely still, we will be invincible enough. Al racked his brains to think. If he hadn't learned physics well before the time travel, he would never have thought of this deeper development direction of the slow fruit. And if we develop it in reverse, will the time flow around the molecules be faster? Let the molecules in the affected area move as fast as ultimate, and the temperature can reach a terrifying level. The road to developing the fruit's ability is long and arduous. Then, Al stared at the area affected by the slow light and thought of another use. If I control the range of slowness accurately. For example, there is an enemy rushing towards me at a very fast speed. I slow his upper body without affecting his lower body. The enemy's upper body slows down, while the lower body is still very fast. The extremely slow upper body and the relatively fast lower body should form a huge tearing force in opposite directions due to the huge difference in speed. If the enemy's physique is not strong enough, it will be torn in half by this force. Al thought of it and immediately conducted an experiment. Kuina, throw a stick at me. Kuina, who was practicing swordsmanship on the deck, did not know why Al suddenly asked this, but did it immediately. Al controlled the range of the slow fruit, slowing the upper half and not affecting the lower half. Crack! The stick instantly broke into two pieces in the middle. As expected, this tearing force is quite strong. Then, Al's mind diverged and he thought of the extension method. Kuina, throw a piece of wood at me. Al quickly experimented on the wood. He precisely controlled the range of the delay, applying delays in 4 different directions of the rectangular wood, and no delays in the other opposite directions. Bang! The wood was instantly torn into 8 pieces. The experiment was successful. Al looked at the broken wood on the ground with shining eyes. What chop fruit! I am the real one with the ability to split into pieces. Al was very satisfied with the development of the delay fruit, which originally had no attack power, into a powerful attack power. What if the fruit ability is integrated into my swordsmanship? Al was not satisfied. He thought of Fujitora's use of the gravity fruit. Gravity horizontal slash. There is also Fujitora's special move, Gravity Blade Tiger. I remember that when I slashed at Luffy, different parts of his body would become heavier and lighter. If Luffy didn't have the characteristics of rubber, he would be torn into pieces by the distorted gravity. My slow ability should be used in this way. The slashing wave has the ability of the slow fruit. When Al awakened Armament Haki, not only did his swordsmanship improve greatly, but the development of the fruit ability also entered a deeper level. What he wanted to do most was, of course, to delay the movement of molecules and exert absolute zero, or to accelerate the movement of molecules and use super high temperature. But that was obviously not something that 4.3 could do in a short time. Al, whose strength had greatly improved, came to the deck, looking at the blue sea, ready to test the slash after using armament haki. The sea breeze whistled, bringing a salty smell. Al pulled out the third-generation kidetsu and covered it with armament haki. The pitch-black blade drew a graceful arc in the air, accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking wind. A silver-white slash burst out from the tip of the blade, piercing the sky like lightning and heading straight for the sea. The waves on the sea were split in an instant, forming a bottomless trench. The sea water rolled to both sides, forming huge waves, and white foam surged to both sides. The entire sea surface was shocked by this powerful slash, and the waves surged, as if surrendering to Al's power. Oni-chan, have you awakened armament haki? Kuina, who was training on the deck, was shocked to see the power of Al's slash. Nami, Karina, and the other three who were training in the training room also ran out after hearing the noise. It was not until the three of them came out that the huge gully cut on the sea surface began to be filled with seawater on both sides. Captain, can you use armament haki? Nami and Karina looked at the marks cut on the sea surface with excitement. Yes, after unremitting training, I finally awakened armament haki after I just awakened it. Haki. Not only that, my devil fruit ability has also been developed to a deeper level. Robin changed into looser clothes and came out. The captain is so strong, we can't slack off. Nami clenched her fists, her face full of fighting spirit. We have to work harder. 2 days later, the ship of the Al pirates approached the prehistoric island Little Garden. There is something on this island that I must take away. The fighting skills of the giants must be learned. Chapter 51. The gun of Albov, Wiguo, Hakoku, got it. 2 days later, Al's boat docked at the shore of the prehistoric island Little Garden. The reason why the prehistoric island is called Little Garden is because the creatures and environment on the island are like a garden to the giants. There are not only dinosaurs on the island, but also large beasts. All kinds of creatures are very huge, giving people the feeling of a giant's garden. Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ghost Brigitte from the New World giant country Al Barf warrior village live on the island. They fought a century-long duel on the island. These two giants were the captains of the giant pirates who were once famous on the sea. Wow, Oni-chan, what is that? Nami exclaimed. She was originally standing on the bow to feel the changes in the climate with her body, but she saw the huge creature on the prehistoric island at a glance. As that, a plesiosaur. Robin and others were very surprised when they saw the ancient creatures living on the island. And velociraptors. This island is full of ancient creatures. Robin was knowledgeable and quickly recognized many of the ancient creatures on it. The plants on this island are also unusually tall. It's really an ancient and wild island. It's worthy of being called the Grand Line. Kuina looked at the creatures on the island with curiosity. Even an island full of extinct creatures has them. Captain Al. Robin suddenly thought of something. Do you think there are atom trees that have never been cut down growing on this island? Atom trees. Except for Al, it was the first time for the others to hear about this kind of tree. Robin recalled the information he had read about the treasure tree atom and said, the treasure tree atom is an extremely precious and tough tree. It is known as one of the strongest trees in the world. According to legend, the wood of the treasure tree atom is the best wood in the entire world. It can stand even in the flames of war, when cities and buildings are destroyed. The wood of this tree is considered the best material for shipbuilding, and it is extremely expensive and rare. Robin turned his head and looked at the ship he bought for 2 million Baileys. There were already many scars on it. Hasn't Captain Al always wanted to change the ship? Our ship is just an ordinary merchant ship, and the quality of the wood used is very ordinary. I'm afraid it's not enough to support our continued voyage. As he said, Robin looked at the prehistoric island full of 11 ancient creatures and continued. If we can use the materials of the treasure tree atom to make our Al Pirates ship, quote, that will definitely be one of the best ships in the world. The ship made of atom wood can withstand tremendous pressure. It has extremely strong toughness, very tough and strong. Al had indeed wanted to change the ship a long time ago. But he had been waiting to reach the Seven Water City. Naturally, he wanted to use atom to make the ship of Al's pirate group. In his memory, Adam was very precious. Even if it was only a part of the trunk, it could be sold at a very high price of 200 million Baileys on the black market. In addition, the Oro Jackson of the Roger Pirates and the Thousand Sunny of the future Straw Hat Pirates all used Adam materials. Al didn't know how good the Oro Jackson was, but he knew how powerful the Thousand Sunny was. Only ships made of Adam could withstand the powerful reverse thrust of the wind blast. Robin, have you read the relevant information? What are the characteristics of Adam? I'll try to find it after I land on the island later. Quote, if we can find it, we will have the materials to build ships in the future. Robin thought for a while, went back to the room, took out a pen and paper, wrote down what he knew about the characteristics of the treasure tree Adam on the paper and handed it to Al. Captain Al, you can compare what I wrote above. As long as they all match, it is likely to be the treasure tree Adam. Okay, I will take some time to look for it. Al took the paper and looked at it for a few times. This island, Robin, Nami, Karina, Kuina, you guys don't go up. There are too many unknown dangers up there, and there may be ancient creatures that will poison you to death very quickly if bitten. Stay on the ship and wait for me to come back. After saying that, Al went to the cabin and took out the strong liquor he bought on the Drum Island, and put the potion he had prepared in the past few days into it. This potion will make it easier to get drunk with the wine, and it is a small prescription that the Dr. Kool-Aid has studied a long time ago. After the ship docked and dropped the anchor, Al held up 2 huge jars full of wine and flew towards the prehistoric island on the moonwalk. Oni-chan is gone, and we can't be idle either. Before Oni-chan comes back, let's hurry up and practice our experience. I will be able to use Tempest Kick proficiently soon. Nami looked at Al's back as he walked away, clenched her fists, and was full of energy. Next time, when Marine offers a bounty, the name of Nami, the navigator of the Al Pirates, must be included. Nami is right, Oni-chan has awakened armament Haki, and her swordsmanship is also very strong. We can't fall behind, we must hurry up and become fishy. Karina began to train her munch fruit and barrier fruit abilities. Sister Kuina, if you practice fire swordsmanship, you can slash at the barrier I release without hesitation. Normally, there is no way to break my barrier. I want to try to make the barrier have the ability to absorb kinetic energy. Kuina withdrew her gaze from Al, who disappeared in the sky, nodded and agreed. Of course, let's practice against each other. I have mastered one of the fire swordsmanship that Oni-chan taught me. We must master them all as soon as possible. We must not fall behind in the practice of armament Haki, and we must awaken the armament Haki as quickly as possible. Kuina pulled out the Wado Ikimonji and entered the state of breathing of all things. She sensed the weaknesses of the barrier released by Karina and kept slashing and hacking. Robin was also busy, practicing Marine 6 styles and thinking about the development of flower fruit abilities. Everyone is working so hard, I can't slack off. Captain Al once told me that my flower fruit ability is, to a certain extent, the most unstoppable attack method on the sea. It's not limited to my current attack mode. But you must master armament Haki. I have to do my best to cultivate armament Haki. Robin's Paramecia flower fruit has an unstoppable ability. But the premise is that the eater's physique and physical skills are very strong. If you can use armament Haki, it would be even better. It's hard to imagine what it would be like if Garp, a strong man at the peak of physical skills and armament Haki, had the ability of flower fruit. As long as he is in sight, he can grow arms covered with armament Haki out of thin air on the enemy. There is no way to hide, the enemy can only watch the armament-colored arms growing on his body bombard him. Even the Senju form can be developed, with thousands of armament Haki arms attacking together, and not many enemies can withstand it. Therefore, the prospect of real ability development is very good. As long as she exercises her body and masters armament Haki, she can become the most difficult existence of the Al Pirates in the future. Al, don't worry, I will never let you down. Robin, like Nami, Karina, and Kuina, began to exercise on the deck. At this time, Al had already flown to the middle of the prehistoric island on the moonwalk. The height of the giants is generally more than 20 meters. Dory and Brokey are more than 30 meters tall. Giants of this height are too easy to find. Al didn't even use the observation color in the air to perceive, and he saw two giants who had just finished a duel and were almost exhausted. They were half sitting in front of the hill to rest. The battle between the two has lasted for a full 90 years. As long as they are not tired, they will keep fighting, and when they are tired, they will rest, and when they are hungry, they will prey on large ancient creatures on the island to fill their stomachs. The giants are very straightforward, even to the point of being laughable. Dory and Brocky were both captains of the giant pirates more than 90 years ago. The reason for their duel further highlights their extremely straightforward personalities. The two were originally good friends, but they caught a sea king at the same time, and then a little girl asked them who caught the bigger sea king. Then the two began to argue, and finally decided to duel on the prehistoric island. Only the winner could return home. And this duel made the giant pirates wait for a century, which directly led to the disbandment of the giant pirates. The brain circuits of the giants are really strange. Al recalled the reason for the duel between the two giants and was a little speechless. Who hunted the bigger sea king? Isn't it just weighing it directly? Even if it's a comparison of size, it's out. What kind of strange brain circuit can make these two people fight continuously for a whole century? But it's good this way. Al likes the straightforward character of the giants. Getting along with these simple-minded and straightforward giants, you don't have to think too much, let alone pretend to be nice. Al took 2 large jars of wine and flew to the top of the two giants who were recovering their strength. Dory and Brigitte, who were taking a nap, were about to fall asleep, and their noses twitched, and their saliva almost flowed out. The smell of good wine. The two of them instantly opened their lantern-sized eyes and looked in the direction where the wine aroma was coming from. What a fragrant wine! Dory and Brigitte stood up almost at the same time, looking at the 2 large jars of wine in Al's hand with eager eyes. My little brother, do you want to sell your wine? If you want any creature on this island, we can catch it and exchange it with you immediately. Brigitte asked in a muffled voice, suppressing the gluttony in his stomach that was almost about to riot. Even though he was so greedy that he couldn't stop drooling, he didn't think about snatching the wine from Al's hand. Dory threw the weapon in his hand and killed a saber-toothed tiger, then said eagerly, Little brother, I will use all the meat of this saber-toothed tiger to exchange for a few sips of wine, okay? Al looked at the 2 upright giants and liked their personalities very much. He smiled and said, These 2 jars of wine are prepared for you. I don't need you to give me anything. Just tell me if there is a treasure tree atom on this island. Al threw 2 huge gardens of wine to Dory and Brigitte. The 2 giants took the wine jars with great care and gently opened the seal, fearing that even a drop would spill. Treasure tree atom. Yes, there is a treasure tree on this island. Yes, that's it. Dory took a deep breath of the air with the aroma of wine, feeling refreshed, and raised his hand to point to the tallest tree in the distance. Little brother, what's your name? If you want the atom tree, we can help you pull it out by the roots. My name is Al. Al was a little speechless, but no need, I just need enough wood to build a ship. There's no need to let such a precious tree die. After the voice fell, Al pulled out the 3rd-generation kidetsu and swung a horizontal slash at the tree. The atom tree in the distance with a diameter of 15 meters was cut in half. Leave the roots here, maybe they can be used many years later. Dory and Brigitte were shocked by Al's casual slash. What a strong swordsmanship. Are you a great swordsman? I thought you were a merchant passing by here, but I didn't expect you to be such a strong swordsman. Dory sighed. I haven't seen other people for many years. Brother Al, what time is it outside now? It's already the end of 1510. Al replied with a smile, You two have been dueling here for 90 years. Brother, do you know us? Brigitte took a big sip of wine. It's been so many years. Time flies so fast, it's a pity that Dory and I haven't decided the winner yet. Blue Ogre Dory, Red Ogre Brigitte, the captains of the giant pirates who were famous on the sea more than 90 years ago. Of course I know you. Ga pa pa pa. Dory raised his head and laughed. Since we know each other, we are friends. We don't have anything else, but it's no problem to treat friends to meat. 230. As soon as the voice fell, Dory skinned and deboned the saber-toothed tiger that he had just killed, and directly put it on the fire to roast. Are you two going to continue the duel here? Al did not directly try to use Observation Haki to invade the minds of the 2 giants to find the memory of the Spear of Alba. The more powerful a person is, the harder it is for him to read his memory. Also, although these two giants can be knocked down by Candleman Mr. 3000 in the original book, after seeing it with his own eyes, Al knew that these two people are very strong. Both Armament Haki and Observation Haki are very skilled. For the glory of Albov, of course we have to decide the winner. Dory and Brigitte said in unison. How about this, I'll have a match with you two. The three of us will go catch sea kings. If I lose, I'll send you another 50 jars of wine. If I win, you have to agree to one of my requests, how about that? Hearing this, the 2-month-old man instantly became energetic. Brigitte said, Brother Al, you are our friend. Of course, Al never thought he would lose. His observation haki had already locked onto the giant goldfish that specializes in eating islands. If he had not awakened the armament haki, he would not have done this. And now, he is absolutely sure of winning. After locking onto the observation haki, Al instantly condensed the armament haki of his whole body, sensed the weakness of the goldfish, and then slashed at the location of the giant goldfish. God's evasion. This was the first time Al used God's evasion after awakening the armament haki. Boom. After fusing the armament haki, the slash turned into a silver-gray color. This slash was the strongest slash Al could use. The silver-gray crescent-shaped slash cut the entire calm sea surface, and the slash stretched for 4 miles, 2 kilometers. The entire sea was like a huge piece of tofu, which was cut in the middle by Al's knife and could not be synthesized for a long time. The huge goldfish lurking deep in the sea was not as big as it would be 10 years later. Al's divine dodge directly split the goldfish that feeds on the island in half. Then, the seawater gathered at the cut, carrying the body of the goldfish to the shore. Quote. Brother Al is so strong. He looks young, but his swordsmanship is incredible. He can also use the divine dodge that Roger and Shanks are good at. After seeing the body of the giant goldfish, the two giants admitted defeat. We lost. Not to mention the nearby sea area, even in the entire Grand Line, there are few creatures bigger than the goldfish. Unless it is in the New World. Brother, what are your conditions? Just ask. I will accept the defeat. Al smiled and said, I have only one request. Recall in your mind the training methods of Al's gun of Barf, Hakoku, and the 3 moves of Wigwo. Al wants to learn the complete giant fighting skills directly from the two giants' minds. Chapter 52 Arrival at Alabasta. Crocodile Attack. Brother Al, what are you asking for? Too simple. Dory and the others were a little confused when they heard what Al said. That's all I ask for. Just do it. The most valuable thing on these two giants is Albation's hero's spear. Al doesn't care about anything else. These two have been fighting here for 90 years, and they don't have anything valuable. Since Brother Al said so, then let's do it. The giants are honest and straightforward, and they didn't think much about it. According to Al's conditions, they began to recall the training methods of the giants' fighting skills in their minds. Al used the observation haki, which can see through people's hearts, to instantly remember the hero's spear, Wigwo, Hakoku and other giants' moves in the minds of the two giants. So this is Wigwo, Hakoku. There is also the more powerful Albafu hero's spear. No wonder in the entire sea, apart from the giants, only Charlotte Linlin can use it. The requirements for physical strength are ultimate. However, with my physical talent, there is no problem in learning the giants' tricks. After Al looked through the special moves of the giants, he had already come up with a plan to practice. Al Barf's spear, Al alone knows, has 4 ways of use. The first is the hero's spear, which was used by Helding when he was on the verge of despair in the battle with Mahabe, the ton-crushing fruit user under Doflamingo. It is extremely powerful. With Helding's strength at the time, he was able to knock away Mahabe, who weighed 10,000 tons, all thanks to the hero's spear. The second way is the Wigwo. This move, used by the 4 Emperor's Big Mom, can create a huge circular shock wave with great power. Even Luffy, who had mastered the 4th gear at the time, did not dare to take it head-on. The third way is Hakoku, which is more powerful than the Wigwo. Under normal circumstances, Hakoku requires the combined efforts of Dory and Brigitte to be used. But Al is confident that he can use a more powerful Hakoku by himself. The 4th type is the Hakoku, which is created by the 4 Emperors Big Mom and Kaido of the Beasts. It is powerful enough to kill 5 supernovas including Luffy in one blow. The first 3 are easy. As long as I practice, I will definitely master them. But the Hakoku is different. This move should be Big Mom's Wigwo, plus Kaido's Thunder 8 trigrams, which are so powerful when combined together. Then use this move as a template to figure out my own Hakoku. Al spent half an hour learning the complete giant tribe's trick, Al barfs gun, from Dory's and other people's minds, and verified each other. That's enough. I have got what I want. Al said. Hey, is it over? The 2 silly giants scratched their hair and continued to drink from the wine jar. Before leaving, Al looked at the 2 giants, and after a moment of silence, he said, Gaizi and Oimo have been looking for you for decades. They have been deceived by the world government and are now guarding Eni's lobby. If you still want to continue the duel, jump. I'm leaving. Al learned Al's barf spear, and told Dory and Brigitte the news of the 2 silly giants in Eni's lobby in return. As for what these 2 people are going to do, it has nothing to do with him. Afterwards, when the 2 fell silent, Al carried the trunk of the Atom treasure tree and returned to the pirate ship. Prehistoric Island is not a good place. There is no need to stay here for long. On the deck, the 4 girls who were practicing hard saw Al dragging the Atom treasure tree back from a distance. Oni-chan is back. What is that? Karina was very happy, but she was a little confused when she saw the big tree Al was dragging. Then, she thought of what Robin said, and Tianfen said in surprise. Could it be the Atom tree? Great. In the future, we can ride on the boat made of the Atom tree. Robin, Nami, and Karina all stopped practicing and wiped the sweat off their foreheads with towels. Let's help Oni-chan bring back the treasure tree Atom. After Nami finished speaking, she stepped on Moonwalk and rushed towards Al. Robin, Karina, and Kuina followed closely. After rushing to Al's side, they could clearly see how big the treasure tree Atom that Al had dragged back was. The diameter was 15 meters. Even Al, who was extremely powerful, couldn't lift it up and could only drag it on the ground. Such a big treasure tree Atom. After these woods are sorted, it feels like they can make 2 large ships. Robin was extremely surprised. However, although we have found the treasure tree Atom, how can we take it away? Our ship can't hold such a big treasure tree. Quote, do I have to put it here first and take it away later? Al had a way to deal with Robin's question. There is a way to take it away. Karina, how is the development of your munch fruit going? Has the strange space in the body become bigger? Karina's eyes lit up. Oni-chan, do you want to put the treasure tree Atom into the strange space of my munch fruit? Good idea. Then, Karina looked at the whole lush treasure tree and frowned. The strange space of munch fruit is not small. But this tree is too big. I have to trim it and cut it into several sections before I can put it in the space. That's okay. Al raised his hand and swung several slashes, cutting it into 4 pieces. Kuina waved his hand to release a large amount of flames, clearing the branches outside the main trunk. That's it. It should fit into the strange space of munch fruit. Karina used the power of munch fruit to take the 4 thick trunks into her body. That's fine. The few people did not stay at the prehistoric island, and quickly left the nearby waters by boat. There are too many ancient creatures in this place, and even mosquitoes are much larger than in other waters. On the boat, Nami and Karina finished their exercise and washed up, and then they got into the arms of Al, who was resting on the bed, one on the left and one on the right. Al was thinking about the next way to become stronger, and suddenly there were 2 little Lolita in his arms. And these 2 little Lolita were like little puppies, cocooning in Al's arms, rubbing Al's bare chest hard. You 2 little bad guys. Don't you want to rest after the exercise? As he said that, Aini reached out and pinched Nami and Karina's noses. 19. We don't want to sleep alone, we want to stay with Oni-chan. The 2 little girls hugged Al's arms and whispered in his ears. Really, I'll take care of you when I grow up. Al will be turning 13 in a few days, and he is 1 step closer to becoming an adult. Take care of us when you grow up. Karina blinked her cute big eyes, very puzzled. Why, if we make Oni-chan angry, can't Oni-chan take care of us now? Nami's face was flushed, and she turned over in Al's arms, and she was also very curious about this question. Listening to the innocent question, Al was speechless for a moment. He is not a beast. How should he answer this question? After a while, the group changed the subject and said, "Don't ask so many questions, you will know when you grow up. If you are sleepy, just go to sleep." Since the door of the room was not closed, Robin walked in with a smirk on his face. Al looked at Robin at the door. She had just finished washing up, wearing a black suit on the upper body and long legs on the lower body. There was a breathtaking curve in the concave part of her chest. The whiteness revealed made Al swallow unconsciously. "They are still young, but I am not. Talk, Robin." Al's expression froze. It won't be many years. I'll see if you dare to tease me then." He found that Robin was treating him less and less as the captain recently, and teased him from time to time. Robin's mind flashed the picture of Al picking her up after growing up. Her face flushed, and she gave Al a charming look. "You little man has a temper. I'll wait for you to grow up." The heart-touching words made Al very angry. He really has the will but not the ability now. It will take 3 years to grow up and accept Robin, the fairy. Kuina, who was planning to ask Al for swordsmanship, heard Robin's words at the door. 12-year-old Kuina is not like Nami and Karina who know nothing. She knows the tiger and wolf meaning implied in the conversation between Robin and Al just now. However, she actually has the same idea as Robin. She also looks forward to Al growing up quickly. Sometimes when Kuina is alone, she will wonder when she can grow up like Luo. Seeing Kuina coming over in training clothes, Robin said as he left. "Nami and Karina are also growing up slowly. In 2 days, I will sort out some books to teach them knowledge. Whether it is normal knowledge or what girls should know, they must be taught early." Quote. Al nodded. Luo Yan's idea was very good. Although Nami and Karina could read, they were still children after all. In the world before Al crossed over, children of this age were still in elementary school. He didn't want the 2 girls to become semi-illiterate. Fortunately, Robin was there, otherwise he really had no good solution. The next stop of Prehistoric Island was Holy Island. The distance between islands on the Grand Line was very far. The distance from Little Garden to Holy Island was more than twice the distance from the entrance of the Grand Line to Prehistoric Island. The time required for sailing would naturally be doubled. If one went out to sea alone, it would be very boring. With Robin and others accompanying him, Al was very happy every day and enjoyed himself. During the voyage, he got up at 5 o'clock every morning to wash, eat breakfast, and drink a glass of vitality potion. Several people started a full day of exercise. Kuina has now started to practice with Al. Under Al's special training, Kuina's strength has improved significantly. Not only has her swordsmanship reached the point where she can create a slashing wave of hundreds of meters on the sea. The flames released by the Paramecia fruit have also changed from a dark red of 600 degrees to an orange red of 800 degrees. Before Al awakened his armament haki, his sparring with Kuina was ineffective. After all, he couldn't attack a physical entity, so there was no pressure. Al and his friends had a full schedule for the whole day. Even during meal time, they would constantly ask Al about how to become stronger. Except for meals, there was no rest time. They exercised from 5 in the morning to 8 in the evening. As long as there was nothing else to do, it was like this every day. With the existence of the vitality potion, they didn't even have a lunch break. After 8 in the evening, the 5 people would finish their training on time for the whole day and do some entertainment activities. The best way to entertain yourself when sailing on the sea is to play poker. Al taught the 4 girls how to play landlord, golden flower, lady cards, king cards, etc. After every day's exercise, they had a lot of fun. Robin had never seen such a novel way of entertainment. As they were close friends, they naturally would not play for money, but would play truth or dare if they lost. Because Al was the only boy, he could only participate in every dare with reluctance. When the other 4 of the 5 of them became adults, there would be more games to play. Anyway, Al had never thought of recruiting other male crew members on the ship, only more and more female crew members. With the soul of another world, Al was already looking forward to his adult life. With his super physique, he was not afraid of a fight between him and Robin Nami in the future. Time passed quickly. Al and others lived happily every day. As the sailing time slowly passed, time came to the beginning of 1511. After a long voyage, after leaving the prehistoric island Little Garden, the few people finally arrived at Shunting Island. As the Saint Ting Island in front of us. It's so big. Is this really an island? This is the first time I've seen such a big island. In the early morning, Nami stood at the bow and saw the vast Saint Ting Island from a distance of several miles. When the ship docked, they realized that the island was even bigger than they had imagined. As the only super large island in the world, Saint Ting Island is extremely vast. This super large island is mostly desert. On it lies the world's largest country, Alabasta. Alabasta has a population of over 10 million and a permanent army of 600,000. The ruler of this country is the Nefertari family, who founded Mariajoy 800 years ago but refused to live in the Holy Land. The current king is Nefertari Cobra. Although Alabasta has been coveted by the legal pirate Shichibukai Crocodile at this time. But after all, this country is huge, and Crocodile can't expect to have any impact on this country Qian Haojiao for a while. After all, with a full 600,000 permanent troops, all the forces that want to take advantage of Alabasta will think twice. The city where Al and the other four landed is one of Alabasta's famous port cities, Rapeseed Flower. The Baroque works founded by Crocodile is also developing its own power here. The power under Crocodile, Feng, is not enough to settle in the capital Albana. He is strong enough, but his subordinates are almost all small fish and have little combat power. This place is really hot. Nami, Karina, Robin and others all changed into cool clothes. But even in the port city, the land is very hot. Kuina didn't react much. She herself is a Mara fruit ability user. How can it be hotter than the flame? It's worthy of being a desert kingdom. I've only walked a few steps, and I feel like I'm going to be roasted dry. Karina held a water cup in her hand and drank it in big gulps. While they were looking for the most luxurious hotel to stay, the person who had been waiting for them at the port with the bounty order for Al and Kuina quickly called the Den Mushi. Mr. 1, you are right. They are in Alabasta. They have just landed at the port of Rapeseed Flower. The boss has been waiting for them for almost a month. After receiving the news, Bonus immediately reported it to Crocodile. Since they are really here, their luck has come. If they don't leave from here, with the boss's personality, they may have to wait for a while before looking for them. It's a pity, they won't live long. Although Bonus felt that it was a pleasure to cooperate with Al, he was loyal to Crocodile. In the room, Crocodile's face did not change after receiving the news. Oh, those little ghosts came to Rapeseed Flower. It really made me wait for a long time. Marine and world government urged me many times. I have been waiting for Nico Robin for a long time. Since you are here, stay. Chapter 53 Shinigami Robin. Destroy all Marines. The war begins. Crocodile didn't take Al seriously at all. What he cared about most was Nico Robin, who could help him interpret the historical text. In his opinion, all the members of the Al Pirates together could not cause him any harm. President, Nico Robin is here too. All members of the Al Pirates are here. Bonus said. That's good. Mr. 1, keep an eye on them first. I will personally take care of them. Crocodile threw the half-smoked cigar on the ground and crushed it with his feet. A fierce breath filled the room. President, don't I need to summon Mr. 2 Bentham and MRB Gardino? With a few of us here, it will be easier for the president to take action. After all, that Al and the Red Flame Sword Master Kuina are not weaklings. Quote, Bonus is a die-hard fan of Crocodile. He was a little worried about accidents and spoke. Mr. 1. Crocodile's voice was gloomy. Do you mean I will fail? Just a few little ghosts, can I have fun, even if they are serious? If it were Bentham and Mr. 3, what he said just now would be enough for Crocodile to kill them. Since the president said so, there will be no problem. I will personally keep an eye on the Al Pirates now. After Bonus hung up the phone, he immediately set off to the hotel where Al and his friends rented. In the room, Crocodile was about to rush to the Rapeseed Flower from the Oasis City. Brew brew, why is it Marine again? Crocodile was a little annoyed when he heard the voice of the Den Mushi. Crocodile, you haven't caught Al yet. Sengoku's voice came from the Den Mushi. As expected of a pirate, the efficiency is unexpectedly low. Quote, Crocodile's face was gloomy. Marine, don't touch my bottom line. I have my own way of doing things. When is it your turn to tell me what to do? Sengoku didn't bother to pay attention to the arrogant Crocodile, and said directly. I know you pirates are unreliable. I have sent 3 Marine Rear Admirals and 300 elite Marines, and they will arrive at the port city of Rapeseed in the afternoon. Whether you will take action or not, the Al pirates will be destroyed. I warn you in advance. If you don't plan to take action, don't hinder the actions of the Marines. Marines that are in the way. Crocodile was very unhappy. You don't take me seriously. Just a pirate. Even if you get the recognition of the world government, you are still Pirate 683. Do I need to take you seriously? At this time, Sengoku was not a good man, and his temper was quite hot. You are just a weakling who was easily defeated by Whitebeard. Why should I take you seriously? Crocodile's eyes burst into anger, and the aura he exuded was even more fierce. Remember these words, Sengoku. Al and his party, who had just rented a luxury hotel, did not know the impending crisis. They had not been to the city for a long time since they left the Drum Kingdom. The supplies on the ship were almost used up. At this time, the 5 people were shopping together in the Rapeseed commercial street. Oni-chan, this dress is so beautiful. It will definitely look best on Sister Kuina. In the clothing store, Karina pointed to a pure white women's suit. Too expensive. After being on the ship for so long, Ji was not unaccustomed to Al buying her all kinds of things at every turn. She lived in Shimotzki village for 11 years, and the clothes she had worn in total were not as many as the clothes she had worn in just 1 year on the ship. It's okay if it's expensive, buy it. We have money. Big purchase today. With more than 1 billion Baileys in hand, how could 4 naturally beautiful crew members wear poor quality clothes? Even if they are all spent, the worst thing is to find a town to sell them. Al spent the money earned from $0 shopping without any regret. While watching Robin and the others trying on clothes, Al glanced at the location of several malicious eyes. It seems that this trip to Alabasta will not be peaceful. But it's good this way. In addition to me, Nami, Karina and the others have also improved their strength a lot. It's time for them to have a battle to test their results. Al's observation haki has been turned on since entering the city. Marine. And bonus. It's normal for Marine to target us, and Crocodile is also targeting us. Under Al's observation haki, bonus has nowhere to hide. Oh, that's right, that arrogant Crocodile should be targeting Robin. Without Robin, he can't decipher the ancient text. Al figured it out quickly. There is also a group of Marines with a stronger aura. It seems that they will be sent from the headquarters. As the few people were shopping in the commercial street, Al used observation haki to sense the dangerous aura. There are a few familiar auras among these Marines. Ghost Spider, Hound Shubo Yu, BBED, there is another one I don't know. It seems that they are all generals among the Marine Hawks. They are all future elite Vice Admiral seedlings. Sengoku, this old guy, is determined to kill me. Al bit a piece of popsicle handed over by Robin, savoring the slight chill, exploring the enemy he is about to deal with. I just don't know where Crocodile is now. This guy is the biggest enemy we have to face this time. Although the battle has not started yet, Al has already started to get excited. If it was the awakening of armament haki, before the Devil Fruit's ability was improved, Al would turn around and leave after purchasing supplies. He would not stop at all. But now it is different. With his current strength, even if Crocodile comes in person, he is not at all inferior. In the whole sea, very few people know that Al is still demon fruit power. Except for Robin and his friends, no one knew that he had mastered armament haki. Moreover, in addition to Al himself, who was much stronger, the current strength of Robin, Karina, and Kuina should not be underestimated. Anyone who dared to underestimate them would pay the price with his life. Nami had not eaten the devil fruit yet, so her strength was not as good as the other 3 girls, but her unexpected tempest kick could also take the enemy's life. I hope this battle can transform their strength. Al thought to himself. The few people had just finished shopping and had not had time to put the purchased items back to Hotel C. A large number of Marines had already started to move. Robin, Nami, Karina, Kuina. Without Al's reminder, The four of them also discovered the unusual movements of Marine. Wow, is Marine here to catch us? After killing them, will I also have a bounty? Karina was very excited, and her left arm had turned into a sharp blade, flashing a sharp light in the sun. The right arm was covered by an emerald green barrier. Kuina placed his hand on the handle of the Wado Ikimonji. There was a blazing flame in his eyes, and the temperature of his body slowly increased. The sand under his feet was almost melted by the high temperature. Here comes the opportunity to verify what I have learned during this period. Nami was also very excited. Her current strongest attack, Tempest Kick, was ready. Karina, after this, let's see who has the higher bounty. Humph, Nami, you are not a fruit ability user yet, and the weather stick that Oni-chan said she would make for you is not ready yet. You'd better hide behind me honestly. Watch me, the fruit hunter Karina, perform. Karina stood in front of Nami and looked at the Marines who surrounded her from both ends of the street. These are just small fry Marines, it's okay. The powerful guys are still behind. Al was 100% sure that Crocodile would come. Robin crossed her arms in front of her chest, with an excited look on her face. When she practiced the Marine 6 styles, she focused on practicing the finger pistol. Since she completely mastered the finger pistol, Robin has not experimented on the enemy. There is a Marine branch not far from the Rapeseed Harbor. The Marines that are surrounding them now are all small fry Marines of the branch. Al pirates, you have nowhere to escape. Just surrender. The branch colonel who was walking in the front raised the flintlock in his hand and pointed it at Al. This time we have elite Marines sent by the headquarters. If you surrender honestly, you can suffer less. Don't even think about robbing the people of Alabasta. Colonel Diaz of the branch stopped 20 meters away from Al. It's really boring. Why do you Marines come to die? We didn't rob ordinary people. And Al looked at Diaz like he was looking at a dead man. I hate it most when someone points a gun at me. Stop talking nonsense. Get started. Diaz roared, shoot together. Barrier. Karina released a semicircular barrier, covering several people. The bullet hit the emerald green barrier, leaving no trace. What kind of ability is this? The Marines, including Diaz, exclaimed. Then, Diaz looked at the barrier that was like a lid covering the Al, and the others laughed at the barrier above their heads. You are imprisoned. This thing can block bullets and protect you, but it also protects us. You can't attack us through this thing. Really? Robin showed a cruel smile. 30 rounds of flowers. Finger pistol. The barrier could not block Robin's vision, and naturally could not block Robin from using his abilities. As Robin used his abilities, Robin's arms grew out of the shoulders of the 30 Marines in front of him. What is this again? The faces of these small fish Marines changed drastically, and they wanted to resist, but facing the arms growing on their bodies, they had no idea what to do. Die. Robin finger pistol was launched. A series of sounds of flesh and blood being pierced in the back of the neck came one after another. With just one blow, 30 small fish Marines died directly. 40 rounds of flowers. 30 rounds of flowers. Robin was like a Shinigami harvesting lives. In just a few seconds, more than 100 people who dared to shoot at them were killed. Marines all died under Robin's invincible power. There was no earth-shattering bombardment, only the occasional muffled sound of finger guns piercing bodies. Sister Robin, you are so scary. I was planning to join the battle. Nami exclaimed as she looked at the Marines lying on the ground outside the barrier. Sister Robin is angry. Karina was a little afraid to look at Robin's eyes full of death. All Marines died as far as she could see. Robin put away his crossed arms and smiled. Oh, it's a little too much. But who let these Marines dare to shoot at us? Then, Karina removed the barrier. Robin moved lightly, looked down at Diaz, and chuckled. Colonel Marine, don't you want us to surrender? Don't you say we are imprisoned in this circle? What now? Marine Colonel Diaz didn't dare to look at Robin. His whole body was shaking like a sieve, and Robin scared him to tears. Sue, don't kill me. I don't want to be a Marine anymore. Nami also wouldn't forgive anyone who dared to shoot her beloved Oni-chan. Tempest Kick. An orange-red slash wave directly kicked Diaz away. It was obvious that he was going to die. It took less than 30 seconds from the time these Marines surrounded him to the end of the battle. The headquarters elite Marines who had just arrived at the street corner, led by 3 future elite vice admirals, rushed to the location of the Al pirates. Doberman, what do you think Marshal Sengoku is thinking? Why would he send the 3 of us at once to encircle a pirate group that had just set out to sea not long ago? Although the bounty is 80 million, he is just a little kid in his teens. Mozambique Rear Admiral and Doberman are childhood friends, and they have a good relationship. We should have followed Admiral Sakazuki to New World to fight the Red Hair Pirates. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the Al pirates, maybe we would have been promoted to Vice Admiral now. These small pirates are really annoying, Doberman said coldly. Mozambique, the Marshal has his reasons for making such an arrangement. Al is young, but he can do such a vicious thing as selling an entire town. We must eradicate him completely. Mozambique laughed. Except for the red swordsman Kuina, who is a little tricky, the other members are probably small fish that we can easily deal with. Maybe those branch marines have already caught Al. Otherwise, why is there no sound of fighting now? Suddenly, the spider ghost who was walking in the front stopped abruptly, his muscles tensed, and his face changed drastically. The hellish scene in front of him made the spider ghost furious and a strong chill rose in his heart. What a joke! Mozambique still had a smile on his face, walked to Ghost Spider, and said with a smile. What happened? Ghost Spider. Check box with check. Before he could finish the second word, the scene in front of him made Mozambique feel like he was falling into an ice cave, and his veins popped all over his body. Actually, the whole army was wiped out. Damn Al pirates. Doberman also exuded the breath of choosing who to kill. Al crossed his arms and looked at the 3 extremely angry Marine Rear Admirals with interest. Oh, you are a step late. If you had come 2 or 3 minutes earlier, they might not have died. You Marines at the headquarters really don't take the lives of the branch Marines seriously. You actually used them as cannon fodder to explore the way. Is this worthy of your so-called justice? Yes, their death is all your fault. Karina clenched her fists and stared at the Marines at the headquarters. You know they are weak and are no match for us, but you still dare to send them to die. Quote, you must be ashamed, why don't you just commit suicide and apologize? Doberman, Spider Demon, Mozambique, and the 300 elite Marines behind them instantly drew their long swords. The Al pirates are really vicious. I, Doberman, swear by the justice of the Marines that I will kill you with my own hands today. Revenge for my colleagues in these branches. They all died for justice. Mozambique put away his contempt for the Al pirates, and stopped laughing, his face dark. Today, either you die or I, Mozambique, die. Such a vicious pirate group must be eradicated with all our strength. Spider Demon didn't speak, but all 8 spider arms were holding shining long swords. A fierce aura emanated from the 3 Marine Rear Admirals. Al didn't even look at the 3 of them, but looked at a few hundred meters behind Marine. A man over 2 meters tall, emitting a very powerful aura, walked towards here. Oh, you are here. Crocodile. Chapter 54. Are you arrogant in front of me? Crocodile. I knew you would come. Al looked past the 3 Marine Rear Admirals and looked directly at the crocodile who was walking around the corner. At the moment when he saw the crocodile, Al felt that his decision to not let Bonus contact him when he was in Whiskey Town was really wise. He was right. Crocodile at this time was not the useless person who neglected to exercise and could not even use Haki 9 years later. Looking at the tall figure, Al thought to himself, if it was Crocodile of this period, Straw Hat Luffy who didn't even open the second gear, even if he carried 100 tons of water, he would be killed instantly by Crocodile. This kind of breath, this kind of pressure. There is no doubt that he is definitely a person who is proficient in armament Haki. After Al awakened armament Haki, he finally understood why Crocodile in the original work was defeated by Luffy. The power of armament Haki is completely different from the ability of the fruit. It is not that after awakening, this power will always be used. If you neglect to exercise for a long time, the quality and quantity of armament Haki will gradually fade. Al thought of a motto from his previous life, which can be used to describe the power of armament Haki after the magic modification. Armament Haki is like sailing against the current, if you don't advance, you will retreat. He now deeply understands that even if you don't exercise Haki for a day, the total amount of armament Haki will disappear slightly. Unless you train the armament Haki to a high level, that is, the level of emission, you can keep the armament Haki from fading to a certain extent. And now Shichibukai Crocodile is far from degenerating to the level of 9 years later. He is considered a well-known strong man on the sea. Sashibuladana, Nico Robin. Sand Crocodile completely ignored Marine and Al, turned into a sand curl, and appeared in front of Robin. Quote. Robin frowned as she looked at the nearly 3-meter-tall man in front of her. She had met Crocodile once when she was in West Blue a few years ago. At that time, Crocodile was already Shichibukai, and invited Robin to join him. But Robin refused directly. You actually ignored my Captain Al. Crocodile, you are still so arrogant and so arrogant. Robin stared at Crocodile's face that showed arrogance all the time, and suddenly felt a little gloating. Although Crocodile is very strong. But Robin unconditionally believes that his captain will win. Your captain, Al, that lawless kid, he is not worthy of my serious attention. Quote. Crocodile had a contemptuous smile on his face and continued to dance in the minefield. It's the same sentence as before. Nico Robin, join me. What future can you have following a little devil? You are wanted by the world government, and a little devil can't protect you. As he said, Crocodile took out an hourglass from his arms and threw it on the ground, looking at Al with contempt. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you can make me happy, maybe I won't spare your life. Looking at the arrogant Crocodile, Al grinned. The momentum around him rose wildly, and the violent fighting spirit was boiling. Crocodile, your arrogance makes me hate you. I hope you can still be so arrogant later. Although Al seems to be approachable at ordinary times. But in fact, except for the people around him, he doesn't really look at them. The Observation Haki, who was born with the ability to see through people's hearts, a natural swordsman, has the most terrifying talent in the world. In this world, he does not allow anyone to be more arrogant than him. Ah, my captain is angry. Robin took a step back while protecting Nami. You are in trouble, Crocodile. Al's silver-white pupils flashed a red light. Being beaten by Whitebeard and forced to hide in the Grand Line, you are just a useless person without any spirit. Arrogant in front of me. A mere crocodile, do you have the qualifications? Ha ha ha. Although Crocodile was laughing, his face was extremely gloomy. You succeeded in angering me. He crushed the hourglass with one foot, stared at Al with fierce eyes, and his right arm turned into an arc of sand, attacking Al without warning. Crescent-shaped sand dune. Al had already activated Observation Haki and predicted Crocodile's attack in advance. He did not even jump, but moved his feet slightly. He avoided this powerful move that could instantly turn a human body into a mummy. Go. Destroy Al's pirate group. Marine Rear Admiral Doberman saw Shichibukai take action and immediately gave the order. Come on. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Kuina drew his sword instantly and swung out a Daoyan slash. With one swing of the sword, the sky above the street was dyed red. Karina followed closely behind, her body turned into a blade, and she flew into the marine encirclement on Moonwalk. The melee started in an instant. Al was not worried about Kuina and the others. He believed that their strength had improved during this period of time. Now, what he had to do was to kill Crocodile. Shichibukai is just like this. Al tilted his head to avoid the crescent-shaped sand dune, still keeping his hands on his chest. He also took out an hourglass he bought while shopping, threw it on the ground, and said contemptuously, I'll give you 2 minutes. If you can make me happy, I'll spare you 1 area. You arrogant brat. Crocodile's anger soared. I'll let you know what horror is. Al stretched out his little finger to pick his ear, blew on his finger, and looked impatient. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Are you a woman? This sentence directly ignited the anger in Crocodile's heart. Desert knife. Crocodile's face was so gloomy that it almost dripped water, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. As soon as the voice fell, his right arm turned into a sand blade, and the sharp slash directly cut the ground in front of Al. Not bad. The power is enough, but the accuracy is not good enough. Al instantly turned sideways, and the slash that cut the east building in half flew out with his shoulder. Crocodile's Observation Haki was obviously not well practiced. His attacks were invisible under Al's natural Observation Haki. Keep going. There's still 1.5 minutes left. Al glanced at the hourglass on the ground and yawned slowly, not taking Crocodile seriously at all. If your attack is only this level, then your life can enter the countdown. Crocodile could no longer tolerate Al treating him like air and being arrogant to the ultimate. He stopped using the ability of sand fruit. The big golden hook on his left arm instantly turned into armed color, then raised it high and smashed it down on Al's head. Playing physical skills in front of me. You're still far away. Al was talking trash while stomping his feet at a high speed, and his figure instantly disappeared from Crocodile's sight. Boom. The big golden hook covered with armed color slammed into the place where Al had just stood. With the center of the big golden hook, the ground within a radius of dozens of meters exploded and sank. Under the huge force, dozens of tons of soil and sand were fiercely lifted up by the pure power of overwhelming mountains and seas, and rushed into the sky like a tsunami wave. At this time, Crocodile, whether in strength or haki, very powerful. Sandstorm. Kid, I never thought that you have awakened observation haki at such a young age. You should never underestimate your enemy. Crocodile also used his observation haki to capture the direction where Al landed. He had expected Al to dodge this attack, and the sandstorm that he had prepared long ago was thrown at the place where Al landed. What a pity. It forced me to take action. There was no way to avoid it. Al instantly pulled out the third-generation Kidetsu and swung out a slashing wave. The silver-white crescent-shaped slashing wave split the sandstorm that had not yet expanded. You were proud enough. As soon as the voice fell, Al's figure, which was about to land, stepped on the air in a very anti-physics rule, and turned into a residual image, slashing straight at Crocodile. Desert Diamond Sword. After Crocodile also started using observation haki, it was not so easy for Al to predict the attack a few seconds in advance. Slash. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resounded over the street. The big golden hook with the color of the weapon blocked Al's slash. But Al's power was so great. Even though Crocodile was nearly 1 meter taller than Al, he could not resist Al's terrifying power. His feet were pressed deep into the mud by Al's powerful slash. Although Crocodile had no expression on his face, he was extremely shocked at this moment. He could hardly imagine that he was fighting with a 12-year-old boy. Unable to withstand Al's violent power, seeing that his straight body was about to be bent, Crocodile quickly turned into sand and appeared several meters away. As he endured Al's powerful slash, the muscles of his entire left arm were shaking uncontrollably. He could not stop roaring in his heart. How could he be so strong? My Crocodile's power is not as good as a little devil. What a damn monster. At this time, Crocodile looked extremely serious, and the shock in his eyes could not be dissipated. I prefer your rebellious look to your current scared look. Recover. Al was quite surprised, but continued to mock. He used all his strength in the previous attack, aiming to cut off Crocodile's left arm. But he didn't even cause a single injury. Al originally thought that Crocodile's physical skills were poor and his physique was average, and he looked down on this sand crocodile. But now, he suddenly realized that Crocodile's physical skills were poor and his physique was not good, which was relative. After all, he was a Shichibukai-level strongman, and it was not so easy to defeat him. Please give me 0 flowers. The battle between the two men came to a brief stagnation. Bonus and others who were watching the battle from a distance felt frightened. You're kidding me, right? That kid who's only 12 years old is beating up the president. How is that possible? I can't even think of resisting the president. When Bonus first met Al, he thought Al was very strong, but he never thought he would be so strong. The president must not have used his full strength yet. The president always likes to play with the weak and let them die in despair. Some members of the Baroque works have begun to talk nonsense. Castle Flame. When Al and Crocodile were confronting each other, a cry broke the solemn atmosphere on the street. Kuina fought 2 Marine Rear Admirals, Doberman and Ghost Spider, alone. The flames of Wado Ikimonji, which were burning with blazing flames, made the 2 Rear Admirals feel extremely difficult. This trick again. It's so annoying. The flames from Kuina's blade, like a huge hand, covered Doberman and Spider Demon again. The white marine uniforms on them were already melted and charred. When the battle just started, the two were not careful and were summoned by Kuina to attack. The huge palm-like flames, like a maggot on the tarsal bone, prevented them from escaping from it and burned them directly. Is this swordsmanship or fruit ability? Why is it so difficult to deal with? 4 of Spider Demon's 8 spider legs, which were covered with hair haki and infused with consciousness, have been burned. His extremely ferocious face was full of unbelievable shock. There was a shocking charred wound on Doberman's left chest, emitting the unpleasant smell of burnt flesh. Red Flame Swordsman Kuina, I never thought a mere 12-year-old girl could be so strong. If we hadn't mastered armament haki, we would have been killed in one encounter. Doberman and Ghost Spider were breathing heavily. The high-temperature slashing waves that Kuina continuously slashed out made the two feel that their lungs were almost dried out, and their entire chests were in great pain every time they breathed. No, we are not her opponents. If we continue to fight, we will definitely be killed. The two future elite vice admirals of naval headquarters felt a fear of death in their hearts at this time. You are so vulnerable, Marine. The Wado Ikimonji in Kuina's hand was burning with flames around the blade. She beat the two Marine rear admirals and made them run away with wounds all over their bodies, but she herself didn't even sweat a drop. The swordsmanship and devil fruit abilities that she has been practicing for a long time have made Kuina's strength reach a very powerful level. Next, you two won't have such a good time. Kuina has learned the second move of the flame sword technique taught by Al, drawing the sword to cut Songming. Marines who can't even resist Chungguo Yansheng will only die when facing Songming. Even worse than Doberman and Ghost Spider are Mozambia and the 300 elite Marines. These elite Marines have never fought such a frustrating battle. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why can you use so many abilities? This is absolutely impossible. Mozambia felt that his worldview was overturned. He looked at Kuina in horror, who had a blade in his left hand, a green barrier in his right hand, and cannons and guns all over the rest of his body. Marine is really useless. You can't even touch a hair of mine. Karina casually used a barrier to block the swordsman Mozambia's slashing wave and made a face at him. Most of the 300 elite Marines were injured or killed under Karina's dazzling ability attack. No matter what kind of attack, it can't break her weird defense. At the moment when our attack is blocked by the barrier, she will rush in front of us with a razor and attack with her arms that have turned into blades. How can we fight this? The Marines are desperate. All means of attack are ineffective, and they can only watch themselves being stabbed to death, smashed, shot, and even bombarded by cannons. Remember my name. I am Karina, the fruit hunter of the Al Pirates. Die, Marine. Al is very satisfied with the battle of the crew. It's time to decide the winner between us. Crocodile. Al put the third-generation ghost chess into the scabbard and made the starting posture of the god avoidance, while the ability of the slow fruit is also ready to go. Sand Crocodile took a deep breath, leaned down, and put his palm on the ground. Al, I admit that I underestimated you. Next, I will use all my strength to defeat you. Al said indifferently. Then you try it. I will step on your corpse and declare to the Sea Al Pirate Group's name as number 4. Chapter 55 Crocodile, defeated. Seize the power. The Battle of Rapeseed in the port city of Alabasta entered a white-hot stage after a brief pause. Erosion Reincarnation. Crocodile had only one thought in his mind at this time. Defeat Al in front of him. He was so arrogant that he had already been defeated once by Whitebeard. His self-esteem would not allow him to lose to Al, who was 22 years younger than him. Crocodile tried his best to activate the ability of Logia Sand Fruit. The whole street was corroded and sandified at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ground cracked and collapsed. A large amount of rubble, ruins, and sand covered the entire sky. No matter who it is, don't think about defeating me in the sand desert. After Lao Sha used the erosion reincarnation, the entire commercial street was completely destroyed. The terrifying erosion power of sand fruit not only sandified the entire street. Countless flying gravel in the sky, like a yellow sand bridge, spanned the sky. One end of the bridge connected Crocodile, and the other end spanned a distance of thousands of meters, connecting to the desert in the distance. At the moment when Crocodile's ability connected to the desert, Al instantly felt that the momentum of the sand cod in front of him had increased by more than several times. His physical strength was recovering, his strength was increasing, and his momentum was increasing. Crocodile stood in the violent yellow sand, and at this moment he was the desert itself. The most difficult situation has happened. Al felt Crocodile's surging momentum at this time and frowned. Logia fruit ability users are indeed walking disasters. And the closer the geographical advantage is to one's own ability, the stronger the power can be exerted. The 2 words, natural, in the 3 words, logia, are not taken casually. The ability of sand fruit, and being in the desert. Crocodile can turn the entire desert into his own use. Al, who was at a disadvantage, did not panic at all. At this time, if he chose to fight hard, he would not be able to win Crocodile. 3, 5, 3, is just as he said, he is almost invincible in the desert. Even if Whitebeard himself came, it would take some effort to defeat the sand crocodile in the vast desert of Alabasta. After all, it is very difficult for human power to defeat nature itself. It is difficult for others, but for me, it is not impossible to win. Al is very clear-headed. He knows very well what his advantages are. In the history before the crossing, too many heroes have said, war is fought with information gap. It is the same in Al's current situation. Al knows Crocodile's ability and his weaknesses very well. But Crocodile knows nothing about Al. He doesn't even know that Al can use armament haki. He doesn't even know that Al is demon fruit power. Information gap is Al's advantage. There are so many examples in history where the weak defeated the strong, all of which are related to information gap. The key to winning is my deepest hidden slow ability and armament haki. Al stared at the old sand in the sky full of mad sand. Oni-chan, Nami, who broke a marine's lumbar spine with a kick, turned to look at Al in the yellow sand, her face full of worry. Nami, don't worry, believe in Captain Al. Although Robin said so, her mood at this moment was no different from Nami's. She was very worried that the little man she loved was in danger. Looking at Al's vague figure in the wild sand, Robin bit her lips unconsciously. But she couldn't panic. If she panicked, it would directly affect Kuina, Karina and others. Al will definitely win. Nami, focus on the enemy in front of you. If we don't have any accidents, it will be the best help to Al. Oni-chan will win. Nami clenched her little fists. I can't hold Oni-chan back. In the wild sand, visibility is almost zero. Al relied on observation haki and was not affected. Crocodile was like a fish in water in the yellow sand, no longer embarrassed as before. A huge amount of sand in the desert was moved by him as if it were his own arm. Thousands of tons of sand covered the entire sky. Here it comes. Al was extremely focused, and used his observation haki to the ultimate. Desert burial. Crocodile controlled a huge amount of sand, forming a giant hand that covered the sky and the sun, ready to bury Al completely. Under the control of the sand crocodile, these originally scattered sands were extremely condensed. The speed of the desert giant hand was not slow, and all the escape routes of Al were blocked. I didn't expect that Crocodile would use Gaara's moves. Al didn't care about the big hand that was grabbing him in the sky. His target has always been Crocodile's body. If Crocodile really made a move and he broke it, it would be useless even if he died of exhaustion. Is there such a use for sand fruit? It's similar to Pika's stone fruit. Al used observation haki to sense the location of Crocodile's body. He can swim in the yellow sand like a fish in the sea. Not slow. Old Sand, who turned into sand and swam in the wild sand, looked at Al who was motionless and frowned. Have you given up resistance? Or are you brewing some attack? But it doesn't matter. No matter what attack, it's useless to me now. The whole desert has an advantage over one person. Die. Crocodile controlled the sand around Al and wanted to quietly use the desert sword to cut off Al's body directly. During the Summit War, he used this trick to cut off Akainu's body. Very smart. Use the desert hand to cover up his real attack method. Want to kill me with the sand surrounding me? Quote. Al, who knew Crocodile's attack methods very well, how could he not think of the move that cut off Akainu when he was in the midst of the raging sand? It was both abrupt and swift. Al was very glad that Crocodile's armament haki was not strong enough. If his armament haki could reach the level of the Douglas Bullet movie version, he directly transformed the desert giant hand into armament haki, and Al would really have nowhere to escape and could only be defeated. But unfortunately, his armament haki was still far from Douglas Bullet. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Al locked onto Crocodile's position at this moment. Slow down. He used the power of the slow fruit. He let his whole body bathe in the light of slowness. The flying sand around him stopped instantly. How is it possible? Crocodile, who was about to control the sand around Al and cut off Al's body, suddenly looked pale. The sand around him slowed down. Is he still some kind of demon fruit power? What is that strange light? Just as Crocodile was stunned for a moment. 6 o'clock, 250 meters away. Al drew his sword instantly. Armed divine evasion. Swish. Boom. A black cold light, like a meteor, flashed towards Crocodile's position. In less than a third of a breath. The slash wave that condensed all of Al's strength. In the straight line distance between Al and Crocodile, all the sand was cleared, and a vacuum slash appeared in the dim sandstorm. Not good. Crocodile's face changed drastically. He saw it, his brain reacted, but his body didn't react at all. He was hit directly by Al's divine evasion with all his strength. Puff. The uncontrolled sand fell to the ground again like a torrential rain. Al cut a wound more than 1 meter long on Crocodile's chest. His sternum was cut off, and the scarlet blood spurted several meters high like a fountain. He was seriously injured and dying in an instant, and his strength was drained, leaving him no power to resist. Shave. Al quickly appeared where Crocodile fell. The splashing blood dyed the large amount of sand buried on his body scarlet. Isis. Crocodile used his remaining little strength to control the sand from entering the horrible wound. After his body was completely exposed to the sand, he no longer had the strength to move. You lose. Al inserted the third-generation Kidetsu into the scabbard, looked at Crocodile who was spitting a lot of blood, and said, Isis, kill me. Crocodile's eyes were lifeless, and his face was pale to the ultimate. A large amount of blood flowed out of the cut chest cavity like a tap. Kill you. No, no, how could I kill you? If I kill you, where can I find the ability of Logia Devil Fruit? Al showed a devilish smile on his face. Not only will I not kill you, I will also heal you and let you be used by me. Let me submit to you. I can't even die. Al shook his head and shot a slow light to slow down the deterioration of Crocodile's wound. Who said I want you to submit to me? I just need you to be alive. I want your ability, not you as a person. Crocodile was stunned. What do you mean? Al dragged Crocodile's body and turned to walk towards the location where Robin and others were. There is Karina, a munch fruit ability user. How can a rare Logia ability user like Crocodile be wasted? Although Karina is very averse to cannibalism. But after all, it was just put into the strange space of munch fruit. It was not cannibalism in the real sense. Such a precious Logia ability, it doesn't matter if Karina is a little patient. It's just hard for Crocodile. He has to stay in the space of munch fruit for the rest of his life. Al dragged Crocodile's body and rolled a long trace on the desert. When Al appeared in everyone's sight, everyone held their breath. How is this possible? The president was defeated. Bonus. Eyes were bloodshot, his face full of disbelief. Super big news that shocked the world. Too unbelievable. Shichibukai Crocodile was defeated by Al, who was only 12 years old. The battle of everyone in the port city of Rapeseed has long attracted countless people's attention. Even all the reporters of the news branch in Rapeseed City went out and recorded almost the entire battle. Hundreds of reporters, holding video recorders, frantically filmed the scene of Al dragging Crocodile's body. This is definitely the most shocking scene in recent years. Not only those reporters, but also countless people who were watching the excitement from a distance, felt their scalps tingling as they watched the scene of the 12-year-old boy dragging the remains of Shichibukai. That's a pirate recognized by the world government. The invincible Logia demon fruit power. He was defeated just like that. Are you kidding? You must be dreaming. Crocodile is a top-level strong man who can survive after challenging the world's strongest man Whitebeard. He is a top-level pirate known throughout the sea, Sir Crocodile. Now he is being dragged like a dead dog. And the person who beat him is actually a boy who was only 12 years old. Captain of the Al Pirates. Garon Al. At this moment, everyone in the Rapeseed Flower deeply engraved Al's name in their minds and will never forget it in this life. Only 12 years old, but he can completely defeat Shichibukai Crocodile. What kind of super monster is this? Even the 3 emperors of the New World couldn't reach this level when they were 12 years old, right? No. 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin should be no weaker than Al when she was 12 years old. But Al is also a natural monster. His talent is definitely not inferior to that 4 Emperor's ant. What kind of ability is this Al? Swordsman. Or demon fruit power? Just now, the wind and sand were too strong, and I couldn't see it clearly. Al was like a king who returned from Guy's rotation. Under the gaze of the dense crowd of spectators, he walked in front of Robin and others. Oni-chan, I knew you would win. Karina threw herself into Al's arms with tears in her eyes. Nami followed closely behind, and then Ini. Kuina also changed her usual reserved look, hugged Al from behind, and leaned her head on Al's back. When the sandstorm covered the sky just now, her heart was about to jump out of her chest, fearing that Al would have any accidents. Robin was a little helpless. She also wanted to hug this handsome man she liked. Unfortunately, there was no room. Al rubbed the heads of the 3 women, walked to Robin, opened his arms, and hugged Robin, so that Robin would not be unhappy. Your battle is over. Marine's body was lying in a mess. Al glanced around and frowned. The 3 Marine rear admirals are alive, Robin explained. They were almost beaten to death by Kuina and Karina. When they were about to end their lives, Princess Vivi and a group of ministers came with the king's order. They took the 3 Marine rear admirals away. Because the Marine headquarters learned about the battle situation here, Marshal Sengoku asked King Cobra to do so. Al was speechless. Sengoku, this old guy, really knows how to find people to help. He actually asked King Cobra, who is 2.4, to help. This King Cobra is really kind-hearted and willing to help. Quote, Al still admires King Cobra, he is a good king and a good man. But he really wants to scold him now. You are so kind to help Marine, but it doesn't seem that Marine will help you Alabasta in the future. Such a large and prosperous country has been tossed into a mess by a Shichibukai, and Sengoku didn't help. Al, King Cobra specifically said that if you win, he will invite you to the palace as a guest. He is willing to make up for his behavior of taking away the 3 Marine rear admirals. Robin reached out to wipe the sand off Al's face with pity, and spoke at the same time. Invite me, a pirate, to the palace. Isn't he afraid that I will kill people in the palace? Al was a little surprised. Robin rolled his eyes at Al. It's because of me, silly, he thinks you are not a truly vicious pirate. Quote, King Cobra knew the truth about Ohara. In his opinion, a pirate group that could let Ohara's orphan join could not be a vicious pirate. Okay, let's go there. I also have something to ask King Cobra. Afterwards, after they left the attention of many outsiders, Al looked at Karina, pointed at the unconscious crocodile, and said, Karina, swallow him into the space. Ah, Karina was shocked. Oni-chan, I don't want to eat people. Not really eating people. Don't you want to have the ability to change the sky and the sandstorm just now? Al persuaded. Karina hesitated for a while, and then swallowed Crocodile into the strange space. Okay, let's go to the palace now. When Al and his friends went to the palace, the news that he defeated Crocodile had begun to ferment on the sea. Chapter 56 Al. What the hell? Princess Vivi wants to marry me. Karina, how do you feel now? On the way to Albania, the capital of Alabasta, Al asked Karina. I feel fine, but if I want to use the power of sand fruit, I can't do it now. I have to take out the quick-cut fruit. Karina replied, spitting out the quick-cut fruit. After so much development, you can only use 2 fruit powers. Al was not very satisfied. It has been 2 months since Karina ate munch fruit. With the vitality potion and uninterrupted development every day, she still can't use the 3rd power. Oni-chan, it's okay, I have a feeling that the development of munch fruit has reached a critical point. After training for a while, I should be able to use the 3rd power. That's good. Hearing this, Al was satisfied. Let's try the power of sand fruit first. Quote, the ability of Logia sand fruit is quite powerful. You all saw the fight between me and Crocodile just now. The walking disaster is worthy of its reputation. Karina put the quick-cut fruit aside, closed her eyes, and felt the power of the sand fruit in Crocodile's body. Munch fruit can not only use the devil fruit ability directly in the strange space, but also use its ability after swallowing the ability user. Soon, as Karina activated her ability, her arm was completely sanded, and her body began to gradually sand. No, I can't use the elementalization like Team Guy. You can only use other abilities of sand fruit. Kuina poked Karina's sanded arm and said. This is also very good. Over-reliance on elementalization is not good. Although I am a Logia Mera fruit ability user, I rarely use the elementalization ability when fighting. Kuina is right. Al smiled. Over-reliance on the elementalization ability will make your physical skills and Haki power worse. Quote, in the future, almost all the strong people we will face will be Haki masters. For Logia users, facing armament Haki masters, using elementalization will have no effect except becoming a target. Karina's inability to use elementalization is not a disadvantage to a certain extent, but an advantage. Al knows very well that the real strong people 11 in this sea are all Haki masters. If Haki is not strong enough, no matter how well the fruit ability is developed, it will not be good enough. Shichibukai Don Quixote da Flamingo, the fruit development is strong enough, right? Isn't it because Haki is not as strong as Straw Hat Luffy that he was defeated? If he has armament Haki as strong as Gear 4 Luffy, Straw Hat Luffy is not his opponent. Yeah, Oni-chan, I get it. When I exercise normally, in addition to developing fruit abilities, I also exercise my physique. Karina's body returns to normal, and she keeps Al's words in mind. Since Karina can't use this Paramecia fast/fruit now, sell it if you have the chance. The fast/ ability is just so, not very strong. When there is a chance in the future, we will seize a more powerful fruit ability for Karina. After all, Munch fruit cannot use various abilities without limit. Of course, we have to choose powerful abilities. Make Karina a true fruit hunter. Nami, who failed to shine in this battle, said weakly. Oni-chan, how about I eat this fast/fruit? 1. Everyone is fighting at the forefront in this battle, and I have to let Carly and Robin take care of me. I feel like I'm a burden to everyone. Nami's talent is not in physical strength, so the physical skills she has practiced for a long time were not of much use in this battle, which made her feel a little disappointed. A mere quick-cut fruit is not worthy of our Nami. Al then turned around and looked at Nami, the only one on the ship who had not eaten the devil fruit, and bent down, rubbed her orange hair, and said lovingly. Nami, my expectations for you are not something that the crappy quick-cut fruit can achieve. You will become one of the greatest killers of our Al pirates in the future. As long as you follow the route I set for you, you will become a powerful person who can destroy a country in the future. Al's words made Nami's eyes widen in shock. Oni-chan, will I really be that strong in the future? I will. I believe in Nami. Al was very sure. Since Oni-chan said so, I will definitely work hard. Al casually threw the quick-cut fruit into the cabin and said mysteriously. Nami, it won't be long before you become a fruit ability user. The devil fruit I chose for you can be called the most powerful ability in this sea. Eat that fruit, combined with your innate ability to feel the weather, you will become the most terrifying natural disaster in this sea. At worst, you can become an admiral-level strongman. Admiral. Nami was full of doubts. Is Admiral stronger than Crocodile? Robin smiled. Let me answer this question. I am the only person on our ship who has seen a Marine Admiral. Admiral is the highest combat power of the world government. The 4 emperors of the New World are equal to Admiral. Of course, I can't say who is stronger between Admiral and 4 emperors. Quote, but Nami, the crocodile you just mentioned. The Admiral can easily kill countless crocodiles just now. The strength is completely different. The gap between the strength of the crocodile defeated by Captain Al and the Admiral is even greater than the gap between ordinary people and Crocodile. Nami was very surprised and said, Oni-chan can't beat the Admiral either. Al sighed. There is still a long distance between me and the Admiral now. Even if there are 10 of me now, it is impossible to defeat the fully powered Admiral. We still have a long way to go on the road to becoming stronger. Quote, except for Robin and Al, Nami, Karina, and Kuina were all shocked. It turns out that Admiral is so strong. Al looked at the 3 people who were shocked by Admiral's strength and encouraged. Not only Nami, Karina, Kuina, and Robin. As long as you don't slack off, you can all become Admiral-level strongmen in the future. Several people were full of energy, and their eyes were full of confidence in the future. Oh, by the way, Karina. I thought of a combination skill between you and Kuina. Quote, after Karina had the sand fruit ability, Al naturally thought of another way to play. What combination skill? Karina and Kuina were very curious. What is the combination of fire and sand? That is a more terrifying ability than magma. People in this world don't know. How can he, a time traveler, not know? The main component of sand is silicon dioxide. And to melt a material like silicon dioxide, an extremely high temperature of 1713 degrees Celsius is required. But the highest temperature of magma is only between 900–1400 degrees Celsius. When Kuina's Mera fruit temperature is developed to above 1713 degrees, she can use a combination ability with Karina that is more terrifying than lava fruit. Although Karina cannot be elementalized, she can release a large amount of sand. Let Karina's sand fruit ability merge with Kuina's Mera fruit ability. What a kainu! What lava fruit! Great eruption! Let you Sakazuki see what a real great eruption. Dark Hound, I'll pull off your dog's head. Kuina, how high can the flame extinguishing temperature of your Mera fruit be now? To use this combo, Kuina's flame temperature is crucial. Kuina released a ball of orange-red flame. Oni-chan, you said before that the temperature corresponding to the orange-red flame is between 700 and 1000 degrees. It hasn't reached more than 1000 degrees. Al nodded. A temperature of 1000 degrees is already very good, Kuina, you developed it very well. However, if you want to use that combo, your flame temperature must be above 1713 degrees. Otherwise, there is no need for the combination. Quote, more than 1700 degrees. Kuina remembered the number. I will work harder. Karina, you should also develop the ability of sand fruit to make the sand purer. The higher the purity, the more powerful you and Kuina will be together. Karina was full of energy and raised her fist. I've decided, starting tomorrow, get up at 4 o'clock to train and go to bed at 10 o'clock at night. Anyway, I have the vitality potion, so my physical experience is enough. The port city of Rapeseed is hundreds of kilometers away from the capital Albana. Al and his party took the car prepared by King Cobra and drove at a very fast speed. On the way, Al asked Karina to release Crocodile. After treating his injuries, he fed him a large amount of potion made by Al using sleep mushrooms, which made him fall into a deep sleep. In the future, Crocodile can only become a tool for Karina to use the ability of sand fruit. Captain Al, we're at the palace. The driver, after Al and his party were sent to the palace gate, they left first. Sir Al, the king has been waiting for you for a long time. A minister was already waiting at the palace gate, and took Al and his party into the palace. Al actually never understood why King Cobra wanted to see him, a pirate. He was not like the Straw Hat Luffy in the original book, who defeated Crocodile and saved the entire Alabasta. Is it just out of courtesy? It shouldn't be. I'm a pirate, why is he the king, what does he want to see me? Or because he rescued those marines, he is afraid of my revenge. On the way to the palace, Al thought in his heart. The greater possibility is that King Cobra wants to see Ohara's orphan Robin. Quote, soon, Al and his party met the young King Cobra, and the 6-year-old little lowly princess Vivi. Sir Al, King Cobra stood up after seeing Al, without any arrogance of a king, and with gratitude on his face. Thank you for defeating the Shichibukai crocodile and removing a huge hidden danger for our Alabasta. Thank you. Little lowly Vivi spoke crisply, as delicate as a porcelain doll. King Cobra is different from the other brainless kings on the sea. Not only does he govern the country well, he is also very far-sighted and generous. For the fact that we rescued 3 Marine Rear Admirals from you, I am willing to make some compensation. Quote, Al frowned, his mind full of questions. Why? We are just pirates. Normally, we should be enemies. The little lowly Vivi took her short legs and trotted to Al, handing him a newspaper from last year. Open double angle bracket The Tragedy of Dressrosa, close double angle bracket. Open double angle bracket The King of Dressrosa, King Riku, massacred the people, close double angle bracket. Open double angle bracket Shichibukai Don Quixote Doflamingo, becomes the new King of Dressrosa, close double angle bracket. After seeing the news about Dressrosa in the newspaper, Al suddenly understood why King Cobra wanted to thank him. Mr. Al, With your wisdom, you should understand everything after reading this. King Cobra sighed and paced. Even if there was no news about Dressrosa, I would thank you for defeating Crocodile. Shichibukai is a pirate recognized by the world government and has the legal right to plunder. Marine cannot attack its forces. This means that as the king of Alabasta, I can only watch an ambitious pirate develop power in my country. I have checked it out. Crocodile is similar to Doflamingo. They are both powerful, sinister, and strategic pirates. But I can't do anything. Even if I take action against him, the world government will stop me. It's ridiculous to the extreme. What's even more unacceptable is that even if I want 357 to send people to deal with Crocodile myself, I can't do it. Although we have 600,000 troops, we can't do anything to Crocodile in the desert. King Cobra took a document from the minister and said angrily, "This is the financial report of Rapeseed City last year. Before Crocodile came, Rapeseed, as a port city, could provide tens of billions of Baileys in tax revenue every year. He has been here for only a year, and Rapeseed's tax revenue has dropped by nearly 20 billion. After he exercised the power of Shichibukai, the merchant ships traveling to and from the port no longer paid taxes to me, but to him, the great pirate. Many officials in Rapeseed City have also been replaced by his people." Quote, "This year, his men also appeared in the nearby Oasis City, and my decrees began to fail to be implemented. He is stealing the entire Alabasta. As a king, Cobra is very qualified, wise, and has good political foresight. Alabasta is also a very powerful country. But the only pity is that such a powerful country does not have a strong man who can show off. So when King Cobra could not get help from Marine, he could only be helpless and stare blankly at Crocodile who stole the country. So, Sir Al, you defeated Crocodile, which is basically equivalent to saving our Alabasta. I am not one of those stupid kings who only know how to exploit. If you don't defeat Crocodile, the future of Alabasta will be a mess. Even like Dressrosa, it is not impossible for the whole to be stolen by Shichibukai. To a certain extent, Sir Al, you saved the future of Alabasta." Listening to King Cobra's story, Al admired it in his heart. He knew the future of Alabasta just as Master Cobra had foreseen. If it weren't for Straw Hat Luffy, Crocodile would have really succeeded in subverting the country. Your Majesty's foresight is admirable. However, I defeated Crocodile not for Alabasta, but for myself. Cobra waved his hand and said gratefully, "In terms of the result, there is no difference. Sir Al, I have a proposal, I wonder if you agree." After considering it, King Cobra still expressed his thoughts. What proposal? Al was very curious. King Cobra looked at Robin deeply, and Taguchi said, "To be honest, as a king, I really don't believe in the integrity of Lord Al. After all, you have done things like selling towns. But I believe in the choice of Ohara Orphan. You may be a real pirate, but you are different from Crocodile. I can see ambition in your eyes. And you are only 12 years old, not very old. FFFFLX. I want to marry the Al Pirates in the name of King Alabasta. All you have to do is become the patron saint of Alabasta." How? Chapter 57 The Future Queen's Man. Leave Alabasta. All you have to do is become the protector of Alabasta. Protect Alabasta from pirates like Crocodile. King Cobra made this decision after careful consideration, which was extremely bold and shocking. Originally, he just thought that Al was no different from other pirates. But after investigation, he changed his mind. In King Cobra's opinion, although Al was a pirate, he didn't seem to have done anything to help ordinary people. Cobra knew what kind of place Whiskey Town was. And, the most important thing is that Al was only 12 years old. He was also investing in advance. Al, at the age of 12, was already so strong that he could defeat the old strongman Crocodile. Cobra was not a fool, on the contrary, he was very smart. What Alabasta lacked most was top strongmen. But how could it be more cost-effective to recruit them with money than to invest in top strongmen who had not yet grown up? And as a qualified ruler, especially a ruler with a long history who knew what the world government and celestial dragons were. In Cobra's view, Queen Lily 800 years ago could make the decision to withdraw from the 20 Kings series and refuse to join Mariajoy. He could also make a big bet for the future of Alabasta. No, are you serious? Al was shocked by King Cobra's shocking decision. He thought that King Cobra invited him here because he was worried that he would harm Alabasta. No matter what, he never expected that this seemingly weak king could make such a bold decision beyond everyone's imagination. I am a pirate and I will be a pirate in the future. As the king of the world's largest country, you can actually make the decision to marry your daughter to me. Aren't you afraid of the world's criticism? Are you not afraid of the interference of the world government, marine, and celestial dragons? Besides, don't you worry about the future of Princess Vivi. Don't you consider whether she can be happy in the future? Al, who has always been calm, was shocked by an ordinary person without strength for the first time. Not only Al, but Robin, Nami, Karina, and Kuina were also shocked by Cobra's decision and couldn't calm down for a long time. What about pirates? Cobra's expression remained unchanged, as if he had made up his mind. Now that it has come to this, I'll just say it straight. Al, from what you just said, you should know about celestial dragons. Then let me ask you. Cobra sighed, which of the two groups do you think deserves death more, celestial dragons or pirates? Al didn't expect Cobra to ask him such a question. As a descendant of one of the 20 kings 800 years ago, Cobra knows too many secrets. To be fair, both pirates and celestial dragons deserve to die. 1. But if we have to decide who is better, quote, celestial dragons are better. In that case, why bother about the identity of a pirate? Celestial dragons are not more noble than pirates, and I am not more noble than you. Since I have made this decision and asked you, I have made all preparations. Al's mood quickly calmed down, looking at the wise King Cobra and the little lowly Princess Vivi beside him. Aren't you afraid that I will seize Alabasta like Crocodile? There is no need to worry about this problem. As long as you agree to my proposal. In the future, I can give birth to offspring with Vivi, so what if you seize Alabasta? When you grow old, you will pass the throne to your descendants. Besides, I won't hide it from you. Quote, with your extraordinary talent, the offspring born to you and Vivi will definitely be extremely talented. That means, as long as you agree to my proposal, the next monarch of Alabasta will be a powerful king. There will be no more pirates like Crocodile who dare to covet Alabasta. After hearing what Cobra said, Al thought carefully and really couldn't find any mistakes. He really admires King Cobra now. He is worthy of being the ruler of the world's largest kingdom. His foresight and vision make Al feel incredible. Al thought for a long time before answering. First of all, Princess Vivi is still young and can't make the decision. No, I can make the decision. Quote, Princess Vivi, who had been silent, interrupted Al. As a princess and the next queen of Alabasta, I naturally have to consider the people. Although I don't understand many things, I know that my father will not harm me, let alone the people of Alabasta. Al, I have no objection to my father's proposal. King Cobra has only Vivi as his descendant. Therefore, when Wei Wei just became sensible, she received the education of the princess and the future queen. Although she is only a 6-year-old little lowly, she already has the millions of people of Alabasta in her heart. Al looked at the serious little lowly Vivi with a strange look. Even so, I can't become the patron saint of Alabasta. I have my own adventures, I can't stay here forever. Cobra smiled. We didn't think you would stay here forever. What I mean by protector is that when Alabasta is in danger, you will use your strength to protect this place. If you stay here forever, we are afraid that your strength will not grow. At this point, Al really has no reason to refuse. However, what he is considering now is the thoughts of Robin and others. Al has long regarded Robin, Karina, Nami, and Kuina as his women. But now he has to confirm his relationship with Vivi in advance, which makes him have to consider it. When Al's hesitant eyes fell on the 4 women, Robin saw what Al was thinking and knew that the little man he liked was considering the feelings of himself and the other 3 women. Her heart warmed. She walked to Al and whispered, Captain Al, although we just met, I like Vivi very much. We like Vivi too. Nami, Karina, Kuina didn't notice Al's thoughts, but they also walked to Vivi and spoke. Robin took Vivi's hand and winked at Al. Quote. Al saw what Robin wanted to say at a glance. Without any worries, Al had no reason to refuse. It's not that he coveted Vivi's beauty in the future. But King Cobra's proposal was 100 benefits to him. It's just to protect Alabasta. Even if he knew that I might attack this country in the future, Al was not afraid. He wanted to become the strongest man in the world, and the Al pirates would become the super strider pirates that surpassed everything. In that case, I don't seem to have any reason to refuse. However, Vivi is still young, so she should stay in Alabasta to receive the education she deserves. Our journey is still too dangerous. Quote, King Cobra was very happy to hear that Al agreed to his shocking proposal. Al, just be careful. I will train Vivi to be a qualified queen of Alabasta. All you have to do is to become stronger as much as possible. If you need anything, just ask. The future of this world is dark. Cobra sighed. Hearing Cobra's last words, Al's heart moved. It seems that King Cobra knows the secrets of the sea flooding the world. He made the decision to let Vivi's family give me, which should also be preparing for the day when the world will overturn in the future. After all, in this sea, strength is everything. After pondering, Al smiled and said, we don't need anything for the time being. We are not short of money or supplies. If there is a need, I will not be polite. Al knew that Alabasta was rich and powerful. However, since he had agreed to become Princess Vivi's future husband, he naturally had to consider this country. He would not suck the blood of this country unless it was necessary. After all, in a sense, this was also his own country. Oni-chan, future husband, can you hug me? Vivi opened her arms and rushed towards Al with her cute little short legs. Although it was the first time they met, after Al agreed, Vivi knew that her future belonged to the man in front of her. Al leaned down and hugged Vivi in his arms. Oni-chan, you smell so good. This is the first time I've seen such a good-looking man like Oni-chan. Vivi's face was round and plump, and she spoke crisply. Al was actually a little embarrassed. He really didn't know what to say to Vivi in his arms. He could only hesitate and reach out to gently rub Vivi's hair. Oh, by the way, Al suddenly said, Vivi, I have some delicious juice here, do you want to try it? Vivi said happily, yes, I like juice the most. As soon as the voice fell, Al hooked his finger at Karina. Karina instantly knew what Al was talking about. Directly from the strange space in the body, a large bucket of vitality potion was taken out. Vivi, keep this juice and drink a small cup every day. After you finish drinking it, I will send someone to send it to you again. After drinking this juice, you will become very strong. Vivi jumped from Al's arms and took a sip gently. The powerful effect of the vitality potion made Vivi's face flushed and her whole body hot. Ah, what a magical juice, so comfortable. Thank you, Oni-chan. Vivi covered Al's face with her hand and kissed him through the back of her hand. Al was a little amused. Robin, Nami and others beside him looked at him sideways. We haven't kissed Al yet. No, we have to learn from Vivi after we leave here. Al didn't know what the four girls were thinking. He thought for a while, took out the useless Paramecia quick-cut fruit, and handed it to King Cobra. This is the Paramecia quick-cut fruit. You can find a loyal guard for him to eat. Although the ability is not very strong, it can become much stronger. Cobra didn't refuse. In his mind, Al was already like his son. We are considered a family. Don't be shy, I'll take it. At this time, Cobra was very satisfied with the decision he made. This may be the most correct decision I have made in my life. We haven't paid anything yet, and Al gave us the magic potion and the devil fruit. No, as a father, I absolutely cannot let my daughter's future husband suffer. Every year, I pay so much heavenly gold to the world government to support those useless celestial dragons and marines, but I don't see any return. Quote. Instead of giving so much money to those people every year, it is better to find a way to leave it to Al. But Al is not strong yet, so we have to think about it in the long run. Al, who was chatting with Vivi, didn't know that his cheap father-in-law was planning to leave him a huge amount of money. By the way, Al, the 3 Marine Rear Admirals are still recovering in the palace. King Cobra suddenly spoke. You can do whatever you want to them. Al looked at King Cobra with a smile on his face and suddenly understood. You deliberately rescued those Marines, right? Just to find an excuse to invite me here. King Cobra laughed. Al, you are really smart. How could Marine Marshal Sengoku call me to save these Marines? Marine is not responsible for maintaining the national security of Alabasta. Marine won't even help our country to resist pirates. Otherwise, why do we have 600,000 permanent troops? If you don't find a reason, you may not accept my invitation." Al laughed dumbly. He saw it. This cheap father-in-law of his might have long been eyeing this genius pirate of only 12 years old. He didn't expect that he still underestimated the ruler of this country with a population of tens of millions. "That's right, if you invite us rashly, we may not agree." Quote, Al had never thought of having any intersection with the Nefertari family. "Let's go see the 3 Marines. Lord Al, this way please." The minister led the way, and Al soon saw 3 Marine rear admirals, Doberman, Ghost Spider, and Mozambia, in a relatively shabby room. "You call this recuperation?" Al laughed when he saw the miserable state of the 3 Marines. Doberman and Ghost Spider were covered with burns, without a single intact skin. It was obviously burned by Kuina. Mozambia was covered with blood holes, stabbed by Karina with the power of the quick-cut fruit. The 3 Marines did not receive treatment. Through these 3 people, Al could see that Cobra was not very kind to the Marines. Others did not know what the Marines were. Cobra knew very well. They were all just running dogs of the celestial dragons. "Al, how are you going to deal with these 3 Marines of Li Nuo?" "Of course, just kill them. And we Al pirates are your enemy, and you still want to live. Then just throw them into the sea to feed the fish." King Cobra waved his hand. "Yes." Several guards carried the 3 away. "Remember to cut your neck before throwing it into the sea," Al reminded. Early the next morning, Al rejected the kind invitation of King Cobra and Vivi, and prepared to leave Alabasta and continue to go out to sea. Seeing Al determined to leave, Vivi was about to cry. "Al, I will grow up well and wait for you." Al rubbed Vivi's hair and said, "Don't worry, I will come back to see you when I have time, Vivi." The few people did not stay for too long, and left Alabasta on the luxurious ship prepared by King Cobra for them. Before leaving, Al left King Cobra a training method of Marine 6 styles. And told King Cobra, if someone in the Alabasta army can complete the 6 styles, and be loyal to Alabasta, he can provide Haki training methods. A full 600,000 permanent troops. Even if only 1% of them can learn the Hakimi of armament, it is an extremely amazing force. The future Alabasta belongs to my country, and it must be as strong as possible. As soon as Al boarded the luxurious ship, Nami and Karina shouted, "Oni-chan, come and see. It's amazing." Al walked quickly to the cabin below to see. "Ah, my cheap father-in-law is so generous." The huge cabin was almost full of Bailey bars. "This must be at least 5 billion, right? More than. I'm afraid it's 6 billion. Al held his forehead helplessly. It's really arrogant. When Al and his friends sailed away from Alabasta, the news that Crocodile was defeated by Al's pirate group was printed on the front page of the newspaper and began to be distributed for free all over the sea.